Our story begins with a pregnant woman who was running, all bruised up, and a very frightening voice was calling for help, asking her to be saved right now. The pregnant woman ends up falling to the ground and hiding behind a box. Then we see that it was a man in a suit who was asking for help, but on top of the man's head was a very scary creature. The pregnant woman was trying not to make a sound, so she was even covering her mouth because she was so scared. Other people then appeared, and the man said that the bastard was coming, and the woman next to him apologized, as she was very frightened. The man then said that they should get away as quickly as possible. Just then, however, a hooded man with a very fearsome arm killed the woman on the spot, and so, in the end, that man was devoured too. We then saw that that environment was completely full of very bizarre creatures, and each one was more bizarre than the next. However, they hadn't realized that this pregnant woman was there. But looking at her arm, we saw that she had been bitten as well. The arm she had been bitten on was starting to transform little by little, as her skin was turning a bluish-gray color. She couldn't stand it any longer and said she was going to give birth there. She took a cloth and started biting it so as not to make a sound, and also because she would feel a lot of pain. We then saw that those creatures were attacking the humans, and, by this time, that pregnant woman was slowly transforming, and half of her face had already turned into that creature. The scene then switches to 7 years later, and we see that the city was completely destroyed and several of these creatures were everywhere. A newspaper lying on the ground had the headline "Monsters Caused by Viruses," so you can already imagine that these monsters probably came from a virus. Then the scene shifts to a house, where a little girl, very scared, is hiding. She then heard some noises coming towards her, and it was one of those creatures. When she looked away, the creature saw her, so the child began to run desperately. However, the zombie ended up catching her and trying to bite her, but suddenly we see that it wasn't quite that, as the zombie, instead of biting, was tickling her. The little girl then tells her mother that she's giving up, since this time she's been caught. Then we see that the zombie was actually her mother and also the same woman who was pregnant. The zombie then says she's going to hide now. The little girl says that it was very late and that she needed to sleep. Then she was told that Blessing was the name of her daughter, and her first and only precious child. We even saw a drawing on the floor saying that her mother was very strong. Changing the scene, the little girl was saying that she was also going with her mother. Blessing was begging her mother to take her too, as she wanted to go out and catch a bear. So she wanted to go with her mother, but her mother said that all the monsters would be there too and said that it was very serious, but there was nothing she could do about it, as it was too dangerous out there. She then takes her daughter's hand and tells her that she's going to bring her a bear. The little girl then asks if she's going to come home soon, and her mother smiles at her. Changing scenes, we see that the zombie mother was outside and was already fighting those creatures. However, she managed to defeat one of those creatures effortlessly, which shows that she really is very strong. Suddenly, she sees two humans who are shooting at the zombies. One of them asks his friend why he was shooting, and he says it was because they kept coming. He then picks up a flashlight and says that if you shine a light on them like that, they'll turn to stone, and that's why you shouldn't waste bullets. The other guy then says that there were still a lot of them. Another guy then says that he didn't know what to do, since they had to hold out until dawn. The zombie mother then wondered if they were survivors and what they were doing there. Just then, with that little bit of light and that sound of gunfire, she wonders if they didn't know that she had angered the zombies, but it didn't really matter to her. She didn't care if they were going to die or not. Suddenly, then, the zombie mother ends up going after those two guys, and just as one of them was about to throw a light in her face, she ends up throwing a rock at her other friend's head, kicking him and throwing him a long way away. One of them, very scared, keeps pointing a gun at the zombie mother, telling her not to go near them. From a distance, we can see their screams. The scene then changes to a man who was apparently tired, and he says that he lost his gun and had absolutely nothing left. He also wasn't sure if he was being followed or not, and thinks it's going to be difficult to survive with just a rock in his hand. He wonders if he should hide or something. Suddenly, a zombie mother appears in front of him, but instead of attacking him, she hugs him, saying that she has finally found him, the bear. The man then ends up thanking Blessing's mother for finding him. He asks if they found a new room. He says that he was attacked by those bandits and didn't know how to get home. The mother then says that the bear will go home now. We then see that one of the guys the zombie mother was facing was in front of several monsters and was crying, saying he didn't want to die like that. He then starts screaming in despair, since he was going to die. But suddenly, all those monsters stop, and he wondered why those creatures had stopped. He wonders if they understood what he was saying or if, by chance, he was a special person. He then smiles and says was that he knew he was the protagonist of that story. Little did he know that there was a gigantic creature behind him, and that was exactly why the others had stopped. So apparently that man was devoured too. The scene then changed and it was dawn. The man, called a bear, was looking for some things, but everything he found was completely useless. Then, all of a sudden, he found a lantern and said that it was really good and that it was his lucky day. It was almost impossible to find a flashlight these days, even a flashlight with a battery. Then he wondered if he should go back. If he went too far, he might encounter monsters. But he didn't think that was enough yet and wondered if he should go further. Then he sees a corridor. He thinks it's better not to go, as it would be a waste of time for him and it's certain that there's nothing there. So he should go back now. However, he says that he was very curious to find out what was at the end. So he decides that he'll go in. Yes, he'll be lucky. But the further he walked down that corridor, the more he regretted it. He needed to find something soon, either food or something useful. As he was walking a little further, he came across a monster with no arms or legs. He wondered what had happened, if a monster had attacked that other monster over there, and if a monster had attacked him. Sure enough, he was still there. He thought that God was definitely telling him to get out of there. He said he wasn't going to stay there no matter what, and left. Suddenly, however, he hears a noise from the doors and, as the guy is very curious, he says he was just going to have a look, and surely it couldn't hurt. He then says that he was intrigued by the sound that was impossible to hear in that place. He then said that at that moment he was speechless. He really couldn't believe his eyes and was very surprised by what was happening in front of him. Although it was very dark, he could see a monster bleeding, and this monster was breastfeeding a baby, which made everything even more surprising. He then says that this is how they met, and now she has become his wonderful wife. Dude, whether she's really a zombie or not, I'm not going to talk about how wrong it is, okay? It's literally that N word that I can't talk about here. He then tells them that they need to find a safe place as soon as possible, as there were a lot of monsters there. They ended up climbing the ladder and using the flashlight to try to escape them, but suddenly they were at a dead end, as there was really nowhere else to go. The man ends up saying that they were in a lot of trouble and that his flashlight wouldn't be any use. He asks his wife if she can take care of them, but she says it won't be easy. He then tells her that there's no other way and that it's impossible to get through, so they try to find a way through. However, just as he was about to shoot them, he ended up being pulled down by a monster's tongue. However, she quickly managed to grab his hand. He then says that something was pulling on his leg very hard and asks if it was tentacles and where it was coming from. Then we see that there were many more creatures on the ground, and he says that that was probably the big boss. Switching to Blessing, she was drawing a little, saying that she wanted to see the bear soon, and when he arrived, she wanted to play with him. However, she said she had to do her chores. Back at the zombie moms, the situation was starting to get very complicated, as there were monsters everywhere. She then wonders what she can do at this point, since she can't take it anymore and they're both going to die if they carry on like this. She then says that, in this case, it's better to take a chance. She ends up letting go of his hand and heading towards that giant monster. However, before she falls, she ends up catching one of those monsters with her stinger, in this case, one of the monsters that was up there, and ends up throwing it at that giant monster's head. He then tells her that it worked, but they have to land and defeat all those monsters down there, and only then will she be able to protect Gong Doll. Gon then ends up holding her and turning her back, causing her giant backpack to hit that monster in the face, and so they both end up falling to the ground. He then ends up grabbing the zombie mother and running out of the place. However, the giant monster ended up getting very angry, and we see that inside his mouth there was a very ugly face. He then ends up putting the zombie mother on the ground, and she asks him if he was going mad and that he could also be more careful about it. Since she didn't need his help at that moment, she asks him if he thought he was indestructible and also why he did it, since he wasn't a monster like her. He's actually the father of her daughter, and if he got hurt, she'd be very sad. Gon then ends up saying that everything was fine and asks if everything was fine with her, if she wasn't hurt. This wouldn't have happened if he'd been more careful, so he ends up apologizing to her. However, he told her that she didn't have to worry about it anymore, since he was the famous Gondal and was much stronger than he looked. That was really nothing to him. He then says that, speaking of which, what should they do with them? He says that he really was an idiot, getting hurt for nothing to protect her, and yet caring so much about her. She actually didn't want him to get hurt and says that her husband really was an idiot. Suddenly, she is pierced in the abdomen by something that looks like a giant monster's claw. Gon starts screaming in despair at the sight, and we see that it was that giant monster that launched the attack. He asks her if she's alright and she says she's fine, yes, just a scratch. Then we see that, in fact, that claw had gone through the side of her abdomen. He hugged the backpack while he was running, saying that there was something in there that could help, only that she needed to wait just a little while. However, there were already many monsters behind them. He then, with his stinger, was managing to keep time. He then became desperate, wondering where he was. Suddenly, however, he found a grenade. He then throws the grenade at those monsters, wiping them all out in one go. Soon after, he picked up 3 more grenades and threw them in their direction, blowing up all the others that were left. The only one left was the big monster. Gon then asked what they could do now, since there was only 1 grenade left. He ended up asking her for the grenade and asked her if she really had a plan. She ends up taking the grenade and running a little way away. He then tells her that she was too far away and what she was planning to do with it. He ends up taking out the pin and kicking the grenade, hitting it right in the monster's mouth. And, my friends, that's better than a lot of footballers. And to show that Mari was all right, she ended up giving the monster the middle finger. Gon then runs off, saying that that was his wife and that he loves her too much, but now they had to get out of there as quickly as possible. They were already at home. He then asks to see her wound, and she says that she told him she was fine and that he didn't need to worry about it. Bonal says that she was still hurt, so she should show him. Now she ends up lifting up her shirt to show him the wound, and, my friends, the zombie is toast. Man, now we know why he fell in love with her, right? At least the shape is up to date. He then says that it was really good since he was cured. He then says that he's the one who should be careful and also says that his hair was a disaster. He then said that it was really nothing and that they needed to go and see his daughter, as she was expecting. They open the door and say they're home. Bless ends up running towards him, telling him that her big bear had come back and that she had finished her homework too. Gon hugs her and asks her if she's had a good day, and she says yes, that she's been protecting the house and that she's finished her chores. He then tells her that since she was a good girl and finished her chores, she'll get a reward. He then opens his bag and takes out a chocolate for her. The little girl then ends up being very happy with this present, saying that he was the best daddy in the world. He tells her that she only calls him daddy when he gives her presents, and she says it's because she prefers to call him Big Bear. He then replied that everything was fine and that she could call him whatever she wanted. The zombie mother then says that, no matter what the difficulties, she is always very happy to see those smiles. Whatever happens, she will protect them, her dear family, forever. The little girl then asks her mother if she did a good job on her chores. Her mother replies that she did, and she says that her mother really is amazing. However, she was now hungry and said that they needed to eat soon. At their door, however, there was a very mysterious white-haired woman. We then saw that everyone was eating. Gon then asks Nai if she liked it, and in this case, Nai is Blessing's nickname. He replies that it was very delicious and says he'll bring more next time. Nai then told him to take a little bit as it was very good. She then asks him to open his mouth wide, that the little airplane is going to come in. He then says that the food was really delicious and even better when she was feeding him. She ends up offering it to her mother too and asks her mother to try a little bit, but Gon ends up saying that his mother was already full. Nai said that she hadn't eaten anything at all, and he said that she had eaten a little earlier. The little girl then asks her mother how she eats, since she's never seen her mother eat before. Her mother then smiles and tells her that she was already very full and that she shouldn't worry about it. Brianna said that it was very delicious, and her mother told her to eat as much as she wanted and not to worry about it. However, in Nai's mind, she was very curious and wondered what her mother was eating. The scene changed and Nai baked a cookie, saying that it was super mega hyper delicious. She ends up taking her favorite to her mother and asks her to have some. Her mother thanks her, but says she can't eat such things. But even so, she ends up thanking her for her goodwill. But when she looks at her daughter's face, she realizes that she can't say no to that little face. However, when she went to get Nai's cookie, Nai took it away from her, telling her to wait a little while. The little girl then ends up breaking the cookie and taking a piece. She then ends up hiding a larger piece, giving only a small piece to her mother. So you could see that she really liked that cookie. Nai then tells her mother to enjoy that cookie, but I don't think she wanted to give it to her mother, as the little girl was drooling when she looked at it. Her mother then said that it was all right, that she could keep the cookie. Nai then asked if it was true, if she could eat it. The little girl then ran off, all happy that she could eat the whole cookie. However, she eventually realized that something was wrong, and that wasn't exactly what she wanted to do at first. In fact, she wanted her mother to have some. Her father then turns up and asks her if she wouldn't like to give him a piece. However, the little girl ends up eating that cookie in one go, saying that she'll certainly have another chance. Nai then starts presenting her mother with various things to eat. First, she gives her some noodles and then she brings her some sugar. However, after all the nagging, she loses her temper and tells her that she shouldn't be in the way, since she was cleaning up and has already said several times that she doesn't want to eat. And why does she keep doing this to her? She then asks Nai to stop doing that, or would she like to be disturbed? The little girl then cried and said it wasn't that. In fact, she was very worried about her mother, as she had never seen her mother eat in her life and thought she was very hungry. That's why she was trying to give her some food. She then tells her daughter that she's sorry and that she's made the little girl worry because she hasn't told her the truth yet. She says that she should have been honest with her daughter. However, just as she was about to tell her daughter her secret, she noticed that Nai's nose was bleeding, and she just went crazy over that drop of blood, as if she was going to devour that girl right now. Gon then asks what that was about, as he hears the door closing very tightly. He then asks Nai if her mother had left, and Nai says yes, that she left very quickly. Gon then notices that her nose is bleeding and asks her if she's okay, and she says she thinks so. We then see that the zombie mother has simply gone to destroy other monsters outside, as she was completely crazed and thirsty for blood. She then thinks that she is the mother of that little girl, but another voice in her mind tells her that she looks very delicious. However, soon she was back in charge and said no, that she should protect that little girl and that she couldn't attack her own family. However, that voice says that it was so hard to resist that sweet smell of blood, and that she loves the smell of fresh young blood and wanted to devour that little girl. So we see that, basically, she doesn't control her power. Then, changing the scene, the three of them were lying in bed, and she thought that she had never realized that the smell of a child's blood was so sweet, and it really was that close. She must always be conscious at that moment and should be more careful in front of the monsters. She then says goodnight to Nai, telling her that she will protect her forever. Nai was planning what to give her mother to eat. Changing scenes, it was already daylight. Gon said he was going out and she should stay at home until he got back. She then asked him not to wake her up during the day because she needed a lot of sleep. He then said that he was leaving now. Nai then asks him to bring her a bar of chocolate too, so she ends up saying goodbye to her father. As soon as he closes the door, she looks like she's going to do something. She then tells him that she can go outside now while her mother sleeps. Changing into a Cory design, she ends up saying that she's going out now. Outside she finds a petrified monster and then sees two people, one with a mask and one with long hair. After she sees a hand of blood on the wall, she ends up making a little face in that blood, saying that she's going to call him Claudio. She then says she's going to look for food or something useful. She then starts digging and, after a long time, she hasn't found anything useful at all. But suddenly, in the middle of the rubble, she managed to find some sweets. She then says that finally, after a lot of hard work, she has managed to find something useful. She says that, even though she's small, she can also bring food home, and she wonders how incredible her parents will find it. However, she says that she couldn't tell her parents that she found those sweets outside. With the sweets in her hand, she says that one will be for Urs and one will be for her mother, and finally, one for her. However, she says that she should give one to Hira as well, and she runs off saying that she hopes he likes it. However, those men she saw earlier were watching her. One of them then says that he was very lucky, as he wasn't expecting to see a child in that place. The man who comes out wearing a mask says that her parents must be with her, and that they could ask for a large sum in ransom. The long-haired man asks if her parents have abandoned her or if she's some kind of orphan. Then the guy in the mask says that he'd just take everything she has. The guy then asks if there's anything else they could do with that child, and the other guy says that, of course, there are things to do, and asks if he doesn't know how rare a child is these days. They could sell it in those places that consider them high-quality products. The guy in the mask then asks where that might be, and the other replies that he knows a place very well, which used to be a famous cannibal tribe. The guy in the mask says that this cannibal tribe is made up of psychopaths obsessed with human flesh, and the other guy says that yes, they will buy this child for a good price. He then says that they should grab her as soon as possible, before someone else can do it instead of them. The guy in the mask then asks him to be very careful with it, and the guy wonders what a little child could do to him. He then asks his friend to bring the child back unharmed, and he says that he already knows that and goes to attack the child. But suddenly, behind him, someone hits him with an axe. When his friend looks back and sees that his friend is dying on the ground, the white-haired woman is behind him. The man ends up asking who the hell that woman was, since he had never seen her before in his life, and asks if they knew each other. He then says that, for sure, that look wanted to kill him and wonders if she was the guardian of that child. The man then began to tell the woman that they hadn't done anything, and that there was no reason for her to be doing this. However, the woman didn't show any reaction and her gaze was very fixed on him. He then told her that it was all right, since he had managed to wind her up for a long time. She ends up looking back when she sees something fall to the ground, and he takes this opportunity to attack her, saying that he had tricked her. However, at an absurd speed, she managed to cut his neck without him even realizing it, causing him to die on the spot. Returning to Nai, she was trying to hide and not make a sound, but it was no use as the woman had found her. The woman then knew her name and Nai told her she was Hira. Hira then asked her what she was doing there, and suddenly a creature attacked them. However, the woman ends up hitting the creature and it is then exposed to the sun and turns to stone. The woman then says that she has already told him that he should always be very careful if he goes into a dark place. But why was she outside her house? Where was her mother? The scene then changes and Hira's rules are explained. Rule number 1. Check for monsters before entering a dark place. Rule number 2. Bring a flashlight and a gun. Rule number 3. Don't go to a place where there's a strange noise. And rule number 4. Don't follow anyone other than your mother, father, or Hira. Hira then asks what the most important rule is, and Nai says it's number 5. Never leave the house alone. However, Hira ends up saying that she hasn't followed the rules and asks if what she says to her is useless, if it goes in one ear and out the other, since she's been saying it to Nai for over a year. And she has to follow these rules until she's an adult, because she could be in more trouble if bad people end up finding her. So she shouldn't do that again. Nai then says that she already knows that area very well, and that's why nothing will happen. Also, she's already very big and that's why she went outside. She then repeats again that she was already big and could walk well on her own. However, Hira ends up getting very angry with her and Nai says that she was angry and that made her very afraid. Hira then said that, since she had grown up, she could do whatever she wanted. Even Nai didn't believe what she was saying. Hira said it was true, and she was even going to take Nai to a place that only adults go. Nai was very impressed that she was going to a place where only adults go. Hira then said that she would take Nai if she wanted to, and Nai said that she really wanted to go. When they got there, Nai was completely happy, wondering if this was the place. Suddenly, however, she said that it was a terrible place because it was too dark and it stank too much. She then said that she wanted to go home, that she had already regretted that place. Suddenly, she calls out to Hira, but no one answers. She then starts to get a little scared, wondering where Hira was. But Hira said she didn't know where she was, and Nai asked her why she didn't know where she was. She told her to stop playing with her, as she was getting very scared. Hira then doesn't say why she was like that. She was the one who said she wanted to go with her, and since she was a big person, she shouldn't be afraid. Hira then says that she forgot to mention a very important detail. Monsters love dark places like this. But even so, adults come here because they can get valuable things. And that's exactly why this place is always full of bloody fights. Nai then starts walking through the darkness, but suddenly she stumbles and falls. She sees that there's a lot of blood on the floor, and Hira says that she's never seen an adult come out alive. Nai then starts screaming in despair, crying, saying she was sorry and asking Hira to forgive her, and that Nai didn't want to be an adult anymore. She wanted to go home right now. The little girl then wondered what she should do at that moment, since she couldn't see anything because it was so dark, and wondered if Hira was going to leave her alone in that place. She then wondered if that place was really where the adults went to get food, a place full of monsters like this. Hira then asks her if she was afraid of the dark and the stench, and if she wanted to go home. She then said that that's where the adults go, and in reality even for the adults it's scary, but they don't really have a choice if they want to survive. She was told to always remember what she was feeling now, so that she would never do it again. Hira then says that they're going home now. Nai then asks her if there are monsters there, why those monsters weren't attacking her. She then told her that she didn't need to worry, as the monsters were asleep. Nai asked if they were sleeping now, and the woman replied that they were, so she didn't need to worry. Then we see that there were lots and lots of monsters already dead in that place, and Hira says that this sound is the monsters sleeping forever. Then we saw that she had killed many monsters in a matter of seconds. The scene changes and she says she's already home. Hira then tells her to go into her house and that she should never leave the house alone again. Nai then thanks her. Hira then tells her that she will only see Nai again if she goes out with her parents. Nai then asks if she can't tell her parents about her yet, and Hira says no, since she said it was a secret between them. Nai then calls her, saying she has something for her, and Hira asks what it is. Nai then punches her right in the head, saying that it was for making her cry and that she shouldn't do it again. She also ended up offering her a candy, which she found herself, and which was meant for her. Nai then ends up saying goodbye to her, and Hira, looking at that candy, starts to smile, being very happy about it, thinking that she hit her and then gave her a candy. And this girl is stronger than she thought and will really become a great woman in the future. Suddenly, however, Nai noticed something different about her body. her finger was a little purple. She then wonders why her finger is like that. The scene then switches to her mother and father. He asks her if she's found anything, and she says there's nothing there. Suddenly, he finds a red scarf and tells her that it suits her, and it really does look perfect on her. She starts smiling because she liked it so much, and he says he's glad she liked it, and that she looks much prettier with that red scarf. He then asks if there's anything she wants, that she can tell him anything and he'll make it for her. Suddenly, however, they end up asking where Nai is, as she has simply disappeared. Switching to Nai, she was looking for useful things and rummaging around everywhere. Suddenly, while she was looking, she saw a woman with white hair, and that woman was Hira. She told her what that little girl was doing there, and that she should get out of there as soon as possible. Nai then asked why she was hurt, and the woman told her to leave now. However, Nai told her that she looked very hurt and that she wanted to help. Hira then told her to stop bothering her and that the little girl should go back to her parents, as she didn't want to be bothered. Nai then took her hand, which was completely bruised, and asked what she was doing. Nai then said she was going to make her hand very warm, and just as she was about to take it off, she realized that the girl was really very cute and was using her own face to make her hand warm. At that moment, Nai wakes up, wondering when she slept. The scene then changes to some monsters outside. Dad then says that if it wasn't cloudy, those monsters wouldn't be walking around at this time. Mom then says that there's nothing left, and that was the last pharmacy in the area. The father then says that they should take a break, as there were a lot of monsters out there, but she says no, that they should continue. And how could she rest knowing what had happened to Nai's finger? And if something happened to her, what could they do? How could they cure it? So she wonders if it really was her fault. Her father then tells her not to be so hard on herself and that there must be some way to fix it, and they should just stop for 5 minutes. The mother then says that they shouldn't stop because while they were resting, the little girl was suffering at home. But he said again that it was better. They stop, and she knows it will be useless, since they know that the other places don't have any kind of medicine. He's been looking in various hospitals and pharmacies for days, but so far they haven't found anything, and it's getting harder and harder to find anything. Ji then says that they should go to the Village of Hope and has heard that there are doctors there. She then asks him if he's sure there are doctors there, and he says yes, and it could be their last hope, really. But they have to pay to get into that place, and the biggest problem is that the bill is a bit too expensive since they only accept something useful or something valuable. Where could they find something like that? She then talks about the dungeon village. He then asks her if she's going mad, since that place is infested with monsters, and even for her it would be too difficult. The mother then says that she'll be fine, since they were no match for her, and it's definitely worth the risk. As there are a lot of monsters there must be a lot of things that haven't been picked up yet, and it won't be too dangerous if she goes alone. She had also been there before, so she knew the route very well. But there was a big problem, since she would have to avoid the dungeon leader as much as possible. Ji then ended up agreeing with her, saying that he would really only be afar, so he's going to look after Nai, and if anything happens, she's supposed to run home. He then says he'll give her a flashlight and some things, so he ends up opening his backpack and, to their surprise, it was Nai who was in it, and they couldn't believe she was there. Suddenly, when Nai wakes up, she realizes that her mother is very angry with her. Nai then tries to change the mood, saying that she was there looking cute and happy. However, her father ends up saying that he asked her to stay at home, and she knows that there were many monsters in that dark place, as the weather was very cloudy. What would she have done if something happened there? He asks her if she didn't trust them, and that she was supposed to become independent and live on her own. Ji then says that's all his mother said, but he was also very angry with her. His mother then said that she wanted to say more, but that the most important thing now was to get her home. He then says that he was right, that he's going to be very careful. Nai then asks where her mother was going, since she wanted to go with her. Nai then says that she knew her mother was going to a very dangerous place and that it was all her fault and that it wasn't for her mother to do such a risky thing. If they were going to do it, they would do it together. However, her mother ends up going alone. Ji then tells Nai that he knows her mother is very strong and that she really didn't need to worry about it, as she was sure to be back soon. Nai then says that it's all her fault. However, Ji says that she needs to trust her mother, and she really will come home soon. For the time being, they should go home right now. Suddenly, however, he feels a strange pain in his stomach and asks Nai to wait a little while, as his stomach is a bit messy. He then wonders if it was lunch and that she should just stand there. But Nai wonders, what if her mother goes into that dark place? Turning to her mother, she thinks that she couldn't shoot and that in her head it was Nai saying that she wanted to go with her. She should have made up before going. However, she says that Nai should learn what she did wrong and why she hid in her bag. However, she said that she couldn't dwell on things like that and that her priority now was to focus on getting something useful out of the dungeon. So she should keep an eye on everything around her and deliver something useful to the village to take care of Nai's problem. So she really couldn't draw attention to herself. Suddenly, while she was walking among the monsters, she found a box lying on the ground. The monsters then said that the box smelled good and wondered if it was some kind of food. Suddenly, however, the box said that it wasn't food at all and that it was just a ghost box. At that moment, my friends, all the monsters go after that box, and the mother, realizing who she was, ends up pulling Nai out of that box. So all those monsters jump on her, and her mother picks her up and runs away. She wonders when her daughter will learn and also why she was following her, and where is her father. The mother then began to kill all those monsters in front of her, but she was already getting very tired and began to think that she wouldn't be able to continue. It would really be too hard for her now. So this time, she was going to have to use it. Suddenly, Nai tells her mother to look up as the clouds are opening up. Her mother then thinks that this is really good luck, as the monsters have started to be affected. Her mother then told her that they had to go as quickly as possible, but that they couldn't go into any building, as it would be full of monsters, and she would have to go straight to the dungeon. Suddenly, however, the monster ends up hitting his mother's back, and the monster says that he needs some food. He then tries to hit the monster with his stinger, but he manages to dodge all her attacks and starts attacking her back even more. She then thinks that that old bastard will never have her daughter. Nai then cries and asks her mother to leave her there, since she was just a burden. Just then, someone strikes that monster right in the head with an axe. Her mother wondered where the axe had come from, but she couldn't dwell on it. They had to make the most of the opportunity. Gon ends up running to where they were. He then starts to beat himself up, saying that he was really stupid, a brainless idiot, and how he managed to leave his daughter alone just to poop. He then says that it wasn't worth surviving in that world like that. Suddenly, Hira appears behind him, and he asks her who she is. She ends up hitting him very hard in the face. He then asks why she was doing it. Hira then sends her to Nai, and the zombie mother asks why she followed her and when she was going to learn, since she said several times that this place was too dangerous and asked to stay with her father. The little girl wasn't even feeling well. She wanted to go to that place. The mother then asked her if she knew how important she was, and if she does it again, she'll be in big trouble. She asked if Nai had understood. Nai then says that she was very scared, because she didn't want to see her mother get hurt, and so she ended up being very afraid. Hira then says that she knows that her mother and father do everything for her, and she knows that her mother was in a lot of pain. She really doesn't want her mother to get hurt again. She then asks her mother to let her feel better. If she gets hurt, it would be by her side. Her mother then ends up hugging her, telling her that she was a little fool and that she demanded a lot of attention. The zombie mother then ends up putting her under her clothes, asking Nai to hold on just a little while, promising that she will protect her. The mother then says that, fortunately, it looks like it's going to be a lot easier than she thought and maybe they'll be able to get out this way. She asks J.K. Bach, who is Nai's real name, to hold on for a while. She then asks Nai not to bump into any of them and that she should walk as carefully as possible. Suddenly, a creature appears behind her, but she thinks not to panic and that she just needs to stand still at that moment. She mustn't provoke that creature, and if she does anything at that very moment, J.K. Bach could be in great danger. The monster begins to surround the zombie mother, and she thinks she can't react at all. After a while, she realized that it was getting loose, and she had to get out of there as quickly as possible. However, the creature tells her that her efforts are useless. When she looks back, the monster is gone, and she sweats in the cold, wondering where it went and how it could disappear in such a short time. What the hell was going on in that place? She then thought she should calm down as quickly as possible. That creature had already gone, so she needed to concentrate on getting out of there, and the exit was just ahead. Suddenly, however, a gigantic hand appears, grabbing several monsters at once. She wondered what was happening there, then suddenly like that, and wondered if that huge arm was a dungeon master. Everyone was then running away from that giant monster, and she said that it was very difficult to move there because of those monsters. However, she needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. The monster then ends up catching all of them and ends up catching the zombie mother too. The zombie mother then asks her not to run as fast as she can, so the little girl starts running desperately. The zombie mother was then being crushed by that giant hand. She then thought that she needed to stay focused and concentrate all her power, and all her power would only be in one hand. She then ended up hitting the monster in the hand, which opened its eyes and released her, one of whose fingers was completely charred by the zombie mother's attack. She then said that she needed to hurry as quickly as possible, as she needed to find J.K. Bach. So she rushes off to try and find her daughter, telling her to wait a bit, as Mom was on her way to pick her up. Suddenly, a white-haired monster appears. This monster repeats the same phrase, saying, "My little baby, where was the little baby?" Then we see that Nai was running from a bunch of monsters and was already crying in despair. Suddenly, she stumbles and falls flat on her face. Just then, a monster goes to attack her, but suddenly, another monster's hand grabs the monster's head and blows it off. Just when you thought it was a lifeline, it turned out to be another monster that wanted to devour Nai. The monster ended up catching her and then letting her go, and Nai could only ask her mother for help because that strange monster was chasing her, and she was really scared. When the monster went to devour Nai, they all became very frightened and immediately ran away. Nai then wonders what happened. However, it smelled very strange, and it was such a bad smell that she couldn't even stand it. Suddenly, something grabs Nai, and as the thing that grabbed her gets closer, we see that it was actually a zombie of a child. She then dropped her sweets, and suddenly her sweets were gone, as that zombie kid had taken her sweets. He was asking her if she wanted to play with him. Anna then asked him to return her sweets, as they were for her mother and father, and she had found them herself. However, that zombie boy ended up eating her sweets. Anna then ends up getting very angry, punching him in the face and asking him to spit out her sweets right now. So the two of them start pulling at each other, and Nai says that those sweets were for her father and mother, and that he should give them back right now. She then starts throwing her special juk-bok punches and starts punching that zombie in the face. However, he starts to fight back and punch her too. He then ends up biting that boy on the head, who runs away from her out of fear and leaves. But Nai got what she wanted, which was to get her sweets back. She told him that he could never play with her, as she belonged to her mother and father. Nai then ends up in front of some monsters, and when she sneezes, they all run away. He then says that she smells very bad and wonders if it's because of that boy's bad smell. She then realized that all the monsters were afraid of that boy's smell, so now she had nothing to fear. She could find her mother easily. Suddenly, she hears a voice saying that she has found the monster called Shurgon. She asks if she really found it, and the other voice says yes, that he could smell it on her, and that this girl was definitely the daughter of the dungeon master. Then we see that two monsters were after her. One of them says that she looked like a human girl, and the woman in front says that she looked pretty delicious too, and that she probably had close contact with the child. She began to squeeze Nai's cheek, saying that her cheek was very soft. But how had this little girl gotten there? The big man then told Dayan that they should take this girl with them, and Dayan replied that he agreed, as he liked her very much. Now they would have a snack. Juk-bok then said that she needed to find her mother as soon as possible and to please let her go and find her mother. The zombie woman, making fun of her face, said that she understood, so she had no choice, since from now on she would be her mother. But Juk-bok says no thanks. The zombie woman then asks why she was answering to her mother. However, the big man says that they should give the child to their father. But the zombie woman didn't want to, so he told her not to forget why they had come. They were there to help their father eat the dungeon master, so they should give this little girl to him, as she would be very nutritious. The zombie woman then tells him to give her a break and that she was the one who found this little girl, and that at least she wanted to eat one of her fingers. However, he tells her that no, she wasn't supposed to do that. However, they could ask their father later if they could eat at least part of it. Juk-bok then became very sad, thinking that they were really going to devour her, and she was becoming more and more afraid. At this point, she just wanted to see her mother. However, Juk-bok thinks she should try her best at this point. He distracts them by saying that his mother is coming, and when they look away, she runs off. Just then, the big man says that she was running too fast for her age, and the woman says that she was so useless that she was even cuter. So they both end up running towards Juk-bok. Suddenly, however, they saw that there were a lot of monsters there, and, as she was in the middle of them, it would be very problematic. They ended up killing all the monsters in front of them. She was running because she needed to find her mother as quickly as possible, and if she didn't find her mother, she would be in great danger. Now she says she needs to get away from them. However, The zombie woman told her that she couldn't run away from her and, with her hair, tried to grab Bak. However, the little girl ends up throwing herself to the ground just in time, managing to escape. She then starts to think about her mother, Gon and Hira, and misses them all. However, that big zombie ends up finding her, telling her that she didn't have to worry about that, since from now on they would be her family. And since they had finished playing hide and seek, she was supposed to go with them. Bak then said that she just wanted to go home, and suddenly she ended up slapping his hand. With her zombie finger, she ended up making a cut in his hand. He then realizes that he has been cut by something, but wonders what was happening at that moment, as the pain in his hand was starting to get much worse. He then starts shouting that his hand is burning and asks what that little girl has done to him. Then we see that Bak's finger now has a claw. We see that this other zombie had devoured all the monsters that were there, wondering what she should do now. Since she has no idea where she is, she also wonders where Shurgon is. She then thinks that he's going to take a bite out of that child, but it was she who was supposed to take the first bite, since it was she who found that child. She then starts to think that her skin was very soft and she never knew how easy a child would be. He starts going crazy, saying that she really wanted to take a bite out of that child, and he can even smell her skin. She wonders where Bak is. Suddenly, our dear zombie mother appears, and the woman asks who she is. Returning to the zombie who was with Bak, we see that his hand was starting to turn black and he was very desperate, as his hand was hurting too much. Bak then says that she didn't do it on purpose. He then raises his hand to attack, and Bak thinks he's going to die right then. However, he actually cut his own hand. He then asks how she hurt his arm and that now, for sure, he would devour her alive because if he didn't, he would have a stomach ache. So he's going to chew on her body until there are no bones left. He then ends up turning his hand into a gigantic blade, saying that he's going to kill that girl right there. Just as he was about to strike Bak, he suddenly received such a strong blow that his body was thrown against the wall. Then, all of a sudden, we see that Gon was the one who landed that strong blow. He says, "How dare that bastard touch his daughter? My friends, that's his father, huh?" He then kneels down and asks if Bak is alright. He says he's sorry for leaving her alone and that she should be very scared right now. Suddenly, however, he asks her what that smell was and what had happened to her finger. She cried and said that she was very scared and that her mother had been caught by a giant hand. Gon then said that everything was fine now and that she didn't need to say anything more. However, that zombie ends up getting up, asking who he was and if he thought he was an idiot since he was going to eat those two. Gon then asks Bak to stay behind him, since they're going to find Mom together. Bak then asked if everything would be alright. He tells her that she doesn't need to worry about that, as they're going back home. After they meet, she says that she'll give them cookies when they get home. The zombie then became very angry, asking him if he really thought he was a fool to die for humans. At this point, however, Gon ended up throwing a brick right in the zombie's face. Gon then told him to stop swearing in front of his daughter, as it wasn't good for her education. So the two of them started fighting. While one was attacking bricks, the other was breaking them. But suddenly, Gon attacked so many bricks at once that the zombie couldn't dodge. He wondered how he could have that much strength if he was just a human. Gon said that he needed to attack with everything he had at the moment and that he should hit the vital points more precisely, faster and harder too, since he could crush that monster that had put his daughter's life at risk. Suddenly, however, he realizes that there is nothing left in his backpack and the monster grabs him by the neck. The monster then asks him if he's run out of stones, since it didn't work from the start because he could heal himself quickly. And now, finally, it was his turn to attack. Gon then told him to go ahead if he could, and the monster said that it would definitely kill him right now. Suddenly, however, the monster shivers. Just then, Hira appears and cuts off the monster's arm. The monster then asked what that meant, and Hira said that it meant he was screwed and that he should get ready because he was going to die. "Man, all I know is that this woman is scaring me more than a lot of monsters." Hira and that monster then start fighting, and she makes several attacks with her axe. He manages to dodge them all, and when he tries to grab her, she manages to cut off his arm. Gon then thinks how incredible that woman really was and how she managed to corner that monster with just an axe. She had slaughtered several monsters on the way, and how could she still have enough strength to do something like that? Then again, he keeps wondering who this mysterious woman was. The monster then remembers the words of his zombie friend. She asked him if he knew the difference between monsters and humans, and he replied that he thought it was the difference in strength. However, she says that monsters are dumber than humans. Humans are scary and quick to adapt to their environment, but they are very weak. On the other hand, monsters are extremely strong, but they are idiots because they only act on instinct. In comparison, both have different strengths and weaknesses. The guy then ends up asking, but what about them? Aren't they weak like humans and dumb like monsters? They have the strength of both humans and monsters, and even monsters don't mess with them. He then said that this meant they were the ideal species to survive in this kind of world. And this mysterious monster says that they, the cannibal tribe, are the chosen ones and he should be grateful for that. Then we see that this monster was actually their father. He tells them that when he defeats the monster in the dungeon, they should look for the child and that it would be easier to catch it if they used their maternal instinct. His children then said that they understood. He replied that everything was fine and that they could go. Returning to the fight, he shouts to Hira that he was coming up behind her, so she manages to dodge the monster's attack and then slashes his abdomen again. The monster then tells her that she will never be able to defeat him, that he is the chosen one, and that she can't do anything about it. They will all surely die there, and first he will destroy her body. So he goes after Hira, but just then the scene changes to the zombie mother fighting that other woman. The woman says that the zombie mother had the same eyes as her father and that she too was a monster like him. But what was she doing since the zombie mother was really very strong? She then thinks that it's okay, she'll see what this woman is capable of. So she throws her 2 stingers in the zombie mother's direction, but the zombie mother tells her to tell her where the jukbok was and ends up cutting one of those claws in half and going after the woman. The woman then asks her to stop dodging so that she can finally die a dignified death. However, the zombie mother ends up dodging all her attacks and launching her stinger at her. The woman manages to fend off the zombie mother's sting by putting her hand in front of her and thinks that if the sting had hit her head, she would have died. The woman then wondered what she should do, since nothing worked on the zombie mother. Suddenly, however, she realized that she could no longer move her right hand and that the wound wasn't healing. She couldn't even feel her arm. She then stops to think that she hadn't realized it yet, but the wounds from this battle aren't healing. She wonders if there was some kind of toxicity. The monster woman then realizes that she couldn't defeat the zombie mother. What could she do with such a powerful person? She thinks that, since there's no other way and she can't ask for help, she can only use her last resort. She ends up biting her own hand and pulling it off, saying that she was going to kill the zombie mother right now, and goes to attack her. The zombie mother then thought she didn't have time to do this, as she needed to find Jukbok as soon as possible. Suddenly, however, the woman pours her blood into the zombie mother's eyes, which affects her vision for a moment. The woman then says that it finally worked and that she could run away. She needs to find Shurgon as soon as possible to help, and that she will never be able to defeat that monster in her life, ever. However, if Shurgon is with her, they will surely be able to defeat him. Little did she know that Shurgon was completely destroyed too. She then went out screaming in desperation to find out where Shurgon was. Suddenly, however, the zombie mother appeared, asking where she was going and that she should return her daughter right away. She then ended up going back to Shurgon, who was wondering what the hell that woman was. She was just a human and nothing more, but even so, how could this be happening to him? Hira then says that the monster seemed very confused and that he was probably wondering how a fragile human, who was much weaker than a monster, could be so much stronger than him. She then told him that he shouldn't think too much about it and that, in fact, it was very simple. It was just that he was weaker than her, that's all. However, just as she was about to finish the Shurgon, he ended up piercing his own chest, saying that that was much better than being killed by someone like her, since that death would be much more honorable for him. He then tells her that she will regret this very much and that her father would never let her leave alive. Just then, he dies, and she wonders what he meant by her father. Just then, Shurgon's friend appears and wonders what those bastards have done to him. Just then, however, she receives an attack from the zombie mother from behind. The zombie mother tells her that she's finally caught her and asks where her daughter is. She then sees that Duckbach was with Gon, but suddenly Hira speeds past the zombie mother, and they desperately shout for her to stop. However, the zombie mother wonders who that woman was and if she was with those monsters. Gon suddenly holds Hira back, telling her to stop right now, and that she shouldn't dream of touching his wife. He asks her, for God's sake, to listen to him for once. The zombie mother asks how Gon can do that, why he came to that place, since he knew it was very dangerous and that there were countless monsters. Gon then says that when his family is in danger, he has to come and save them. However, Hira was telling him to let her go, so he asked her to stop. The zombie mother then asks where Jukbach was. She then thinks that she should have protected her daughter and if something had happened to her, what she could have done. Suddenly, however, her daughter asks her to calm down, since everything was fine with her. Jukbach then says that she did her best to get away from them and asks if her mother wasn't hurt. The zombie mother, seeing that her daughter was all right, began to cry, so the two ended up hugging. The zombie mother ends up apologizing profusely and is truly sorry for everything that happened. She will never lose her daughter again. Jukbok then says hello to Hira and thanks her for helping her family. However, at this point, Hira realizes that her finger is turning into a zombie and says that this is ridiculous. Gon then asks her what she meant by that. She then says that they brought their daughter to a place as dangerous as that and, instead of keeping her protected, they ended up putting the little girl in danger. Look what happened today as a result of their careless behavior. They didn't even notice a change in their daughter, and what kind of mother doesn't notice something like that? Hira then says that, indeed, how could those monsters know such things? Gon then says that he really appreciates her help, but that, at that moment, she was going too far and that it was all his fault from the start. But why was she taking it out on his wife? The zombie mother then stops him and asks Gon to hold out his hand to say something. He then says that he wanted to say that he was obliged to save her daughter's life and that what happened to her daughter was literally all her fault. After they collect some supplies there, they'll head back to the village of Hope to treat her daughter. At that moment, she had nothing she could give, but she promises that she will repay the kindness in the future. She ends up asking if Hira would mind telling her name. She tells them that her name was Hira and that she was a friend of Jukbok. They then wonder if she really was their daughter's friend. Gon then wonders if she wasn't a bit too old to be Jukbok's friend. They end up asking Jukbok if it was true and the little girl says yes. Gon then asks why she was keeping it a secret. The little girl says it was because her friend Hira told her not to tell her mother or father. However, she says that Hira wasn't a bad person. In fact, she was always very nice to her. Gon then says that how could she say such a thing and if walking alone wasn't enough. Hira then asks them to stop it, since it was hers, because she was the one who asked the little girl to keep it a secret. But it doesn't really matter, since nothing has happened to her so far. Anyway, there are fewer monsters there because it's much further from the center, but it's definitely not a suitable environment for a child. They were supposed to find some supplies if they had time to talk. The zombie mother then remembered that someone had helped by striking that monster on the head with an axe. She realized that it was Hira who had helped. The zombie mother then, talking to Gon, asks him if he could answer one of her questions. She then asks who Hira was. Hira replied that she had already told her that she was Jukbok's friend. She then tells them to hurry up and show them the way, as they were running out of time. Gon then said that they really needed to go. Now the two of them start killing various monsters along the way. Hira asks if that was the place for supplies. Just then, Gon and Jukbok find a box full of supplies and even inside that box, Gon then happily tells them that they will now be able to pay for Jukbok's treatment. All they need to do now is go to the village. The little girl then tells him that she has several chocolate bars and asks if she can eat them. He says that, of course, she can have as many as she likes. The zombie mother thinks that Hira was a friend of Jukbok's and that this can't be the only reason she's there. Considering how she deals with monsters, she's definitely no ordinary person. However, she is sure of one thing: Jukbok is alive because of her. But why all this? The zombie mother thinks that, looking at that woman, something made her very uncomfortable, and Hira really was a very suspicious person. The zombie mother looks at the monsters and says that they are all gone. That was really great. They then get ready to leave and Gon asks Jukbok to stay inside. Just then, the zombie mother senses something and stops. Gon then asks her why she stopped, if there was something wrong, and she says that she was hearing that sound again. Suddenly, those giant hands appear again. Gon asks what the hell that was, and she asks them to run as fast as they can. As they run, Gon says that the hands were coming too close to them and, ahead, there were more monsters. But even the monsters were afraid of the giant hand and ended up running in the same direction as them. In front of them, there were two paths and Gon asked where they should go. Gon then says that the right side was blocked and Hira thinks that the monster blocked the path on purpose. And the zombie mother says that he's the dungeon master and that he's certainly trying to trick them, so they need to get out of there as quickly as possible. Gon then says that he hopes this is the right way out. That giant hand narrowly missed them, and they ended up in a place that was, however, a dead end. In front of them was a zombie who looked like a woman with white hair. She began to observe them all, saying that she wanted to see someone and, looking at them one by one, she realized that it was none of them, until she reached the zombie mother. When she saw her yellow eyes, she said that she had finally found the person she had been looking for all this time. She then says that it was really great and that that body seemed much more comfortable now. This was actually better than she expected, as it was crunchy and full of nutrients. She wouldn't need another body for a long time, but then she starts to wonder where they were. This woman then walks around, looking for them, and ends up seeing Dawn's tentacle, wondering what was going on there. After walking around for a while, she ends up finding Shurgon's body. She then becomes very angry, saying that she would kill them all, but who could have done such a thing? When Dawn saw the creature, she told her that the white-haired woman was a dungeon master. The master then says that she knew Dawn was surprised, but she didn't really care. She just wanted her to answer who it was that did this to them. She then says that it was a monster with the same eyes as her father. Returning to the present, she says that she finally found them, especially that yellow-eyed monster. Gon then asks the zombie mother if she knew this woman, and the zombie mother replies that she did not. She then thinks that before she couldn't speak, and the only thing that changed on her body was that lump on her neck. That's probably the reason for the change, but somehow it's very familiar to her, maybe because they have the same color eyes. Who could that monster be? The boss then asks if the zombie mother knew what she had to go through to find her, but she didn't expect her to be so close. She says it's about time she went back to the body she stole from her. Gon then asks the zombie mother if she had taken anything from that monster. The zombie mother replies that she had no idea what that monster was talking about. The monster then asks her if she didn't recognize her. She says that it would be very difficult to recognize her looking like that, but it won't make any difference because she'll kill her anyway and get her body back. Hira then asks Gon to just keep Jukbok safe, and he asks if Hira would fight that creature. She tells him to stop bothering her and just stay behind, since she'll deal with it no matter what. However, the zombie mother ends up asking her to stop, and Hira asks what she's doing. The zombie mother says that even if she can't kill her, at least she can stop her, and to do that, this was the only way. She then says that she will feel absurd pain if she uses it, but she really had no choice. So her stinger and claws end up changing color, and she says that she's going to have to hold on to that monster as long as she can. Gon asks her if she's really going to use it during the fight and that she should be as careful as possible. The zombie mother goes after the monster, saying that she has to stop it. The other monsters around started to react, and Hira went after them. The monster says that it knew the zombie mother had it, and now she's going to get her power back. So the two start fighting. That monster then ends up summoning those two giant hands again to kill the zombie mother. However, she managed to stab those hands and pass between them. The monster then asks her if she knew what she had to go through to get this body and how she was going to destroy her hands. She then thought that she could no longer use her two hands, as they were already necrotic. The zombie mother then thought that she had to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Suddenly, however, she was grabbed by the feet. Gon then asks if that was a kind of tongue. The monster ended up asking what her acting skills were like and that he was really happy that she had made it that far to say hello. That was very thoughtful. The monster then ended up lifting the zombie mother's body very high and then slamming it very hard on the ground, causing the zombie mother to have some memories, wondering what was going on and why she was running like that, as well as where she was going and if anything had happened. Suddenly, we see her running pregnant, with some tentacles coming out of her head, and her wondering what was happening to her body. Back in reality, we see that she was completely injured by that attack. Jukbok then becomes desperate for her mother. The boss then asks the zombie mother if that's all she was able to use of her power. It was really very disappointing for her. She then asks the zombie mother if she really thought that a filthy creature like her could fight as an equal. She then tells the zombie mother that it was really silly and that she should always blame herself for getting carried away by her power. However, Jukbok ends up letting go of Gon, telling her to stop hurting her mother. Hira, who was fighting those monsters, asked what he was doing now and that he was supposed to get her daughter. How could a crazy Maramba of that size, 2m tall, not be able to hold a little girl? However, just as he was about to pick up his daughter, a monster stepped in front of him. The zombie mother was still trapped in that hallucination and said that it was really dangerous. She could feel it down to her bones, so she needed to get rid of it as quickly as possible. She tried to pull those tentacles out of her head and, after a lot of tugging, managed to pull them out, saying that she had finally managed to do it. Now she was fine. Suddenly, however, those tentacles ended up coming together and forming a gigantic hand that headed straight for her. She heard a voice telling her to stop and not to hurt her mother. Just then, the zombie mother woke up, saying that it was her daughter's voice. Jukbok then said that if she was going to punch her mother again, she would definitely hit the boss. The zombie mother was trying to tell Jukbok to run, but she couldn't move thanks to the impact she had suffered. However, she still had to protect her daughter. The boss then said that it seemed the child's name was Jukbok and that she had a question for her. She then asked what Chuck Bak was, whether she was human or a monster, and that the little girl was really interesting. Chuck Bak then says that she doesn't know what she is, but that she shouldn't hit her mother anymore. The zombie mother then wonders what she was thinking of doing. The boss then says that she can't answer these complex questions because that little girl was much younger than her, but at least she had found something very useful there. She then ends up summoning a giant hand again and says that she'll learn a lot more if she opens those two in the middle. Hira, the zombie mother, asks Chuck Bak to run as fast as possible, as it was getting very dangerous. The zombie mother then asks her if she hasn't learned anything and that she should run from the place in a hurry. However, Chuck Bak says that she won't abandon her mother again. This time, she'll be the one protecting her. The zombie mother then thinks that this is pathetic. Even Chuck Bak was trying her best not to give up. She says that Chuck Bak was much stronger than her, so she needed to get back on her feet as quickly as possible, since she was Chuck Bak's mother. The zombie mother then ends up protecting Chuck Bak by hugging her. However, the boss ended up throwing that hand towards both of them, crushing them at the same time, which made Hira and Gon very worried. The boss then says that it's called revenge. Suddenly, however, she realized that her giant hand was necrotic, and then she was hit in the back. She wonders what was happening, as it was so fast. He then told her that it was impossible for her to have woken up from that situation, since he had hit her so hard. Gon was then amazed that the boss's flesh was melting. However, even he didn't understand what was going on. I think Bogd realized that his mother had just gotten a new whip, and the boss said that it was really interesting and it was up to the zombie mother to do her best now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, all the monsters were running away from something. In fact, they were running from that child who was the boss's son, who was asking someone to play with him. The boss talks about how she uses to ruin her new body, since her body was very precious. She says that she really underestimated the zombie mother and admits it, saying that she was trying to be merciful, but now the situation will change completely. She then ends up throwing new hands in their direction. Gon then ends up alarming them, saying that it was coming and that they should get ready. But suddenly, the hands end up catching more zombies and not them, and Gon wonders why she was only catching the corpses. Then that giant mouth that was under his feet started devouring all the monsters at once, and Gon wonders why it was doing that. At this point, the monster ends up evolving again, taking on a much more hideous form. Chuck Bak then said that the monster was now very huge. Gon then gave up hope, saying that they were doomed. How could they even fight it? It was really impossible to kill that beast now, and they wouldn't be able to escape either. He then wondered what they should do in that situation. The zombie mother then hands him the Chuck Bak and he asks her what she wants. Gon then asks her if she wasn't thinking of fighting it herself. He starts pleading with her, telling her not to even think about it, as it would be impossible to face that creature. He then asks her not to go, but she ends up grabbing his face, smiling, and telling him to trust her and that he should wait for her. Gon then apologized to her, saying that he was going to protect Chuck Bak with his life, so she didn't have to worry about her daughter. And she certainly was a great mother. She was supposed to kick that horrible monster's ass. Chuck Bak then tells her to catch that monster and kill it. However, while the zombie mother was heading towards the monster, its hand was already on her, so the monster ended up hitting her full on. The boss then said that it didn't make any sense to her. Why was she risking her life to protect her family? She had a family too, but the sacrifice she was making was totally unnecessary and very strange. And this creature, who looks like a woman but calls himself a man, says that she, as a father, is his family's priority, and that the children end up obeying his every command to repay his kindness for raising them. That's what you call a real family. The zombie mother then said that this wasn't family and went off on the boss. She says that she was treating her children like slaves for her own good, and that she didn't deserve to be called a father, let alone a mother. The zombie mother then landed several blows on her back. However, the boss created a barrier on her back to stop the zombie mother's attacks. However, the barrier immediately necrosed, and the boss said that it was really annoying, so she punched the zombie mother. She managed to block it and, with her claws, scratched that hand as well, picking up momentum with her claws. She ran out and grabbed his arm. The boss said that she was like a rat gnawing at his arms bit by bit, and that she was going to squeeze him until his bones and organs were crushed. As the zombie mother was being crushed, she said that she couldn't lose consciousness at that moment. Suddenly, the boss lets go of the zombie mother out of nowhere, and she wonders what's going on. When she looks back, she sees that one of her legs has been cut off. It was Hira who cut off her leg, saying that she was going to buy her some time so that she could get rid of that monster, and asks her to move as quickly as possible and stop rolling around. The zombie mother said that she would do it, and that she didn't need to complain. So the two of them set off to attack the boss. Gon then said that they were incredible fighters and that both her mother and Hira would win that battle for sure, since he also believed in them. Suddenly, however, that little boy appears, asking to play with him. Chuck Bak recognizes him. Turning to the zombie mother, she says that she has to protect her daughter, even if it costs her life, and that she has to get her family out of that place. Hira then wonders if she should take Chuck Bak and get out of there. If she left those two, she could probably protect Chuck Bak. However, at the same time, both Hira and the zombie mother say that they should kill that walking lump. The boss then said that they were all insignificant creatures and should die there because of their pointless decision to fight her. That child was then approaching Chuck Bak. Gon ended up asking who the child was and why he smelled so strange. Chuck Bak tries to tell him that it was a monster that was bothering her. She says that he managed to stretch out his arms and hit her. Gon then tells her to leave it to him and he'll sort it out. However, when Gon looks at him, he realizes that the monster was angry and that the boy was only remembering the beating he took from Chuck Bak. Chuck Bak then shows him her tongue, and he starts running towards her in a rage. Gon asks him to leave and kicks him, but the boy just keeps asking if he can play with him. Gon says that he's much weaker than he thought, but wonders why that boy went there. Suddenly, the boy looks at the boss and asks if she could play with him. Gon wonders what he said. Returning to the fight, we see that Hira was completely injured and the zombie mother was once again captured by that monster. The boss then says that that was the reality of this life. She then asks why the zombie mother didn't give up her family and if she was keeping a new power hidden. However, none of that made any difference now, as all she had left was despair. The zombie mother apparently hadn't given up yet and asked why she was so stubborn. The boss then says that her eyes tell her that she hasn't given up yet, but now she's going to devour the zombie mother, so that she never has to look at those eyes again. Suddenly, Gon tells her to take her hands off his wife, otherwise he'll kill her son right now. Chuck Bak, encouraging her, asks her to let her mother go. The woman then says that it must be the master's son, and what they were intending to do with the boss's son. Gon then says that the boy was his hostage now and that he should leave his wife alone. The woman then said that he was trying to arouse her empathy, and that his efforts were really pointless, since he couldn't change anything at all. Suddenly, however, her hand started shaking and she wondered what was going on. Gon then asks if she really won't mind if he hurts it. Then, sure enough, he'll do it now. The little boy was then desperate, asking his mother for help. The woman then ends up saying that she was starting to lose control of that body and, seeing her son crying, starts to have some memories of him. He then starts crying, telling her to leave her baby alone. He says that he was beginning to lose control of that woman's body. He became indignant, thinking that it was because of that trivial emotion, and that it really was impossible. He says that his body was really being agitated by that child and wonders if it was because of his maternal instinct. If so, he should get rid of that body. Suddenly, however, the zombie mother managed to break free and attacked her. However, just as she was about to defend herself with her hand, Hira ends up striking an axe into her hand, and so the zombie mother ends up hitting her very hard. They then wondered if she had finally managed to beat that monster. Chuck Bak tells them that her mother was the best ever, and that she had finally managed to kill the damn thing. The zombie mother thought that all she had to do now was kill the creature. When she went to destroy its eye, one of its tentacles ended up in her hand, and she wonders what happened now and why that tentacle got into her hand. Just as she was trying to destroy that eye again, another zombie appeared and saved his life. The zombie mother then wondered how this was possible, as she felt a very strong pain running through her tentacles. But she had to keep fighting them. Why was this happening just now? The woman then took her boss's eye and left. Suddenly, however, that gigantic body fell on the zombie mother. After a while, all she hears are the voices calling her, both her daughters and Gon's. When the dust settles, we see that Hira is fine, and she asks if everything is all right with Chuck Bak. The little girl replies that she was. Gon tells Hira where Chuck Bak's mother was, and Hira says that she was right in front of them. The zombie mother was then looking at that woman's corpse, the body that was being held by the boss. The zombie mother then said that she had lost at that moment to that blow, but this fight was finally over. If she got rid of this dungeon master, it would be much easier for them to get supplies. And this really was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. so she prepares to kill that woman. But suddenly, the little boy ends up holding his zombie mother's arm. The little boy then starts calling for his mother, crying, and the woman on the ground starts calling for her baby. Both Gon and Hira were very distressed by this sad situation, as it was very similar to that of the zombie mother and Jukbok. The zombie mother then ended up watching the boy for a moment and, after sighing, ended up hitting the woman in the chest with her stinger. The little boy then began to beat the zombie mother, crying, but he was too weak and couldn't even scratch her. However, Gon told Jukbok not to worry about it, as his mother was trying to help the woman. After taking out his stinger, the zombie mother told the boy to stop punching her because it really hurt. And when he looks at his mother, he realizes that she has gotten up again. So the boy goes crying into his mother's arms and gives her a hug. The zombie mother tells him that they are both like her and that, despite being a terrible monster, she is also a mother who loves her son very much, just like her. So that really was the right thing to do, and now it was all over. Jukbok then runs out to hug her mother. The zombie mother says that she had scared her daughter too much. Jukbok then tells her mother to take her home soon, and she tells her daughter that they will go home now. Jukbok then says goodbye to the boy, who waves back to her. Switching scenes to that zombie woman, she asks her father if he's sure he'll be all right, since he couldn't absorb the dungeon master. Her father then said that everything was fine, since he had drained enough nutrients from the others. He then asks what they should do now, and they reply that they're going to chase that monster and his daughter. The girl then asks how they could do that if, at the moment, they don't even know where they are. He told her that all he needed at the moment was to get his body back, so that he would be complete again, as he would no longer be dependent on absorbing the powers of others. He then asks that girl to tell all his cannibal brothers to bring him that woman. And then we see that her daughter also had golden eyes, just like her zombie mother. Changing scenes, we see that they were trying to get out of there, but there were still a lot of monsters around. After a long time and going through many things, they finally arrived home, tired. Jukbok then asks if everything is okay with them, since she was totally fine. Gon then ended up asking where Hira was, since she was right behind them. When they look down the corridor, they see that her axe is lying on the floor, and then we see that Hira has simply fainted in the corridor. When Hira eventually opens her eyes, she sees that it was Jukbok who was looking after her. Hira then ends up looking at the little girl and asking who she really was. She replied that her name was Jukbok and that Hira didn't remember her. The little girl then starts shaking Hira, telling her not to forget her and that she shouldn't hurt herself. But Hira said it was too late. The little girl then tells her to get better as soon as possible. Hira then told her to get off her back. The woman gets up and asks where she is. I've only got one thing to say. The old lady's in shape, man, just cracked. Jukbok then says that she was at her house and that her mother and father ended up helping her when she fainted. Gon then came in, asking if she had woken up. Jukbok was extremely worried about her, but they were happy that she had finally woken up and asked her if she needed anything to eat and if she wouldn't mind eating, as he had cooked something delicious. Jukbok then calls her over to eat with them. They then go to the table to eat, and Gon was even crying at how delicious the food was. Their daughter then said that she loved ramen and had never eaten anything as delicious as that. Gon then asked his daughter to help herself, since it wasn't something they could eat every day. Hira then asks what she was wearing and where her clothes were. Jukbok then tells her that they had washed her clothes, and that the ones she was wearing at the moment belonged to her mother. Hira then says that her clothes were very childish, and the zombie mother didn't like that at all. However, Jukbok says that they really were very childish. Gon then thinks that, by the way, he hadn't realized that she was so muscular like that under that coat and that, with so many wounds like that on her body, she was definitely no ordinary person. And of course, there was a reason why she was so strong like that. Jukbok then said she was very full, thanked her for the meal, and asked Hira if she could play with her after she'd finished. They could play hide and seek or maybe even catch. However, Hira was just watching Jukbok's finger. Gon then says that he and Hira will play with her when they finish their meal, so she was supposed to count to 100 in the living room while she waited. Jukbok says she'll count to 100 and goes into the living room. Hira then says that she noticed that Jukbok's fingernail was much shorter and asks if they cut it. Gon then says no, since her nail was like that the next day, and they'll try to find out what it is when they get to the village. However, the cannibal tribe could be waiting for his wife and daughter on the way to the village, and even if they arrive at the village, they wouldn't be able to guarantee their safety. Gon then says that this is why he wanted to ask her a favor. He wants her to travel with them to the Village of Hope and ends up offering her another plate of ramen. Gon says that of course they're going to reward her in the best way possible, and all they want is for her to help keep Jukbok safe until they get back from the Village of Hope, and asks her what she thinks of this proposal. Hira then asks if he wants her to protect him instead of his wife. However, she ends up accepting his proposal and, as she takes the bowl from his hand, asks if that was really the answer he was expecting. So, she ends up throwing the ramen away. She then says that they might think of her as a comrade after what happened in the dungeon, but they shouldn't delude themselves like that, since she didn't really care whether they were killed or not. She then said that she would go with them, but that she would only protect Jukbok as usual, and the rest of them were to fend for themselves. Gon then smiled and said that it was fine with her, since he could take care of himself. The zombie mother then asked what he was talking about, since he couldn't do it all by himself. Gon then says that it's okay for him to take care of himself, so she didn't really need to worry about him. The zombie mother then thinks that the woman was very rough, but why was she so obsessed with their daughter, as if she were her own? Jukbok then says that they were all very mean and asks why no one went to find her. Gon asks if she has counted to 100. She replies that she has, and that lying is a very bad thing. She then says that she's only going to play with Hira now, and Hira says that she could play with her, yes. Suddenly, however, the zombie mother grabs Jukbok's arm and Hira grabs her other arm. The zombie mother then says that Jukbok was her daughter, and Hira says that it was her business. The zombie mother then says that if Hira wanted to be a mother, she could find someone else, since Jukbok was her daughter, and she certainly didn't like that woman. The two then begin to stare at each other. Gon, observing all this, says that he feels very relieved that Hira is with them and that all they need right now is a vehicle to get there. But they'll think about that after they've eaten. The scene then changes to a group of men running after a woman, asking her to stop right now. She then enters a door that leads straight into the bathroom. At this point, the men surround her. One of them then tells her to go to them, if she didn't want them to smash her head in right now. Switching scenes, we see that Gon and Hira are looking for a vehicle that works. He then asks her if she's found anything. She says no, and he tells her that they've tried about 20 vehicles, but none of them were working. He then says that they've been through all the cars in that area and asks what they could do now. He says that they could find survivors if they moved away from there. Hira then asked them to go, but he said it was too dangerous and that she wasn't fully healed either. Hira then wonders if he was planning on doing nothing while Jukbok was ill. Gon then thinks about it for a moment and tells her that he's going to lead the way and that she should just stay behind him, as she was very badly hurt. She then comes up to him and kicks him in the shin. He asks her why she was doing that. He then asks her not to underestimate him and that he should stay behind. He then asks what he did to her. She then asks if he wanted her to cut off his leg, and he says no, apologizing to her. He then thinks that he is very grateful for her help, but that she was a very brutal woman and that he could die before doing anything to her. However, he said that it didn't really matter, as he should concentrate on finding a vehicle before Jukbok's symptoms got worse. Suddenly, they hear some screams, calls for help and others shouting at her to shut up. Gon wonders if those were women's screams and Hira asks him to forget it. Suddenly, however, he hears some men telling him to pick her up and a woman begging for help. Gon sets off to try to help, but Hira catches him, asking him if he'd forgotten why they were there and why he was considering helping others when he himself was too weak to help himself. It was only for him to concentrate on Jukbok, or else she would abandon that mission. Gon then told Hira that he had a good idea and asked her to listen. However, Hira's face wasn't very good. The scene then switches to that woman who was running and, this time, she was completely tied up. The men then say that it wasn't easy, but they managed. The other asks if he checked the rope. He then asks if he was blind and was supposed to check the rope himself. One of the men then says that it was really bad and asks why they don't enjoy a bit of it as a reward for their efforts. However, the other man said no, as she was a hostage who could be exchanged for food in the Hope Village. All they had to do now was kill the big guy who was with her and then steal his things. They then ask, but what if the village doesn't want her? The guy then says that they could just abandon her after having fun with her. One man then says that, to be honest, he wanted them to refuse her because then she would be his. He then says that they'll be ready as soon as they find a car. Suddenly, however, he hears some noises and, when he looks back, he sees that Gon has immobilized his two friends. So he tells them to get their teeth wrong or they'll never chew again. So he ends up kicking the guy who was in front of the girl. The men then start running, wondering who that mountain was that had appeared in front of them. Just then, however, Hira appears and punches one of them right in the face, telling them to hand over everything they have. They then ask her if she wants to die, but then she hits them both at the same time. Gon then asks what her name is and if everything is all right with her. The girl then said that her name was Young-R. They then introduced themselves to the girl as well. Gon then says that, by the way, he heard the whole conversation and asks if Young was from Hope Village. She says yes. Gon then says that they made the right choice. Young-R then asks if they were looking for Hope Village and Gon says yes, since they had business there. She then gets very excited, asking if they are really gonna Hope Village, and that strong people like them are always welcome there. She then says that it was her first time there to promote the village, but she never expected to meet people as trustworthy as the two of them. That's definitely fate, and she's sure that their principal and instructor will love to see them in the village. So she ends up handing them a poster of the Village of Hope. He then tells her that that paper was the flyer she made herself. He then wonders about this director and instructor and ends up accepting that role. Suddenly, one of those guys comes back and tells them to give that girl back, since she was his family. If they don't return that girl now, he's gonna cut their bodies into pieces. However, the girl ends up asking the instructor to stop, since it was those two who saved her life and she's sorry, since she should have followed him very carefully. The instructor then smiles and tells her that everything is fine. He's glad she wasn't hurt. He then says that he's sorry about what just happened and Gon says that everything was fine. The instructor then asks if Young-hae is okay and he tells her to follow him carefully. However, Gon ends up noticing something very strange, as the girl was shaking too much when she was near him. Hinton says that she was like that because it was her first time and that it won't happen again. The guy who was squeezing her shoulder too hard tells her to stay close to him next time and that she knows he doesn't like to say the same thing twice. He then tells the instructor that it hurts, but suddenly Gon grabs his hand. The instructor asks why he was grabbing his hand like that. The instructor then said that he wasn't very interested in holding men's hands. However, Gon changed his expression on the spot and greeted him with a smile, asking if he was the instructor from Villa Esperanza. It was really nice to meet him. He had heard a lot about Hope Village from Young-R and was impressed by his speech. He then said that Young-R did a fantastic job promoting Hope Village and said how great her instructor was, on and on. He then ends up asking if she really did that and the girl nods yes. He then asks where his manners were and ends up introducing himself as Salmon Bak, the instructor at Hope Village. So Gon ends up introducing himself as Young King. Gon then thinks that it worked and now he should ask. He asks Instructor Bak if it would be possible for his family to visit the village. He then asks if there are other people in his family besides him. He then points to Hira, saying that she was his wife. The two of them had a daughter and his daughter was very ill now. He asks if he thinks his daughter could receive treatment in their village. The instructor then tells him that they have a doctor in the village and that he could take a look at her, but the problem is that he would have to pay an entrance fee. The Gon then told him not to worry about that, as they were prepared for it. The instructor then said that he was very happy to hear that. He then says that he has to break the news to Vila first, so they'll meet again tomorrow in front of the building. Gon said it was all right. The instructor then calls Young to go with them and, just as they're about to leave, Young-R says hello to Gon. Gon thinks that was really great and that it was a lucky day. Now Bak can get the treatment. He then tells Hira that they should go, but she suddenly kicks him in the leg. He wonders what's wrong with this wretch. She then asks why he introduced her as his wife if he was wishing to die. He then says that it was the only way they wouldn't suspect them. Hira then says that he's not her type at all and he ends up asking her if she was joking about him. The instructor then, as he was leaving, said that this guy had a very strong grip and that you could say he was one of the strongest people ever, but this guy was on another level. His wife also seemed to be very strong and you could say that she was also used to fighting just like him. They're both talents that the village needs, so he really couldn't afford to lose them. The founder will be very happy to hear that. The instructor then says that he explained everything about the village to them beforehand and he says that he can't wait until tomorrow to go home. Hira asks if he's finished yet and he tells her to wait a bit as he's almost done. He just needed to pack some clothes for Bak. She then says that they have essential supplies so they shouldn't leave anything behind. He then says that he knows that. He then asks if she had bandaged her finger. The zombie mother then asks if she had packed everything she needed and Bak says yes. The zombie mother then asks her if she needed anything and she says that it was fine, since Gon took everything. Bak's mother asks what if there are bad people there. Bak says that Hira will defeat them all, so she really doesn't need to worry. The zombie mother then asks how she's going to sleep, as she needs a lullaby before she goes to bed. Chuck Bok then says that her mother was right, as she really won't be able to sleep well at night. Her mother, very excited, said that she was right and asked Chuck Bok if she thought she should go along too. Chuck Bok then agrees that she could go with them, but Gon ends up asking her what she was talking about. She knew she couldn't go into the village and he told her not to worry about it. It's not like they're going to stay there for long. He says he understands that she feels very anxious, since they've never done this before, but they'll be back soon and asks her to wait for them. She then asks him if he promises they'll be back soon and he says yes, he does, giving her a very sweet kiss on the head. The zombie mother then becomes very sad, wondering why she was moving away from her family. She wonders what would happen if she wasn't a monster, since she could go anywhere with her family without asking for help from that strange woman. Just then, Hira starts to smile and the zombie mother wonders why she just smiled, since she was pressuring her to kill her. She thinks she should go with her family and not with that woman. As soon as they leave, she ends up sighing, saying that she needed to pull herself together, since she had her own business to take care of now, remembering that parasite that ended up in her body. Switching to Bok and Gon, Bok says he's sorry it was so tight in that car, but that he had to be patient. He ends up apologizing for the inconvenience, but he had to follow the rules. Gon said it was fine and that it was no problem, that he felt much safer there. Then he asked if the doctor there was well qualified. Bok said that he could guarantee it, as he knew what he was doing very well. Even if it was a bit strange, he was one of the people needed in their village, so he really didn't need to worry. Gon then says that the guy has just made him trust him coldly and begins to think that his daughter will be fine. At least the doctor can find out something they can do to treat her, and he hopes it's not something too serious. Bin Tun, looking at them, says that now he's seeing them again, he certainly wants them to join their village. However, they weren't interested in their daughter, but he's sure that the founder will really like them. Switching the scene to the zombie mother, she ends up taking off her clothes and concentrating a little to understand what was happening to her body. She said it was very light, but she could feel it. She could feel the tentacle of that creature inside her body. Suddenly, the father of the cannibal tribe says that he has finally found her and that all his children should be ready. Switching scenes to Bok, he ends up telling them that they have arrived in Hope Village. He says that it looks like the villagers are there to greet them and, when they leave, he asks them to leave their luggage in the car, as everything will be brought back to them later. Gon then thinks that they have finally arrived in the village, but at that moment he can't let his guard down. He ends up telling Hira that they need to pull themselves together. She asks if they should do that. Gon then asks Juk Bok if she remembers what he said. She starts to think for a while but ends up remembering. She then calls Hira mother, saying that she was very scared. Gon says that this was his little girl. Gon then asks Hira to try it too, since they've trained for it for a long time. Hira then embarrassedly said that everything was fine for her little girl, and that she would protect her until the end. Gon, frustrated, says that her acting was very bad and wonders how it could be so difficult to do a simple thing. Benton says they could go downstairs. He then tells them to welcome his family, as now they could finally see them. So a few people stood in front of the van. When it opened, people started greeting them and one of them even said that he was very big. Gon then asked what it was all about and the man replied that he must be really surprised, but that he shouldn't take it so seriously. He then ended up saying that those people gather there because they are extremely curious. So he was supposed to think of it as a tradition in their village and that they're all good people, so there's really no need to feel uncomfortable around them. But Gon keeps thinking that it's still uncomfortable, and Hira thinks it's very annoying. Suddenly, the man told them to welcome his family and said that he was the main and most responsible person in the village, called Young Jun King. The man said it was a pleasure to meet them all. Some people then pick up their luggage, and the one who picked up Gon's backpack wonders why that backpack was so heavy. Gon then told the old man that the place had a very homely atmosphere and that there really were a lot of villagers there. The old man then said that this was quite common for them in the village and that he was really happy for them. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of atmosphere. He then said that this was the result of their people's earnest hope over the last 5 years, since the village was established. In the beginning, people didn't smile like they do today. They fought easily and caused a lot of trouble. Gon says that it must have been very difficult for them and that he probably had to deal with a lot. Well then says that he can't say it was easy, but now they are inseparable members of their family. The old man then says that he didn't expect it to take up so much of his time and he also hopes that his daughter will get well soon. Gon ends up thanking the man. The man then takes them to the hospital door and says that it looks a bit unpleasant from the outside. But that was the doctor's room. Gon then asked who the doctor was, and the man replied that he was their doctor. Gon then thanks him for his help, and the man tells them to go in and meet the doctor. As soon as the man leaves, Gon says that there was something very strange about the place. Kira then asks Gon if he was feeling what she was feeling. She then says that the entrance wasn't guarded and there were no lights to keep the monsters away. Besides, no one there was armed, and the village really didn't have proper security. But for now, they should just concentrate on treating Jukbok. She then said that she didn't care what kind of village it was, since the only thing that mattered was that Jukbok could be cured. They then wonder why it was so dark and wonder if that doctor was in that dark. Gon tries to turn on the light, but it wasn't working, and he wonders why they built it in the basement. Kira then wonders if that really was the right place. Just then, Jukbok stumbles over something and sees a person with glowing red eyes. This person asks who they are. Just then, Jukbok's finger grows back into her fingernail, and she attacks the person without thinking twice. The scene then changes and the supervisor asks the director what he thought of it. The director then says he's not too sure, but says they'll see how they do at the food day event tonight. The supervisor then asks if he would test them like the others. The director then says that he knew that this was the only perfect way to test the others. He then asks, but what about those who refused, even though they passed the test? The director then asks if he really had to answer that question. He then says that they could kill them and simply skin them. That would be more than enough. The director then tells them to be gentle with the child who came with the couple, because their founder was very anxious to see that child. They ask if they wouldn't hit her like the other children, and they say of course not. Suddenly, two men are fighting. The one with the long hair says that he was making a very unpleasant scene just now. However, the other says that everyone knew what he was talking about and asks the guy how he could avoid the monsters. The guy replies that he doesn't really know how to do that. Observing all this, the director says that he sees that there are a lot of foreigners in their village. The scene returns to Jukbok. The guy then ends up holding Jukbok's hand before she can hit him and asks what the hell that little girl was doing there and who she really thinks she is. Jukbok then asks him who he was, in her cute little way. He says he's a doctor and asks why she was doing this to him, and also why they went to that place. Then we see that Jukbok's nail ended up hitting the teddy bear he was holding. At this point, the scene changes and Gon says he's sorry for what just happened, and that he never imagined there was someone sleeping there. The doctor then asks him if he was saying that it wasn't his fault just because he decided to sleep there. Gon says that's not what he meant, but the doctor ends up saying that now people are treating him like dirt in this crazy world. He then asks what they were going to do about his dolol, which in this case was the name of his pillow. Gon said that he could make it up to him one day, so he ended up asking the doctor to calm down a bit. But in his mind, he was thinking that that doctor was out of his mind. The doctor then said that of course he would make it up to him one day, since that was his favorite pillow, and he also said that those two needed to apologize to him immediately. Gon then asked them to start apologizing, but the two didn't want to apologize. After a while, however, they were forced to apologize. The doctor then angrily tells them all to get out of there, as there will be no more treatment for them. Gon then tries to ask the doctor to please, as they were simply terrible at apologizing. The doctor then says that it was all nonsense and that they should just get out of there now, as he needs to go back to sleep. Suddenly, however, Kira told him to take a look at something, but he didn't want to know anything and told them to leave again, asking if they were taking what he was saying as a joke. Suddenly, however, the doctor ended up looking and being very surprised by what he was seeing, as he finally looked at Jukbok's finger. The scene then changed and he was analyzing Jukbok's finger. He says that he must have lived a long time to see something like that. Gon then asks how his daughter is, and he says that he knows one thing for sure. They end up asking what it was, and the doctor replies that he has no idea what's going on. Kira then ends up getting very stressed out with the doctor, and he asks her to relax a bit, since that girl's symptom was very rare. He then says that people become infected after being bitten or when the monster's blood comes into contact with wounds. But that girl doesn't have any marks or scars on her body, and he's never really seen anything like that before. Fortunately, there's nothing wrong with her body now, but he can't say that it will stay that way in the future. So they would have to keep analyzing it while they were in the village. Gon then ends up remembering how he met the zombie mother since she was breastfeeding that child, and also how Jukbok was raised by her. Gon then asks the doctor if he could keep his daughter's state of health a secret. However, the doctor said that wasn't allowed. But as he wanted to know more about his daughter's condition, he said he would do it. Jukbok, then very sad, asked her father if there was something very bad wrong with her. Gon ends up saying that they needed to go outside, so the three of them go outside. I think Baitan asked them to look at what she was doing now, and Gon said that it was getting very good, that she should build higher now. Gon then tells Hira that he really thought they could find a way to cure her there, but now they're back to square one. They really went through a lot to get Chuck Bak there, so he can't break the news to his wife. He says that when Chuck Bak looked at him with those worried eyes, he couldn't tell her that everything would be all right. And he says that there's really no other way, that there's nothing he can do for her at the moment, and that's why he's feeling so absurdly ashamed of himself. Hira then tells him to just stay with her, and he asks what she means by that. She stands up, asking him to stay with her and calling him lazy, and says that even if he's in the worst possible situation and there's no way out, he should always support his daughter so that she doesn't fall. And that's what parents should do for their children. So Hira goes to help Chuck Bak. After hearing Hira's words, he ends up slapping himself twice in the face and getting up, saying that now they needed to walk a bit. Hira then asks him if he has any idea where to go, and he says that he doesn't have any ideas yet, but they need to dig if they want to find something. So they need to walk. I think Chuck Bak has finished creating her sharp mountain, and Gon ends up picking it up, saying that they needed to go. Chuck Bak says she's starting to get very hungry, so he says they'll get something to eat, but they need to find a cafe first. While they were talking about it, that little girl was watching everything. She then remembers what the principal told her. It was a very simple task, and he asked her if she could keep an eye on that family that arrived today. She says that she could, but asks why she should. The principal says that he wants to make sure that they are not a threat to the village, and that they are visiting the doctor's office at that very moment. So she could meet them there, and he says that he was really counting on her. She then thinks that the director was showing too much confidence in her. The director then says that if anything happens, she should tell them every detail. She told him that everything was fine and to consider it done. She then notices that Chuck Bak's finger has turned into a zombie. This happens while she's watching them in the office. She then thinks that the little girl's finger was something monstrous and not an injury. She wonders if the principal was expecting this when he sent her there, but in any case, she should tell him. Just then, a hand touches the girl's shoulder and she gets very scared, almost hitting the person. But when she looks closely, it's her mother. The mother then says that she scared her. She asks her daughter what she was doing there, and the girl replies that she was just taking a walk and asks why her mother was asking. However, her mother tells her to stop lying and asks why she was spying on that family. The girl asks what her mother was talking about, saying that she wasn't spying on anyone. The mother, very shrewd, asks if it was the principal who asked her to do this. She then starts arguing a lot with her daughter, asking her how she could do these things, since she had told her not to trust that guy. She ends up getting very worried about her daughter because she left the villa without even telling her and asks why they kept asking her to do something. However, the girl asks her mother to stop it. It was all her decision, including leaving to promote the village, and what she was doing at the time wasn't for her mother to blame the director like that. She then says that she is also one of the villagers of that village, and one day she will be recognized as a necessary person in that world. Thus, she will receive a miracle from the director, just as her mother did. The mother then punches her daughter in the head, asking how she could say such a thing and how many times she has said that it wasn't a miracle. She asks her daughter if she really thinks she'd like to do that. Onairi then runs off, and her mother asks her to come back. The girl, crying, said that all she wanted at that moment was to have a goal. So, as a mother, she should support her, as her father would be very proud of her. The mother then ends up bending down, picking up a rock and throwing it at her daughter's head, saying that she's going to hit her very hard, without her catching it. As the girl runs away, the mother says that her daughter was very stubborn, and she begs her daughter to listen to her. Then we see that the woman was missing one of her arms. Saiton ends up switching to Gon, who was sweating in the cold, saying that he had never imagined tasting that again, and that it was wonderful sausage soup. He said that the village really was on another level and that they should stay there forever. Chuck Bak then said yes, and that she could bring her mother to live with them. Hira then stares at Gon as he has said something stupid, and he says that it was just a joke, that he would never do anything like that. Hira then says that, like it or not, that place wasn't suitable for Chuck Bak. He then thinks that even the doctor had no idea about her condition, so she can tell that it really wasn't normal. She says that that monster, the zombie mother, if anything happened to Chuck Bak, wouldn't think twice about killing her. Suddenly, someone arrived, asking if they could join them. It was the director. He asked if they were enjoying their meal, and Gon said yes, since he loved that food so much and never expected to see sausage soup there. The director then says that this is only possible because they have farms and streets, and next time he will show them these places. Gon then says that these words remind him of how big the village is. He ends up asking the director if they had electricity there, since it didn't work in the doctor's office. The director then says that it was really dark there, but they don't have enough generators, so they only use the lights when absolutely necessary. The director ends up asking how the examination at the doctor's office went, and Gon replies that the doctor said he needed more time. At this point, the principal begins to observe Chuckbox's finger a little. The principal then suggests that they go for a walk outside the village today, but Gon asks if they're really going for a walk at night, and the principal says yes. In fact, they leave the village once a week to buy food, and they need a lot of it because there are so many villagers in the village, and that place was growing more and more. Gon then says that he understands perfectly, but why would they need to go out especially at night, since there are lots of monsters at night? The director says that's exactly why they go out late at night. However, neither Gon nor Hira quite understood what he meant by that. The director then says that, as they know, the monsters move around at night and, in the meantime, they can enter the buildings and take some supplements and food. So it's a pretty simple task. Hira then asks if that's really what he was talking about and that he must really think he's very funny saying that, how could he get past all those monsters out there without being killed, and asks him to stop this nonsense. Gon then apologizes to him, saying that she was a bit too sensitive. However, the director says that he understands the situation, but what he was saying wasn't a joke. Gon wonders if it really wasn't a joke and if he was trying to say that they could get through all those monsters unscathed. The director then smiles and tells them that they can see for themselves and that tonight he's going to show them the miracle of Food Day. The scene switches to Chuckbox, who says that it's been 20 years since they last met Gon's enemy, so she starts beating up that little doll, saying that it was for Gon. However, just as she's about to hit it, sand falls into its eyes and it starts screaming, saying that its eyes were hurting too much and how dare it attack its eyes. The scene shifts to Hira, who asks if he was buying what that crazy old man said, and that it was really clever of him to make fun of Gon's face like that. The director then asks them to look around and asks if they can feel the fresh night air, a world under the moonlight and also a pleasant breeze. He asks them if they can feel it. As he was saying this, we saw that they were all passing through the midst of many monsters. The director then asks if it wouldn't be a good day to go for a walk at night. However, Gon, observing all this, says that it was indeed silly, but it was also very strange. The monsters were circling around the people in red cloaks, but they weren't attacking. He then saw that some of them were even talking to the monsters, and Gon wondered what was really going on there and how they could have brought their baby there, since there was also a woman there with her baby. Gon then thinks that it was all totally absurd to him and can't believe that those filthy monsters weren't attacking them. But in any case, one thing is certain, that director really did know something about the monsters. We then see some men fighting over an object and then other men fighting over a bottle of water. The bald guy tells him to take it off his hand, but the other says to give it to him now or he'll kill him. The supervisor then says that everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves and asks the director if they should start immediately. The director said of course, since this was the perfect moment. The director then says that now he's going to show a miracle. Suddenly, he installs his fingers, and just as he does so, those monsters start attacking people. However, the supervisor asked the director to take a good look at the front line, as there was something very interesting there. When he looks, he sees that Gon was simply pummeling those monsters, and it was actually the monsters who were traumatized by the fight. Gon then wonders what was going on in that place and why the monsters were attacking so suddenly, while those guys in red were doing nothing but watching. He wonders if this was their plan all along. Gon then thinks that he knew it could be very dangerous out there, but it was still too much for him, as there were too many monsters and he couldn't even decipher what was going on. Suddenly, one of the monsters bites Gon's arm, but he takes off his coat. As Gon is no fool, he made bracelets out of books, preventing that monster from biting his arm. He starts fighting several monsters at once, but after a while, there are so many monsters that they manage to mobilize him. Gon then says that he was expecting this, since they were outnumbered. He remembers the words he said to the zombie mother, promising that no matter what happens, he will always be there for her and her daughter. He asks the zombie mother if she would let him be her husband, and she shyly says of course she would. However, just as the monsters are about to attack, the director claps his hands, asking them to stop. Suddenly, all the monsters start to retreat, and everyone wonders what the hell is going on. The director asks if this was a surprise for them, but now they could relax and be calm, since all those monsters were keeping their distance from them. This was the miracle that existed in the Village of Hope, and none of those people had been hurt because of this miraculous power. Everyone began to say that it was true, since none of them had been bitten. The director then asks if they were looking for a sheltered, monster-free life. He says that everyone there could have a hopeful future instead of a dark present, and everything they dreamed of in life could be realized in Hope Village. He assures them that he can secure their future, as long as they trust him. Everyone then begins to cry, saying that they believed in him and would follow him until the end of their lives, affirming that it really was a miracle. Others apologized for doubting him. However, Gon wasn't celebrating at all. On the contrary, he was very pensive, imagining that this had been his plan all along. He used fear to gain people's trust and even managed to control those monsters. Gon wonders what was really going on in that village and thinks he was very wrong about those people, as they were all very dangerous. One of the women in the red hood says that Gon could be very useful to them. We then have a flashback to when that monster ended up biting Gon's arm. When Gon punches him in the face, the monster says that it hurt too much and that the guy was stupid. Gon wonders if that monster was really talking to him. Haman asks the director if there's something wrong, and the director replies that it's nothing, just that it's been a long time since he's seen such an intriguing person. Now he understood why the instructor liked him so much. Gon was pushing those monsters with just his backpack, which exceeded his expectations. He really was a very interesting being. However, numbers mattered a lot in the whole battle, and so Gon ended up being captured, as we had already seen. However, just as the director was about to stop those monsters, he was surprised by something. Gon took out an axe and started fighting them again. Gon then thought that he'd never imagined that axe could be so useful like that, but it really wasn't enough to get out of there, as there were too many monsters and they were all healing because he couldn't hit their vital points. He thinks that he won't be able to get out of there at all if he can't stop them from healing. So there must be some other way. However, when he realizes that he's completely surrounded, he tells himself that there's no way out and there's no escape for him at the moment. He then remembers Hira, who talked about trusting that crazy old man. Gon says she didn't have to be sarcastic. Gon then thought that he really was an idiot since he should have listened to her. But now he had nothing else to do. If he had the same powers as Jukbok's mother, he could get out alive. Or, if he was as powerful as Hira, he could definitely protect Jukbok better from any harm. But that was reality, and it wasn't happening. However, he said that he couldn't think like that since it was too early to give up. The director, watching all this, was very intrigued because Gon had taken off his coat, showing a flashlight and an axe, saying that if he died there, he would also take all those monsters with him, even if he was caught anyway, since they were outnumbered. Then everything we've already seen happens, and Gon becomes intrigued, feeling that there was something very strange in that village. The scene switches to the room where Hira and Jukbok were. Hira was teaching Jukbok how to make an unfriendly face. Under the bed, the doctor appears, asking if they had forgotten about their downstairs neighbor, who couldn't sleep with all the noise. Hira asks him to sleep somewhere else, but he replies that he should sleep there, since that's where he belongs. He only let them sleep in his bed because he didn't use it, but now he was beginning to regret it. Hira then grabs the doctor by the neck and makes a very scary face. He was so shocked that he said she could sleep there peacefully, that there was no problem. Hira then told Jukbok that this was how it was done. Jukbok comments that her scary face was amazing. Hira replies that she could do the same thing, and Jukbok wonders if she really could. Hira says yes because she is her daughter. Jukbok is surprised by these words, and Hira asks if she was wrong. Jukbok says she was thinking about her mother, wondering what she was doing at that moment. The scene shifts to the zombie mother, who says that it was all right now because she was ready. The cannibal tribe would definitely go after her, using the tentacle planted in her body to track her down. She remembers his words, saying that it was time to return the body she had stolen. She begins to think about her body and past, wondering why she had forgotten about it. The zombie mother reflects that what she is now is probably the result of what happened that day. She has no memory of when she was human and wonders if she lost her memory when she turned into a monster. Suddenly, a creature appeared in front of her, attacking her, but she quickly counterattacked and hit the creature. She realizes that it was a hairy monster she saw in the dungeon and wonders how it knew she was there, since it didn't detect her presence. The monster says that it's very interesting and that it knew where she was all along, but it's disappointed that she only remembers it as a hairy monster. He wanted to have a face-to-face conversation. However, just as he starts to speak, she grabs him by the neck and throws him hard to the ground. She asks if he has read her mind, and he confirms confirms it. She asks him to shut up and asks if he's from the cannibal tribe and if he's brought the tentacle monster with him. The monster asks if that's all she had for him, making her shiver. With his hair, he creates spears, but the zombie mother narrowly dodges. He starts to attack her, but she manages to dodge all his attacks. Then she tries to hit him with her stinger, but he is protected by his own hair. She says that now he understands what's going on, as he can't move. He asks if she really thought it worked, and she says she didn't know anything about him, but he knows a lot about her. He mentions that she had a lovely husband and a daughter away, as well as knowing that her family went to the village with the woman with the axe, and that the cannibal tribe is after her. She asks what he's doing there, since he's not a member of the tribe. He transforms and says he's going to tell her who he really is, and sets off to attack the zombie mother again. Suddenly, she recognizes that face. The zombie mother thinks that sometimes she feels as if something strange is watching her. She always looked around, but never found anything, believing it was because she was tired. She was naive because she felt an icy stare, which actually belonged to the monster. So the monster starts attacking her again, and the two engage in an even battle, completely destroying the place. Suddenly, however, the monster is surprised to have one of its arms torn off, and so, she ends up hitting him with a very hard kick in the back, knocking him very hard to the ground. He then said that since he had fallen there, he had probably died very quickly. She was surprised, however, as the monster came out injured. She also began to feel a very strong pain in her neck. She then said that she had tried to paralyze it and poison it by cutting off its arm, but nothing seemed to have worked. She then wondered what the monster was made of. Surely there must be some way of defeating it. The monster then asked her not to delude herself, since she had done everything she could and really had no cards left up her sleeve. He told her that he knew everything about her and could even feel her emotions. Now he asks her if she wanted him to say that for her, as she was very afraid of him. Then we see that his face was very similar to that of the zombie mother. At this point, the zombie mother ends up running away, thinking that the only solution at that moment was to leave, and she could feel it in her bones. That monster was much more dangerous than she thought, and for now there was nothing she could do. So the monster ended up piercing her belly and holding her down with his hair, asking her where she was going so fast and that she should look at him, since she was a coward. She could no longer deny his existence, and she was supposed to face the truth, since he was her. He then told her that the zombie mother disgusted him and struck her another very fatal blow. The zombie mother then said that she had no chance. She couldn't be killed by something she didn't even know, and her family was waiting for her. So she had to have the strength to protect Jukbok. Suddenly, however, we see that the zombie mother's situation was not good at all, as her body was completely bruised. The monster then asks her why she was breaking her heart for these fakes, and that she should always look at him. He keeps asking her to look at his face and to stop denying who he really was. Then everything starts to go black, and she wonders if this is really how her life was going to end. However, she made a promise to her family. She then says she's sorry to Gon and also to her daughter, apologizing for having failed. At that moment, we see the zombie mother with a monster in her arms, and she wakes up, just out of nowhere, wondering if it really was a dream, a terrible nightmare. She now had an absurd headache. She wondered how she could remember nothing at all. Suddenly, however, the cannibal tribe was already at her house, asking if everything was all right with her, as she looked very exhausted, and if she needed help. One of the members of the cannibal tribe said that the house was too small, and that he couldn't even get through the door properly. One of the monsters then starts attacking the zombie mother, punching her in the mouth, but she ends up cutting her hand with her teeth and gets very angry about it. He starts kicking the zombie mother in the back. However, one of them tells Dayan to stop. Dayan tells her to wait just a moment. The biggest of them all then says that it should definitely hurt and what was holding her back. He says that it was really a shame, as she fitted his type perfectly. Dayan then asks what he just said, if his type was an ugly woman. She really was very ugly, she even had a daughter, and asks if she really was his type. When he hears that she had a daughter, he says that it was even better, and Dayan says that he really was a madman. The zombie mother then ends up kicking him right in the crotch, causing him to release her on the spot. Dayan then asks her how she used to do that and goes to attack the zombie mother again. However, the zombie mother ends up kicking her very hard. The other woman says that she was really fast. Dayan then asks Iron what she was waiting for and why she let it happen to her. Iron replies that it was fine, as there was no need to rush. No matter where she went, she could never escape them. The scene changes to outside, where there are many monsters. Dayan, smiling, asks if that was the best she could do, and that she could go ahead and run some more. Either way, they would find her again, and she could never escape them with that tentacle inside her body. It was impossible to get rid of it because it was too fast and too small, so it was up to her to save them time and go to them, since there was nothing else she could do. Dayan then runs after her zombie mother, killing all those monsters who were standing next to her. Dayan then says that hide and seek is over. However, Dayan ends up hitting someone else and wonders who that person was. However, the zombie mother was actually behind her and ended up hitting her in the back. The other monster then tries to attack her from behind, but she manages to dodge it, quickly turning around and slashing its abdomen. He managed to hold her by the waist, and that monster ended up punching her very hard in the face, throwing her a long way away. The zombie mother then says that 2 have already gone, so there's only 1 more to go. Dayan gets very angry with her, saying that she managed to trick her with a guinea pig and wondering where she got new clothes from. However, Iron asks her to relax a little, as her wound needs to be healed. The zombie mother then realizes that there was something being done to the wounds she managed to inflict on them. Dayan then ended up asking where her family was. She really tried hard to find them, but they were nowhere to be found. Where had they gone without her? She then smiled and said that they were probably in the village of Hope. At this point, the zombie mother became very angry and started attacking Dayan again. The zombie mother ended up receiving a very strong blow, leaving several holes in her body. The zombie mother asks them not to play with her family and ends up launching her fares in their direction. However, that guy asks her to stop it and ends up arresting the zombie mother again. She then told him that she was completely tied up and couldn't get out. Dayan says that she had already warned them that she would never be able to escape, and so they start mocking her face, saying that they have finally caught her. Dayan then smiled and said that she should never have imagined this and that she should be grateful, as this special event was planned just for her. Everyone there was waiting just for her, and she told them to mark her word again. There was no way she could escape them. Dayan says she wanted to take the right road, but she thinks it's too late now, so she's going to tear her zombie mother to pieces before they go. The zombie mother then starts screaming desperately, trying to get loose, and Dayan tells her that she loved her face, and that she was finally going to get a very wonderful photo. Now, they were finally paired up, and she could save her life after her father had finished with her. And, as a special treat, she's going to keep her zombie mother as her pet. Suddenly, however, something is thrown in Dayan's direction, saving the zombie mother and leaving them all very confused about what was going on. When the zombie mother looks at the horizon, she realizes that the dungeon master has arrived there, along with her son. He then tells her that she really doesn't understand, since they had checked all the possible dangers there and that it definitely couldn't be a coincidence. Everyone then wonders why the dungeon master was there. Even the zombie mother was wondering why she had suddenly left the dungeon. This really wasn't good, as theoretically she had a full plate. What was she supposed to do at that moment? One of the members of the cannibal tribe asks how they should proceed now, since that thing was blocking their way, and everyone was shaken by its appearance. So he asks his sister what they should do. The woman then told them not to panic, as they weren't there to fight the dungeon master. Their target was to recover their father's body, and all they had to do was capture the zombie mother and get out of there. That was something they should do as a family. So she orders everyone to capture the zombie mother. Everyone then says that she was right and that it was all for their father. They say that they wanted to be recognized by their father. Then they all go after the zombie mother at the same time. Suddenly, the dungeon master's son says that he wanted to play the dungeon master. Then, smiling, he starts attacking them too, summoning his hands towards the zombie mother. The zombie mother then thinks that they will never catch her there and tells those bastards to get on top. Suddenly, however, the dungeon master began to defend the zombie mother, defeating all the monsters in front of her. The others, from afar, wondered how they could defeat that thing, since it was too powerful for them. The woman from the cannibal tribe asks her brother if he has just seen it. He then asks if it was really a coincidence because that blow only hit their family and not that thing. The woman then says that it wasn't a bloody coincidence. The giant monster then tells his brother that they're going to get their zombie mother. He agrees and they go after her. The Maramba monster says that he couldn't get a good view from there, and his brother says that it really was a mess and asks where that woman was at that moment. At that moment, the zombie mother ends up hitting him full on, taking his head off. Immediately afterwards, the Maramba monster attacks the zombie mother, but suddenly the zombie mother has simply disappeared into the crowd. She keeps asking the zombie mother to show up right now, since she couldn't see anything at all. And, for his family's sake, he couldn't randomly cause injury and attack her, because otherwise he'd get his allies too. Suddenly, the zombie mother was already at his back, and his sister even tried to warn him, but it was too late. The zombie mother managed to land a blow on his back. The monster then said that he felt like he was melting. However, she said that she had finally managed to catch the zombie mother. However, when he went to try and capture her, the zombie mother ended up using her stinger. Suddenly, there was only one member of the cannibal tribe left, and she wondered what had just happened. When she looks ahead, she sees the zombie mother, the dungeon master and his son, and she doesn't understand anything about what's going on or where her family is. When she looks away, she sees that everyone is defeated and dead, even her brothers, whose heads have been decapitated. The zombie mother ends up holding her head down, ordering her to tell everything she knows about that guy. But she tells her that she'll never get anything out of her. The zombie mother asks her if she would rather die, and the woman tells her to wait a while, as she could make a deal with her. The monster then told her that Hope Village was their second hideout and that they had seen her family there, which surprised the zombie. The scene shifts to Villa Esperanza, where people comment that it was all over and they would finally be home again. They also commented that today had been a fantastic day and that they didn't need to be afraid of anything, since they had the principal. However, Gon was saying that it was really very confusing. The monsters were controlled by the principal and also had the ability to speak. Even if he told Hira all this, what could they do about it? Suddenly, one of the women in the red hood says she's going to see Gon in hospital later. We see that this woman was also missing one of her arms and that she was actually the little girl's mother. Changing scenes, the girl's mother opens the door, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Hira and Gon were at the door. Hira then asked the woman to sit down, as they had a lot to talk about. The woman said her name was Hong King, her husband was Hir Lin, and she introduced herself as Young Jin, Yongri's mother. She says she's heard a lot about them thanks to her daughter. Gon then realized that she didn't have her right arm and tried to greet Hira, but she wasn't very sociable. The woman says that Hira seemed very welcoming. She asks Gon if he witnessed the miracle of the food day and what he thought of that moment, since he couldn't come across something like that every day. She asks him if he really believed in that miracle. Gon then says that he has no idea why she's asking him that question, but he doesn't want to believe in a miracle that could put his life in danger. One day, Gon and Hira were getting ready to fight, but suddenly the woman started laughing, saying that she was very happy to hear that he didn't believe in that fucking miracle. She really has a great sense of understanding people. She said she was a bit worried, thinking he'd be impressed by that big ancient fossil. Gon doesn't really know why she's happy to finally meet people who understand her, but just then, Hira tells her to shut up or she'll wake up Chuck Bach. Gon, being as cute as ever, asks Young Jin to tell him everything he knows about what the director was really doing there. She asks if it wasn't obvious and, with a smile on her face, he ends up gathering people just to feed the monsters or to turn them into monsters. That guy, in fact, was a bloodthirsty old man who created the cannibal tribe, and this ended up leaving Gon and Hira very impressed. Gon, desperate, asks her if she was saying that the cannibal tribe runs the place. She answers yes, and it looks like an ordinary village, but this place is more like a monster factory. Hira then asks how she could share this kind of secret with the people she met today and if it was really true. The woman says that she has already told them everything they wanted to know. Hira then says that she has had enough, as they are leaving tomorrow to go away. Gon asks her to wait a while, as Chuck Bach's treatment isn't over yet. Hira asks how they could stay there, since they had too many problems before they even started treatment. However, she told Gon that he didn't need to worry about that. When they leave, they could take the doctor with them, as he could be a very valuable hostage. They could also take some supplies for the treatment. At that very moment, they should kill that woman right now. Suddenly, the doctor appears, asking how she could say that as a mother and that she should be careful with her language, even when she was asleep. He prefers that place with electric generators and medical equipment. The doctor asks if they really thought she could be treated at home and that even a doctor would find that very difficult. The woman asks if they heard that and that they shouldn't take any drastic measures, since that would put her daughter in greater danger. At this rate, she won't be able to receive proper treatment in time, and her condition will only get worse. In the end, she will turn into a beautiful monster. Hira then angrily grabs the woman by the neck. Mikito asks Hira to take her hands away and asks how she could do that to Young Jin. Even Gon asks Hira to stop. Hira then asks how she found out, since only the doctor knew about it. She ends up asking the doctor if he told her their secret. The doctor then tells Hira not to worry about it, since they could trust young Jean. Hira then asks him to shut up, as she could cause a lot of trouble for them one day. At that moment, they should kill her. Onan then asks if she already knew that the director was aware of the situation, and that the director is a very dangerous man who was after their daughter. Even if they manage to escape, the monsters will never let them leave. She then says that they will give them whatever treatment and food they want, but if they end up helping her kill that old man, she was begging for it. She asks them please to help her daughter too. Hira then releases her to the ground and tells her that the negotiation is over, but that she should keep her word. Gaiden then said that she didn't need to worry about that. Hira then extends her hand to her, and the two finally shake hands. Just then, Jukbok wakes up, and the scene changes to that woman smoking. She says that her neck was still hurting a lot because of Hira, and that she was really strong. The doctor then says that it was very difficult, but she was lucky because she could have had bigger problems. She then told him that they had finally reached an agreement and that she could make peace with it. He told her to do the right thing if she wanted to keep the only arm she had left. She asks him to be careful with what's left, and he tells her that she knows what he's saying, because he's worried about her. He asks her if she really doesn't regret it since they're ready, but they're against the cannibal tribe, and they're really at great risk to their lives. He asks her if she's sure that she won't regret it, should they unfortunately fail, and also how he could cure that girl if he had no idea what was causing her symptoms. Thanks to her, he will now have to work very hard to find out. The woman then slaps him on the stomach and asks why he would say something like that, since she knows all his secrets and that's his specialty. She says she's sure he'll be able to do it. She then says that he asked her if she regretted it, and she replies that she doesn't regret anything, because she has to do it for her daughter's future. She's sure her father would do the same, and that would be the only way for him to forgive her. The scene then changes to 3 years ago, and the town was completely destroyed. She says that her family risked their lives to collect food and avoid the monsters on the way, so that they could finally reach the village her husband mentioned, called Hope Village. Their daughter then told her father that she was very hungry, and that it was also very hot there. Lito's father told her to wait a while, as they would be arriving at that village soon, and asked her to look after her mother, as she was doing the best she could. The woman's situation was not good either, and she said that, shamefully, she just wanted to end her life there, even though her daughter was suffering to survive. In that situation, the only thing that could help her get back on her feet was her husband. Her husband then told her that they had finally made it, and she told him that he was very optimistic and his name was Minu. They had finally arrived where they wanted to be. He says that they could surprise everyone. She then thinks that she followed her husband there, but she didn't know if Hope Village was really a good place to live. But she was too exhausted to think about it. The director then appears, saying that he understands how difficult it was to get there, and that those who made it, despite the difficulties of the monster infestation, deserved to be well rewarded. So he welcomes them to Hope Village. He says it was like a dream. The principal then says that their daughter seemed to be very ill and understands how challenging life was out there. He asks her to take the child inside quickly. She then tells him that, unlike the hell outside, the village was full of joy and warmth, just like before the apocalypse. She lets go of her worry and feels a sense of relief at the same time. Her husband then told her that they had finally made it, and that it was time for them to have a normal, happy life again. Seeing all this, she begins to cry and says that the family has returned to a happy, everyday life after settling in Hope Village. Young-ri, who was very weak, grew up healthy and strong enough to play with her friends. Her husband became the deputy principal because he helped the village prosper. The man then tells her that her husband really was the man, since he could read the map. Her husband says that they would have to go there since he knew the way just because he had been there several times. The woman says that, thanks to her family and the villagers, she was able to heal and thus take on the task of looking after the new arrivals in the village. Her husband then ends up hugging her from behind, asking where she was going in such a hurry. She asks what he was doing in front of everyone, and he says he was just hugging her because she was his wife. She, all embarrassed, says that everyone was looking at them, but he says that he knew she liked it. While people were completely embarrassed to see it, the crucial factor that ended up changing her mind was that event. His group was surrounded by monsters. Just like with Gon, the principal told no one to be afraid of anything, and said that if they put aside any doubts and really united as a family, he would guarantee their eternal tranquility and protection. Everyone then began to worship that director, and he ended up convincing even her. However, She says that the miracle he demonstrated that day seemed to be the only home that could keep her family safe. That's what she thought at the time. One morning, her daughter was asking if she had seen the Jung, and her mother replied that she had heard that the Jung family had left the village last night. She asks who said that, and the mother replies that it was the principal. The woman then thinks that it's been 8 months since they arrived, and more people are leaving the village than she expected. But why were those people leaving this perfect place to live? Suddenly, her husband walks in, all worried, saying that they needed to talk right away. After explaining everything, his wife asks him what he just said, and he says that he really meant it. That place was much more dangerous than he expected and that they had to get out of there as soon as possible. He asks why it was so sudden, and then says that he saw the monsters and the corpses of the villagers who left the village in the basement. They have to pack their things and get out of there as quickly as possible, or they themselves could be next. But his wife says no, she wouldn't do that. He can't understand why she's saying that, and she asks if he didn't hear her correctly. She says no, and he asks why. He says that, let's say they manage to get out of there, but what's next? He asks if he has any plans after that, and what about Yong-ri? She doesn't want to put their lives at risk again and have to face hell no matter where she goes. So she'd really rather die there. She said she would take care of everything, so they were supposed to stay there. She thought that the peace she had finally found would never return to that hellhole, and that there should be no secrets in that village. She was sure of it. The principal can solve this problem. She then goes to talk to the director, who ends up thanking Yong-ju. He tells her that he knows it was very easy for her, and is very grateful that she told him the truth. He then tearfully tells her that she will never forget the mercy he showed her today. She replies that if she hadn't told the principal, none of this would have happened. The scene changes, and she is completely horrified. She has lost one of her arms. She wonders if things were going to end like this. Then she thinks, when did it all go wrong? She thought she could be happy in that place and wonders if it was when she went down to the basement, without a doubt, or if she should have run away after seeing that monster, or if it was because she didn't have faith in the director. She always wondered why it had happened to her. We see that they have been taken to the basement, and the director has ordered the monsters to attack, killing her husband outright and tearing off one of her arms. She desperately tells him that her husband is bleeding profusely and begs him to stay with her. He wonders why this was happening to them. She just wanted them to be happy in one place, at least. But how did things end up that way? Suddenly, the director asks Young-ju if she knows the nature of the cuckoo bird. She says that cuckoo birds lay their eggs in the nests of other birds. After the mother bird lays the egg and leaves, the owner of that nest ends up raising that egg. She asks him if he knows what that baby bird will do next. He tells her that the newborn bird pushes the owner's eggs out of the nest, taking over the whole nest. The adoptive mother bird, who didn't have a clue, ends up raising that baby with a lot of love. And even when it reaches maturity, it has no problem getting food, because its adoptive parents continue to provide it. It survives until it leaves the nest. He says that this is one of the reasons why he doesn't like cuckoo birds and asks her if she understands what he means. He tells her that he raised her with all the faith in the world, because he believed that everyone was a family. But how dare she act like an ass? He then angrily tells her that the rats betrayed his faith and that they no longer belong to his village. He ends up apologizing to her very desperately, saying that this will never happen again and that it's all her fault for not being able to convince her husband. She then says that she would do anything he wanted, whether as a servant or a slave. She really would do anything, but please let him save her husband. He starts begging him a lot, but the other man who was with the director ends up punching her in the face, telling her to shut up, saying that how can she ask for trust when she has betrayed them. He says that they are ungrateful rats, since they have given them a very peaceful life and ended up being betrayed. However, the principal tells the BCK instructor to stop, so he does. The director then says that her confession has helped him deal with this problem, and he would like to give her one last chance. He ends up throwing a knife into her hand and asks her to kill that cuckoo bird. That way, he'll believe in her as a member of the family again. She tries to refuse, but he asks her if that was her final answer, and if she didn't do it, his hands would be tied. Besides, they would take very good care of Yong-ri, and he asks if this is how she wanted things to end. He then asks her to kill her husband, as there is no way of saving him. The surrounding monsters then start encouraging her to kill her husband, as they want a piece of his arm or leg. He then took the knife and went to her husband, but she was very reluctant to do it. However, her husband told her that it was all right, that she should just do it. She then, crying a lot and apologizing, finally kills her husband. The director then says that he understands very well how difficult it was for her, but she made her choice and welcomes young Ju back home. He then asks if he could ask the director a favor, but then the scene changes. The director then tells everyone there that they have lost a member of their family. He says that the couple fought bravely against the monsters that invaded the village at night, but young Ju ended up losing an arm and their vice president died in the process. However, thanks to his holy sacrifice, they could spend the night safely this time, which is why everyone was there. Then we see that Ongiri was crying for his father. The director, on the other hand, says that as the village leader, he couldn't help what happened last night. Crying, he says that his careless behavior threatened their safety and also the promise he made to everyone, and in the end it resulted in a tragedy. He would like to sincerely apologize to everyone. One thing we have to say, the director is too much of an actor. People then say that they don't know who was responsible and that it wasn't the director's fault. The woman then says that they really are unbelievable people. The man who is responsible for her husband's death managed to gain the trust and sympathy of everyone there, and the other man who treated her husband like an insect, offering his condolences with a flower. They really were filthy bastards, but the most disgusting person of all was herself, who ended up killing her husband. At this point, the woman ends up feeling ill and people ask her to bring them water. She then thinks that the most disgusting of all was herself, since she was the one who organized this whole show and her greed ended up killing her husband. She couldn't even take her own life because of the guilt, and Young-ri has been relying on the director since her father's death. She thinks she would rather die because she couldn't forgive herself. However, she had a lot of work to do there, and if she carried on like this, they would take advantage of her daughter and she would live a miserable life, worse than her father's and her own. At that moment, she made a decision, saying that no matter how long it took, she was going to change the situation. This was the only way to make Young-hae live happily and ask Minku for forgiveness. She then says that she will kill everyone in the place to keep her daughter safe and reassure her husband's soul, and no matter what it takes, she will definitely do it. The scene then switches to the doctor, who says that, as a result of his 28th experiment, he realized that Jukbok was significantly different from the other monsters. In the second experiment, he gave the subject the blood sample from her finger, and it only took 35 seconds for him to turn into a mutant. By contrast, he tried injecting the blood from another part of the body into subject B, but nothing happened to that rat. He also ended up carrying out some additional tests using various methods, but was unable to determine the cause of the mutation. However, he did discover one thing. He discovered a type of membrane on the tip of that girl's mutated finger that seemed to prevent the infection from spreading to other parts of the body. He then said that he needed to look at it much more closely, but perhaps she had a gene that could stop the infection or even be immune. Jukbok then ends up sneezing, which scares the doctor. He asks what the hell that was, since she almost gave him a heart attack. At that moment, he asks Jukbok to wipe his nose right now. Jukbok then asks the doctor if she's going to turn into a monster, and she says that she heard them talking all night. He then says that she was really annoying and that he was also very bad, uncomfortable like a child. He wonders if she was only asking because she was so worried. He then asks her not to worry about it. It won't be easy, but there must be a way, and she shouldn't worry about what they said last night. He wonders if that's enough and if he'd get too angry if she started crying. Achukbok then said that she wasn't worried about it at all. He then asks her if she'll be as strong as her mother if she turns into a monster, and that if she does turn into a monster, she wants to be a huge monster. He then says that if she ends up turning into a monster, she could protect her mother and father so they wouldn't get hurt anymore and wouldn't go hungry. She really would do anything for her parents. He then tells her that she's going to be as strong as her mother and bring home bacon every day. She then imagines what it would be like to have a gigantic monster in the city, saving her family from starvation. Even the doctor ends up imagining Jukbok as a monster bringing French fries to his family. But then he comes back to reality, saying he's gone too far with his thoughts. Achuk Baitan asks if the doctor was crying, and he says no, it was just dust in his eyes. Anjo then asks what they were doing at the time and asks if he was crying. He said no. Baitan asks where they were going and also where her father and mother were. The woman then says that they will be back soon and asks Shubak if she wants to play with her. Shubak then asks what kind of game it was, and she says it was a hostage game. The scene then switches to Young-ri, and a woman asks her where the director was, as she had to ask him something. Then Ongari says that she believes he is talking to the newcomer in the basement. Then we see that Gon and Hira were with the director. The principal thanks them for being part of the family, and says that they certainly wouldn't be much use to the village. Gon then said that he was flattered and that they would be grateful to be accepted as new villagers. Besides, he had no idea that such a space existed in the basement. The director then says that it was a shelter where they go when something dangerous happens. By the way, he believes that Yongguju went to the hospital to see him on the day of the feeding and asks Gon what that woman said. Gon then replies that she told him a lot and that she ended up mentioning a lot of good things about the village. She also said that there are many good people there and gave credit to the director for making the village run smoothly. It was such an informative conversation that he learned a lot about the village. The director then starts laughing and the guy simply turns into the Joker. They end up asking why the director was laughing like that, and Instructor B says that he made up a very funny story. Now he says that they are family members, so they shouldn't lie like that. If they end up lying and losing credit, he can't help thinking of any reason to kill them all. The director then says that it was very shameful and, to be honest, he had very little hope for them. He says that they are the resources that the village desperately needed, but he discovered that they weren't the same. He then says that they are no longer part of the family. He asks if they would be free to leave, but the director says that they don't have to leave, as there is another way to become part of the family. So really, they didn't need to worry about that. The director then snaps his fingers and says that if they become his real family, he'll send their daughter as soon as he's finished with her. Just then, some monsters suddenly appear. Then everyone up there hears a bang and wonders what's going on. Then Ijo was with more people, all wearing red hoods, heading towards them. Ijo said that if they valued their lives, they would have to follow them and leave the village. Oni then wondered why his mother was doing this. Switching to the director, he says that he knew it was going to happen and was well aware of her efforts, as well as her persuasion of those two in the hospital and even her plan to threaten his family outside at that very moment. However, he didn't interrogate the cuckoo bird, because that would be another opportunity. He says that he could find all the cuckoo birds that betrayed him and remove them completely. A few useful ones could join his new family, and the rest could be given to the monsters. He then says that that girl was a crazy bastard, and that he couldn't wait to see the expressions on her face in her final moments. The monsters then start attacking Gon and Hira. Gon wonders how many languages that creature had, and says that the only reason they haven't been seriously injured now is because of the weapon Yongju gave him. However, he says that the monster was really huge, and that wouldn't be enough to bring it down, so they'd better back off for the moment. Then he asked Hira to take a step back, but she wasn't one to back down, so he charged at the monster, cutting out all its tongues and finally hitting it. He ends up getting distracted by Hira's scarf, and suddenly, when he looks up, she's already in front of him with the axe in her hand. Suddenly, out of the monster's mouth comes a monster woman, but Hira, without thinking twice, strikes her in the head with the axe too. After a while, the reinforcements finally arrive, and he wonders why they took so long to arrive, since they were almost killed. The reinforcements said they couldn't believe it and asked if he had really defeated that monster on his own. They said they'd known he was a special guy since the day of the meal. Gon ends up saying that he wasn't the one who defeated that monster, but even so, people weren't listening to what he was saying. They just said that they shouldn't fear anything, since he was by their side, and so they could get rid of all those monsters. Hira then asked them not to let their guard down or get too confident, because they were just getting started and the main event was about to begin at that very moment. The scene then switches to Shubak and the doctor. One of those hooded men ends up stabbing the doctor in the stomach, and he asks how they could do that in front of a child, because it was inhumane. Achuk Bak then remembers what the doctor had told her. He said that he would pretend to be sick later and that she should act as if she was afraid. So Juk Bak tries to make a surprised face, wondering if she can really do that. Yongju then said that it wasn't a joke and that everyone should put down their weapons and go with them, otherwise there would be many more victims out there. The men end up calling her a wretch, asking her how she could repay the director's kindness in such a way, saying that she had gone too far this time and that she was no longer one of them, but a traitor, and that she would surely rot in hell. She then thinks that it was all to be expected, so there's no surprise. With an evil smile, she asks if they need more time. So everyone ends up getting scared and throwing down their weapons. She then thinks that they have finally achieved this and could now minimize the damage by sending villagers to safety. The weapons could also be useful to them, and it was very wise of them to send those two with the director. If they hadn't done this at that moment, the director would have escaped without a scratch, and the people would have started a revolt as an impulse. However, there is a chance that that cunning old man has foreseen all this, so they should always remain alert. Suddenly, Young-ri starts shouting, saying that the director was right all along. So she ends up grabbing Juk-bak by the arm and a gun. She then tells him that the director said she would really do this to the villagers, so he ended up giving her a gun. The mother then ends up saying that she wasn't her mother anymore. Young-ju asks everyone to stay calm, because he couldn't take it out on her. However, people say that it was too dangerous for her. She then asks her daughter to relax a little, and the daughter asks why she would do this against the villagers and how she could harm the doctor, and that also, no matter what she said now, she didn't really believe her mother anymore. Oni then said that on that day, her mother should have died instead of her father, and without a doubt, it was she who should have died. This made her mother very sad, and she thought that it really hurt too much. Onigir then told her not to come any closer, otherwise he would take it out on Juk-bak's head. Everyone then talks about catching Young-H. They tell her to take several villagers outside and that the rest should follow Young-H. However, she ends up shooting herself on the ground, saying that she wasn't supposed to do that. He then points to the basement, and she says that the only family she has now is the principal. She then says that she should follow his words and take her to the director, so she ends up running with Juk-bak. At this point, the scene changes to the zombie mother and the only survivor of the cannibal tribe. She then says that it was the passageway that led to their home, and they used this passageway to get in and out because of the villagers. She doesn't ask if it was a nice home. However, in her mind, she was wondering how it was all possible and how everyone was dead in that place. She thinks that the zombie mother is getting stronger with time and what kind of monster that woman really was. However, she can see that the zombie mother is quite exhausted now, and maybe she could run away at that moment. The zombie mother then asks why she was looking at her. She replied that it was nothing, she just meant that she looked a bit tired. The zombie mother could only think of Juk-bak and Gon, waiting for her, who was on his way, and who would rescue everyone soon. Suddenly, however, they heard a tremor and a voice saying that she was admirable. However, she had crossed a line. She said that she just wanted to take the zombie mother away without any problems, but at that moment she was going to destroy it and take it to her father, and the zombie mother was supposed to mark her words. The zombie mother then wonders how that woman was still alive. Dayan then asks how her sister was alive and asks Dion to get away as quickly as possible, if she didn't want to be crushed right now. She then asks that monster behind her to kill her zombie mother, so that monster takes off towards her. The zombie mother then thinks that she should protect her family, and if she were to die right then and there, her family would be in complete danger. She then says that she will protect her family, and that was her only hope. The scene changes to Young-ri and Juk-bak. Juk-bak was struggling, asking to be let out, and also saying that he didn't like the dark. However, Young-ri said that he should take her to the director. Just then, her mother appeared very desperate, telling her not to go any further, as it was too dangerous. She then pointed the gun at her mother, telling her to go away, calling them all traitors, and asking how she was trying to act like a mother now, finding it disgusting. She was told to stop it immediately and get out of her way. Now, all she has at that moment is the principal and the villagers as family. Juk-bak then tells her that she wasn't mean like that. She asks what he means by that, and Juk-bak says that she really wasn't mean and shouldn't say such things to her mother. Young-ri then says that she didn't know anything. Her mother ends up apologizing, saying that she was sorry, since she knew she hadn't been around for so long and also hadn't been there when she needed her most. She had always done things thinking about what was best for her, but now she realized that she was a terrible mother and didn't care enough about her. No matter what her daughter did, she was never there. She then tells her daughter not to worry about the doctor, since it was all a show with fake blood, and she swears that she will never hurt her family. Her daughter was supposed to believe her, because she knew that her daughter didn't think like that. However, her daughter was asking her to leave. Her mother then said that it was fine if she wanted to say every word she said. She doesn't really mind if she says worse things too, but she ends up begging her, for the last time, to believe her terrible mother. So they both start crying, and Young-ri ends up apologizing to her mother for having been so hard on her. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appears on Juk-bak's back, and the monster says that he has finally found her. It then captures both the girl and Juk-bak. The mother tries to save them, but it's too late, as the monster was too fast. She then asks them to call a recovery company immediately on the radio, and they say they'll go after it right away. But where the hell did that monster come from? The woman then says that the monster took her daughter away from her, and she was going to kill it in a slow and painful way. The monster then talks about how human beings dare to defy them. Bak ends up seeing Gon and Hira fighting those monsters. When Gon looks up, he realizes that it was Bak who was with that monster. At this point, Hira gets a little distracted and the monster charges at her, but she quickly manages to break the monster in half, screaming a lot as Bak has been captured. The scene switches to Bak and Yong-hee. They were saying that it was too dark and they couldn't move. However, that monster told them that there was no point in trying, that they should just stand there because they were almost there. The monster then lands, saying that they have arrived. Gear asked where they were at that moment. Suddenly, a voice welcomed Yong, saying that it was very happy that she had managed to escape from those traitors. It must have been very difficult for her to bring that child to him, but now she had nothing to worry about, since her family was going to protect her. So we see that it was the director. He then told her that she had to hand over that child first. Suddenly, however, the director asks what Yong-hee was doing, and she ends up holding Bak's hand. Yong-hee then says that she found it very strange that sometimes some people who loved that village very much left without explanation, or when she heard that some others were purged because they were bad, and that was always what the director told them all. These people who did this, who ended up leaving the village or who were expelled, she ended up seeing these people transformed into monsters on the way there. She then wonders if those monsters were really the people who left the village. He then tried not to believe it, since the principal had said that everyone in the village was a valuable family to him. But now they've all been turned into monsters. However, Bak ends up asking how this wretch dares to doubt him and asks if she has forgotten his kindness in raising her. They never taught her to be like that. Giran says she hasn't forgotten that, but how could his relatives turn into monsters? Bak then kicks her in the stomach. He says that it was just a warning, and if she keeps talking like that, he won't have any more pity for her. The director then says that it might be too difficult for her to understand yet, because she was too young. But in this world, it's impossible for everyone to be happy. The world is divided between the strong and the weak, under the law of the jungle, which means that everything is acceptable for survival. While the weak simply wait to die, the strong easily take everything from them. He then asks what the weak should do to survive in that world. They must be protected by the strong, just as humans are protected by the strong. And those strong are the monsters because they have sacrificed their families, and she will understand that when she gets older one day. Suddenly, then, Bak says that the director was a very bad old man. She says that her mother told her that people who make others cry are bad people. She then takes the bandage off her finger and asks the director to stop being mean to her. If he carried on being mean like that, she would tell her parents. At this point, all the monsters next to her started laughing at Bak's face, saying that she was really cute and asking if she was going to tell her parents, who were shaking with fear. Bak then started screaming for his mother. Bak almost went to hit Bak, but the director asked him to leave her alone, as this would be his last effort. He then asks if she wasn't cute and admirable, having so much confidence to look for hope even in a desperate situation. The director then says that he finds her so adorable that he wants to break her into pieces. He asks Bak to come to him, but just then, Bak starts shaking and, this time crying, she starts calling for her mother. Suddenly, both B and the director were very frightened, as something hit the director very hard in the face. It was the head of one of the members of the cannibal tribe. Bak ended up pulling out his gun, but suddenly he was axed in the hand, and all the monsters were wondering what was going on there. Then we see that it was the zombie mother who had appeared on the scene, and Hira was also with her. The two then ask what they've done to their daughter and say that they're going to kill everyone there. B smiles and says that they are her two mothers. The scene then switches to Dayan, who was completely traumatized, saying that it was impossible and apologizing to her father, saying that there was nothing she could do now, and that it was impossible to stop that monster. Returning to the zombie mother, all the monsters who were there said that her eyes were also yellow. He wonders if she wasn't the monster their father was looking for, and how that woman could be there, since his brothers were supposed to be guarding the entrance. He wonders if she really did kill them all. The zombie mother thinks she remembers that Hira was smiling very confidently, and wonders how she ended up in that place. However, it was a relief to find that Bak was safe, but she wonders where Gon was and that, if something had happened to him, she would never forgive Hira. Hira still observes the zombie mother, saying that her appearance has changed again in a short time and there are now 3 tentacles on her, with a few different things coming out of them. She wonders if the zombie mother will ever stop changing. The director then tells him that she really did have yellow eyes and was a monster that his father and the founder were looking for. One of the monsters then asks the director if everything was all right. He asks if he really thinks it was all right. The director then asked everyone to listen, saying that they were only dealing with 2, and that it didn't matter how, he just wanted them to bring that yellow-eyed creature back alive. The rest were to kill that intruding woman. Yonggu then ended up grabbing Bak's arm, saying that it didn't matter if she was scared, but they should get out of there together. That was the perfect moment for them to escape. She knows she's done something wrong to Bak, but the only chance of them getting out alive is if her mother sacrifices herself. That way, they could get out alive. Yong says that they wouldn't be able to win that fight and tells Bak that they should run as fast as possible, taking the other people with them. However, Bak said that it was fine with her, as both of their mothers are really strong. So the fight begins, and the zombie mother ends up infecting several monsters at once. They wonder how this was possible, and soon afterwards, she ends up cutting up their bodies as if they were nothing. The director then wonders how this was possible and how she was managing to make her monsters explode. Yong, seeing all this, is really impressed as the zombie mother was very strong. Meanwhile, Bak and the other monsters were trying to catch Hira, but she managed to dodge all their blows at an absurd speed, hitting one of the monsters in the face and then hitting Bak's hand, disarming him on the spot. He then said that now Bak had nothing left in her hand and asked that bunch of assholes to go after her now. So she goes off to fight Bak again. Switching to the zombie mother, we see that she defeated all those monsters very quickly. Bak runs to hug her mother, saying that she knew she would rescue her. She says that she didn't cry once when she wasn't with her and that she didn't miss a meal either, saying that she was very brave for her mother and that she missed her very much. Then the zombie mother and she start crying. Honor, watching all this, ends up in shock, remembering that she herself said that the director was right. Why would he do that to the villagers? How could her mother harm the doctor? She also said that she no longer believed a word her mother had said, and that her mother should have died instead of her father. Honor then began to cry in despair, apologizing to her mother. However, the director was looking at all those dead monsters, wondering how this was possible. Even the rest of his family was dead, and he wondered if it could be a dream. Suddenly, Hira appeared behind him, telling him that everything was over there and that he had no one left to protect. He and his allies would also be arriving soon, so that director could no longer escape from that place. She then says that she hopes he enjoys this, a terrible nightmare that he is having right now. The director starts shouting at the founding lord, saying that they had a big problem now, and ends up begging him to wake up, since all the monsters have been killed. So he starts shouting the founder's name again. Suddenly, however, a voice asks him what all the shouting was about, and that he had already warned the principal not to wake him up because he was too exhausted. A creature then comes out of the director's mouth, asking what was going on there. Hira then says that the director was a stupid old rat, and he was actually keeping a monster inside his body. That was beyond disgusting. He then thinks he called that creature a founder. Hira, with her axe, wastes no time and sets out to stab that founder. However, he defends himself with the greatest ease in the world and asks her to mind her manners, throwing thorns in her face. She narrowly manages to dodge the blows. The founder then leaves the director's body and says that he has finally understood the situation. The yellow-eyed monster and the girl in the blue dress are definitely what his father was looking for. It was really good to see them, and those 2 fangs were right in front of him now. He says it was a very lucky day for him. The director apologizes to the founder for having called him so suddenly, as he couldn't handle the situation on his own any longer. That monster and the woman with the axe are much stronger than he imagined, and he couldn't handle the situation alone. So humbly, he ends up begging for your help. The director said that they still had an offer. At this point, however, the founder attacks the director and asks how he could be so foolish. He should have asked for help before their whole family fell. Thus, we see that the director ends up losing his ear. Honor then says that the monster was growing. We see that the founder has gotten several thorns in his back. Soon afterwards, Hira ends up grabbing that girl, telling her to get down right now. He then hits all those lights in the room, breaking them at the same time. Hira says he was doing it to block their view. The zombie mother asked if everything was all right with Jukbok, and Jukbok replied that everything was fine, but it was now very dark there. Suddenly, the zombie mother realized that someone was approaching and, just as she was about to attack, she almost hit Honor with her stinger. However, Hira held her stinger at the same time, asking if she was trying to kill that girl. The zombie mother then wondered if she was really still alive and that she must surely be immortal. She also wonders who that girl was who was with her. Just then, however, they both hear a noise and go on guard. The zombie mother then wonders what she should do at that moment. She could probably escape on her own, but it would be impossible to take her daughter, Jukbok, with her safely. So what should she really do? Hira asked her to listen and told her that they should go straight to the exit. They could probably make it if they ran. Then they could leave the children with Gon and tell him to take them out. The zombie mother realized that Gon was also safe, and that was a great relief to her. The zombie mother then tells Hira to wait a bit and that she was supposed to take Jukbok, that girl, out right now, and that she was going to hold that monster. Just then, the boss hits her in the chest. Hira then gets the message, picks up the two girls and leaves. The founder, now gigantic, says that it was a very wise decision for her to sacrifice herself to save more people. That was really wonderful. However, he asks her if it really was the right choice. Suddenly, Hira realizes something. Bak's body is no longer on the ground. She wonders if he really isn't dead yet, so the man ends up attacking her from behind, hitting Hira several times at once. Hira then drops her axe. Jukbok, so desperate, said she wanted to help her mother. However, Yongri says she's sorry, but she couldn't let her leave like that. Then Bak starts hitting Hira very hard. He asks Hira if she knows Karnas, a strong martial art from the Philippines that he learned while working as a policeman there. He was even surprised by her quick movements, but now it would be very different and asks what her next move would be. Hira was just worried that those girls would manage to escape from there. But just then, in front of the two girls, the director appeared, saying that he was finally going to catch those children. However, someone ended up hitting the director on the head. It was Yongri's mother, telling him to take his hands off her daughter. She then says that this time she will be able to protect her daughter. The zombie mother hugs her daughter, Jukbok, saying that now she didn't have to be afraid anymore, because everything would finally be all right, and asks if she hadn't been hurt. Yongri then said that no, everything was fine, but ended up apologizing to her mother, and wouldn't say anything else either, thanking her for coming to get her. Gon then asked if the children were all right, but the scene changed to the zombie mother, who was being pierced by the monster. Everyone watching was horrified, wondering how this was possible and what that monster was. However, just as they were about to fire, Gon asked everyone to put their guns away, because that zombie woman was his wife and he would kill everyone if they killed her. Everyone then became very confused, as they thought his wife was actually Hira. He ends up taking the zombie mother on his lap, asking her why she was there and what was happening at that moment. He then whispered and asked Gon to leave immediately. Just like that, the founder appears behind him, asking him to hand that woman over to him. Jukbok and Yongri say that that was the evil monster. Then everyone starts shooting at the monster, but nothing happens to him. They wonder if he's bulletproof. Suddenly, they are attacked by the founder. The man who was pierced by the founder wonders what is happening to his body, and suddenly it starts to dry out quickly. He wonders which piece of him he should taste first and ends up attacking everyone at once, completely killing their entire team. After killing everyone, the founder says that there is no one left and that he will give everyone one more chance. He will forget what happened today and give them a new life if they keep everything secret and hand over that yellow-eyed creature and his daughter. If they do that, he'll work a miracle for them. Suddenly, one of those women picks up Jukbok, saying that she brought her to him as he asked. Honor apologizes because she really didn't know. Her mother then says it was all right, but asks what the woman was really thinking by doing that. The woman then says that she did what the founder asked her to do, and it was for him to keep his promise and let the townspeople live as before. He then asks why he would do such a thing and ends up piercing the woman's chest immediately. He then says that everyone has their own value, like a screw that has its own designated place. Everyone has a place where they belong. The community created by those who know their place completes the value of a group, but that woman had destroyed everything because of her greed. Through the director, he gave them a life and a purpose and also offered a safe life, including food and shelter. So they really had the right to do that, and it's up to them whether they live or not. Being their food is also part of her value, and trusting a power-hungry person was a huge mistake. From now on, he is the leader of them all. Yongju said that who would have thought there was a monster behind that director and wondered what she should do now. Gon was trying to think that there must be some way to kill that creature, and that he needed to think as quickly as possible. The zombie mother then said that everything was almost ready, and in a few minutes she could kill that creature. The scene then switches to Hira, and Bak says that she was much better than he thought. If it hadn't been for the founder, he would have killed her mercilessly, so she should consider herself a lucky woman. He could have killed her a long time ago, but he was hesitant, as he values a person's talent and ability. He then made Hira an offer. If she became his wife, he would promise her a very happy life. She was supposed to think about it calmly and imagine a life with a future, different from the hell she lived outside. A life where nothing could hurt her, and although there were monsters in their family, the chosen ones, like him, are treated differently. He is sure that she would also be given into a group and asks if this proposal wouldn't appeal to her. At this point, however, Hira starts laughing in his face. He asks what was so funny, and Hira then asks if that wasn't hilarious what he said about a happy life. But he was happy because he was simply one of their slaves, and surely he must have lost his mind in this pathetic life. How could that be a happy life? He asked her if she really wanted to live a life as insignificant as his. Eli Tun ends up refusing the proposal, saying that, apart from anything else, he just looked like dirt to her, and that's how she saw him. The man then angrily goes after her again, saying that he needed more time to convince her. He ends up going back to the zombie mother, who picked up Chuck Bak and threw her into Gon's hands, saying that Chuck Bak was now safe and that she just needed some more time, as she could surely beat the founder. She then began to attack the founder with her tentacles, but he said that it was no use as his body had no senses and was unable to feel pain. She was wasting her time doing this, and it would be better if she just gave up. He said it wouldn't change anything, and even if she managed to escape, eternal agony was the only thing that awaited her. That was the only fate she could face, just like all the other cattle that were hidden there. Without their help, she could only live in fear of being devoured, and she couldn't survive even a day without their protection. She was helpless, a newborn among them, and that's why they were like children to him. He says that he built a village for everyone, like a father, and that his children shouldn't turn their backs on him. He then ends up punching the zombie mother several times. At this point, the scene shifts to Hira, and Bak asks her if she didn't agree with him. Children need their parents' protection to survive, and they've only given them the purpose of living their lives as they wish, so it was a noble act to sacrifice their lives in return. He ended up punching Hira very hard in the abdomen, which was almost at the limit of her body. He says that it doesn't matter if you're a slave or cattle, because the fact that you're a family doesn't change anything. Back to the founder, people were shooting him in the back, and Yongju asked him to shut up and asked if that really made sense to him. How could he think that the parents in the world would use their children and devour them? She asks him to think about that perspective since he was an idiot, and asks if it was really possible to enjoy a good life while waiting to be devoured by a monster. What they need is a future without monsters, a village where her daughter can live in safety. The founder then says that she still hasn't understood what he meant. It was just an illusion that she was dreaming. At this point, the zombie mother goes off on the founder, saying that a father isn't a king, and the whole thing wasn't a family. Returning to Hira, she takes Bak's blow and tells him she's had enough of his nonsense, since it was all a waste of time, as he was trying to change her mind. So she ends up hitting him in the face. He then thinks that, unfortunately, he has let his guard down, and now his eyes have been affected. Just then, she lands another very strong blow on him. Turning back to the founder, he wonders if that was a crack in his body, and that it had never happened before. He thinks it's impossible and wonders if that's what she was trying to do all along. He then says that they were all inferior creatures, and why didn't they understand that he was trying to tell them to offer their lives with happiness? In Hira's fight, he says that it was her last chance and why she was being so stubborn with him, since they were there to be ruled. That was the purpose of their existence. The founder says that everyone was making a mistake and that they were going to lose everything because of it. At this point, both Hira and the zombie mother attack them at the same time, sending them straight to hell so that they can enjoy their family in the fires of hell. The two of them hit them full on. As soon as Bak falls to the ground, she says that it was a joke to take joy in being a governor. The zombie mother says that it's finally over and that her plan really worked, since the poison she implanted in him was spreading throughout his body. He then asks his zombie mother if she thought it would happen so quickly, and says that his death won't be the end. For now, she could even enjoy her freedom, but her death will come eventually. Suddenly, the zombie mother realizes that he was planning something and quickly goes after him. However, he tells her it's too late. The founder then ends up exploding, throwing several thorns in everyone's direction. After this explosion, the director says that he has no more time and that he has to get out of there as quickly as possible in order to kill all those cuckoos. He then says that he had dedicated himself a lot to that village, and that's what he was earning now. He fed them, sheltered them, and that's how they're repaying him. When he leaves, he's sure to kill everyone. Suddenly, however, Chuck Bak appears and slaps the guy on the ass. Gon then asks where he was going. They all end up surrounding the principal, who asks them to listen, since he did it all because he had no choice. It was all for the good of their village, and if it hadn't been for him, the village would have ended. He too is human and, of course, feels guilty for those who were sacrificed. However, they only lived that long because of those sacrifices, and he did the best he could. So he asks them to tell him what he did wrong. However, Yongju tells him to stop acting like a victim. He used his family to prolong his life and lived like a king, as he always wanted to. He asks her to look around. All that disaster was his doing. She then says that everything that happened in the village was his fault and tells that old man to go to hell, finally ending the director's life once and for all. Immediately afterwards, she fell to her knees on the ground, saying that it was all over and that Yong-R and the village were now safe. She apologizes to her husband for taking too long to do it and asks him to rest in peace, saying that one day she would see him again. After it was all over, the village changed a lot in just a few days. The bodies of the principal and the monsters were disposed of, and a small memorial was held for the victims. They decided to seal off all the passages to the basement and stand guard for a while. However, there was one problem. They couldn't find the instructor's body, and if Bak was still alive, who knows what he might do in the future. Some of the villagers said that the place had no future, as it was a monster factory, and if they stayed there, they would be devoured. So they decided to leave the village. It was explained that when the secret was revealed, most of the villagers left with food and bags. The doctor then says that they were all very stupid. At times like these, they should stick together, but they still have some hope. The scene switches to the doctor giving Hira an injection, who says it hurts too much. He says that it was just a small injection and that he did it very gently. The camera shows Gon, the zombie mother, and Juk Bak sleeping together. The doctor says he was very surprised to discover that Juk Bak's mother was a monster, but her DNA helped a lot in the research. Yongju was recovering from surgery, and all she needed to do now was wake up. He was sure that she would cry when she saw the village and her daughter freed, and hoped that she would wake up soon. The doctor then said that the whole thing was stressing him out, but it was fine. He wonders how he found Bak and the monster mother like that and wonders how he got that result. The scene changes to a city outside, where we see that Bak is facing a gigantic creature that looks like a pigeon. Bak then says that this was very bad, as he was cornered with a very weak weapon. He says he didn't know there was a giant pigeon living there and that he couldn't die in that place. He ends up hitting the pigeon on the head, but nothing happens. Suddenly, a voice speaks to him, saying that he didn't expect it to appear there. We see his father appear and ask him to tell him every detail of what happened inside. After explaining everything, the father says he understands. The village was lost after the death of the director and founder. Bak then gets down on his knees and apologizes to his father, saying that the precious home he gave them was destroyed. Bak says that he knew his part was over now and that he could no longer be his son, but that he gave life to them when they had no hope. However, they ended up losing that village, and he can't just let it end like that. He would be grateful if his father would allow him to kill all those who did this. That was the last wish of a foolish son. The father asks him to grant the power of the other family members, and Bak starts crying, begging for it. The father then says that the pain of realizing that you haven't done your best hurts 10 times more than failure. It's a phrase he took from a book, and anyone can make mistakes. He says that his result can change if he learns from his past mistake, and that it was just a part of growing up. The father ends up touching Bak's head, and he thanks him very much. However, his father tells him that he had crossed the line and now realized how useless he was. They were the only ones to blame for that. Tentacles begin to grow out of Bak's face, and the father says that this was the result of incompetence rooted in peace, killing Bak once and for all. The father then says that he shouldn't have trusted those dirty animals, both in the families and in the village. He had lost so much just to start from the beginning, and his biggest concern was actually that woman, who had completely exceeded his expectations. Now it was time to act, because he shouldn't waste any more time on this. Suddenly, a hidden voice asked what they should do now. If he sent more families, they would all die at once. But if they didn't hurry, it would be harder for him. So he asks his father what they could do. But his father replies that he doesn't need to worry about that. As he said, they died in a pointless way, but there is another way to solve it. This time, he'll be the one going there. The monster who was hiding says that the risk was too high and that the father wasn't feeling well. The father replies that this was the only reasonable course of action, and that he had been prepared for it from the start. This really was an important moment, and he knows the village inside and out. He also had that monster to help him with his plan. The father then said that he would need Jack's help. That monster says that maybe he wouldn't be much help, but he would do his best. The father says that he's sure he'll do his best, and that it wouldn't be such a problem if his body was in one piece. If it weren't for that woman, we see a scene in which the father is missing an arm and half his body. When he looks at that pregnant human woman, he realizes that her arm is coming off her body, and she has one of her golden eyes. The father then says that he will sacrifice anything to get his body back. The key to it all was that child called Chuck Bak, who wasn't affected by the light. He believes that she must be holding the core inside her body, so he says he needs to get that child's body again. For now, that child is their top priority. Then 2 months pass, and apparently everything is fine in the village. The scene shifts to Shu Bak, who says she's going to see her parents later. Her parents were completely delighted with her new dress. Gon says that his daughter looks very beautiful in that dress. Juk Bak asks her father and mother for a kiss, and they end up saying goodbye to Juk Bak. She says she's going to have a lot of fun today and leaves. However, when she left, Shu Bak's expression changed completely, showing that she didn't care at all. Changing the scene, Chuck Bak was very distressed, and the teacher asked her how much 2 times 9 was. Chuck Bak replied that it was 18. The teacher said that she was right and that she was very proud of her, as that little girl was very intelligent. Ongiri comments that it was impressive, even though it was very basic. However, Yoon saw that her daughter was having a lot of difficulty with math. As she was older than Juk Bak, she should have known better. Her daughter then asks her to stop talking to her about it. The mother asks why she was shouting, as it was starting to give her a headache. Ongiri says they're calling it a day. Ongiri asks if her mother wouldn't go with them, but the woman replies that it won't be until later and that they shouldn't stay out late. Ongiri then tells Juk Bak not to worry about it and to have fun. Smiling, Juk Bak says she's going to have a great time. Ongiri tells them to eat as quickly as possible to play catch, and Juk Bak runs after her, saying she wants to eat a lot of ramen. Ongiri tells Chuck Bak that she knows a place that no one has been to before and that they could go there. The scene changes and they are playing with a ball. Ongiri says she has to catch the ball to play that game, so she throws the ball at Juk Bak again. Juk Bak tries to catch the ball, but it hits her on the head and falls to the ground. Ongiri says it's like training a dog. The two then start playing again until the ball ends up catching on a woman's leg. The woman says that was a little monster girl. Another woman asks who that girl was, and she replies that she shouldn't know because she's young, but that she's the daughter of a monster. The other woman comments that the girl looked very cute, but her friend says that she has a strange finger in that bandage. The other woman then asked Juk Bak to show her finger and asked what the villagers were thinking of keeping those monsters in there, as it was very disgusting. The other woman was smiling, as Juk Bak was about to cry. Ongiri asks what those women said to Juk Bak and why she was leaving. The women tell her not to accuse them of anything, since they only told the truth. Suddenly, Hira appears. The other woman asks her boss to be careful what she says. However, the blonde woman thinks that perhaps she didn't hear Hira. She then asks if the women were deaf, since she told them to get down on the floor right now. The scene changes and Chuck Bak is sad, sitting on the stairs. Suddenly, Gon says he's finally found her and asks what's going on. Shu Bak then cries and says that she wants to go home, because she hates that place. Gon understands his daughter very well, but says that now was not the time. Evil monsters know their house, so now it's too dangerous. Chuck Bak talks about the scary monsters, but the people who hurt her mother are much worse. She knows there are good people there, but some of them speak badly of her mother. Her mother is a good person who loves her family. She is very warm and a very kind mother. When people say these things about her mother, it makes her very sad. Gon then says that he understands his daughter, but says that there is a way to fix this. These people were afraid of her mother because they don't know her like they do, so they end up being very scared. So they needed to make them see who she really is and how wonderful her mother is. They're going to make everyone in the village love her mother. The scene changes to the zombie mother and some people around her. Some were asking her to have a good trip, which was very noble of her, since she was looking for food and supplies all night. However, others were saying that she was a devastator of men and whether it was right to trust that monster. A woman then asks how they could say such a thing, since the zombie mother ended up saving them all. The man replied that it was just a figure of speech and that, to be honest, she was very scary and dangerous too. It was better to be very careful with that monster. The zombie mother was just watching the whole thing in silence, but suddenly Chuck Bok shouted, saying that her mother was a good person and that she was also very kind to everyone. She had always been very nice to her. Gon says that she was a sweet person and also a wonderful wife who loves her husband. And one more thing, her mother never bit anyone. The zombie mother then became very embarrassed by the whole situation, wondering if they were teasing her, since she was feeling very ashamed of it. She thinks that Tan says he'll see his mother later, and she thinks she'll never give up on that, since it will make everyone trust her mother. So the zombie mother ends up waving all shyly back, and everyone else starts smiling. Meanwhile, Hira was making the women who humiliated Chuck Bok train to exhaustion, saying that there were still 10 more minutes to go. The women say that she said that 10 minutes ago, and Hira replies that because she said that she's going to increase it by another 10 minutes. The scene then shifts to outside the city, where one person asks if they were sure. The other replies that of course they were, since they had come so far. He then replies that he should be careful about his age and not to get too excited. The man then, in front of several dead monsters, said that age meant nothing in a world like that. The monster, still alive, says that he told him he wouldn't kill him if he said that and that they were the lying bastards. The man ends up calling Young Ju, who was his daughter, and tells her that he is going to Hope Village, since the yellow-eyed monster was in that village and he will die by his hand. The scene switches to Chuck Bok, who shows Hira her teddy bear. She says it was her father and mother who got it for her, and they said it was a present for being a good girl. Hira then comments that the teddy was very cute and beautiful. When she hears that it was her zombie mother who gave her that teddy bear, she says that it wasn't really that nice and that she would make something much better. Tan says that she hasn't even given that teddy a name yet and asks if Hira has a good one. Hira replies that she doesn't really know how to name things, but Chuck Bok says it could be anything. Hira starts to think about a name, so she says that it could be Sua, and asks if that's okay. She asks Chuck Bok if that wasn't a beautiful name, since it meant beauty and prosperity. Chuck Bok then says that she loves that name. Hira asks her to take care of the name, as it was very precious to her. Tan asked if she had said anything, but just then, Onari arrived out of nowhere, asking Hira to come with her quickly. Hira then asks what's wrong, and she replies that there are newcomers in the village. However, Hira says that there are already enough people in the village, and Chuck Bok comments that she hopes they are pretty. Yong-hee, all tired out, asks her to help her mother. Switching scenes, we see that Yong-hee's mother is talking to the two new members. She asked them if they liked the village, and the man said yes, as he had never seen a village like it. He was also very impressed with her, as she was very strong, despite her disability. However, the two of them were talking loudly, and Hira said that they were hurting her ears. At that moment, Yong-ju introduced Hira to them, saying that she was Tum Baiha. He can't hear very well, so the person would have to speak very loudly. That girl was his daughter, called Yu Young. Yong-jan then introduced Hira, saying that she was the village's ultimate weapon, and that this cute little girl was called Chuck Bok. However, Young was staring at Hira a lot, and Hira wondered why that girl was looking at her like that. But from staring so much, the girl ends up getting very scared. The man stood up, saying that she was very cute, and asked if the little girl had a name. She replied that her name was Shubak. The man understood chubby, and she said it wasn't Chuck Bok. This time, however, he hears that it's Sho, and again she replies that it was Chuck Bok. So the man starts smiling, saying that her name was very unique. When Chuck Bok went to point her finger at him, he ended up holding Chuck Bok's finger. And so Hira ends up getting up on the spot, holding the guy by the neck. He says that the woman seemed very overprotective and ends up apologizing for it. However, he heard that the girl's finger was discoloring and had a question to ask, just out of curiosity. He wondered if there was a yellow-eyed monster there. Hira, with a very scary look on her face, tells him to find out for himself. Ongijo then asked the two of them to stop, as there were children in the room and they needed to remain calm at that moment. Hira approaches him and asks what he would do when he finds this monster. Just then, Gon arrives, asking if he thought BX was there, since he couldn't find his daughter anywhere. Suddenly, the man recognizes Gon and asks what he was doing there. Gon also recognizes him and calls him master. The scene changes to Gon beating up some monsters while some people also fight them. The people then celebrate because he was pushing the monsters away with enormous force and they couldn't help but admire him. The man, called Yong King, the baggy bear, told everyone to move, as they had to get their things. Wellington says that he thought he was just a big idiot when he met him, but then he became the captain and everyone called him Bear. Look at him now, how he is, and who would have thought that he would raise a family with a monster. So he starts laughing in Gon's face. Chuck Bok says that her mother wasn't a monster, but then Jung sees that his father was exaggerating and ends up punching him. Jung-Ito says that they became the target of the cannibal tribe, which meant that they would eventually come back to them, so they would have to protect the family from danger, and asks him if he doesn't regret it. Gon then remembers the moment he met his wife. He says he's never regretted anything. Years ago, Gon asked Ewan what had happened to her, and she asked where he had been going lately, since she hardly saw him. He says it was nothing, he was just going out on patrol a lot. She asks why he was doing that since they've already explored that area, and he replies that he was double-checking just in case. He then says he'll be back soon, and she could go home with the others. She says she expected an explanation from him afterwards, and wonders what was going on with that guy. Her father says that maybe he's hiding something, maybe he even has a secret girlfriend. But Yeongju says there's no chance of that. Switching to Gon, he ends up seeing the zombie mother with that baby on her lap. He asks her to calm down. He only brought her a few things she needed and asks her how the bag he gave her is. However, she could only growl at him. He asks her not to get angry, as he brought baby medicine, clothes and blankets, and he had to choose a random size for the baby. He then tells her that he's going and that she should take good care of that baby. He pretends to leave, but comes back to see what happened and sees that the zombie mother was very happy to receive those things. He is then very happy as he knew she would love it, and he is also glad that he chose the right things. He says he's still very surprised that there was a monster looking after a baby. He asks what he should bring her next. The scene changes to a while later. They were inside a house and he kept bringing her various things over and over again until they became very intimate. They were already playing together and even telling shoebox stories. What's more, he was also cutting the zombie mother's hair because they were so close. The zombie mother began to worry when he showed up with bruises on his body. So their relationship grew closer and closer and their love for their family grew more and more. He stopped to think that they were now very close and he hadn't even realized it. Looking closely at the zombie mother, he notices that she has very beautiful eyes. She realized he was looking at her a lot and he told her it was nothing. However, he told her that it was time for him to leave and that they should give that little girl a name the next time they met. However, hidden somewhere, there was someone watching all this. Gon, returning home, kept thinking of a name for that little girl and had no idea that that baby didn't have a name yet, which is very good. He then ends up going to the zombie mother another day, asking what was going on there, and sees that the baby is asleep. However, the zombie mother was crying because Chuck Bok was sick. He ends up asking her what was wrong with her. Just like that, the scene changes and he's running around desperately, thinking that he needs to hurry as fast as possible and that it can't be long before he gets home. That wasn't a safe environment in which to raise a baby, and if he'd brought some medication earlier, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, however, he is almost hit on the head by someone, but ends up grazing his forehead. The man who hit Gon asks if he's really the bear they know and he could have dodged that very easily. And it's a shame that the blow was only a graze. Gon starts swearing at them all, so now we find out how he got that scar on his forehead. The man tells Gon that his face was shaking, but he was just there to make an offer and it was no big deal, so he didn't have to worry about it. Han asks him to bring all the weapons and supplies from his house. That way he'll spare him. Gon says that he should be the one asking to be spared and tells him to get his guys and forget it, otherwise he'll kill that man. However, the one-eyed man says that Gon was getting it all wrong, since he wasn't a hostage. Then a woman tells him that the mission was complete for him and that they had finally captured that show. Gon then becomes very angry at this situation. The woman asked Gon if he really wanted to go through all this trouble and if he really wanted to die, while she held the sick baby on her lap. The woman says she was interested to see what kind of woman the bear man was in love with, and she didn't know he liked monsters. The other man said that the mother was a freak, but the baby was very cute. The woman then says she should take the baby with them, and the other man agrees as they could make a lot of money with a baby. She said it was fine and that she was sure they could raise it better than a monster mother. Just then, the two men who were with the woman were shot. The one-eyed man hears the noise of the shots and says that the sound came from behind, from where the hostages were. The one-eyed man then asks Gon if he asked for reinforcements and if he was just buying time at that moment by getting angry. He goes off on Gon, saying that he was going to die now. Suddenly, someone starts talking on the one-eyed man's radio and asks if he was being beaten like an idiot, knowing that he was listening. Then the woman says that she's just going to tell him one more time to pass the radio on to Gon. The one-eyed man asked the woman if she was his family family. She replied that he really needed to ask her that and to let him talk to her, or she would have to take her family there. He then passes the radio on to Gon. Then Young tells Gon that she's very disappointed in him and asks if that's why he's been going out lately and if he was playing with her face. She asks what kind of captain he was, hugging a monster. She then says that her father also knew about it, and that's where it all ended. He was supposed to just give her the medicine and never show up there again. If he wanted to carry on, he could forget about going home. Jung then says that, at that moment, he would have to choose between them or that monster. Everyone around wondered if he was really dating a monster, and that was very disgusting. Even if he really needed a girl, it would still be very disgusting, and they never expected the bear man to be so weird like that. Gon then apologizes to Jung, saying that it was all his fault. Jung ends up getting very shy and says she was glad he chose them. However, Gon says that it was to tell everyone that he was sorry. After all, he didn't have any qualities to be a leader. This leaves her very surprised, and so she begins to remember all the good times Gon has helped her, from when she was very young. The man next to him said that he had already suspected it would be that way, since Gon was very fond of her, so they should follow the rule. Whoever decided to leave was free to go. Jung said he already knew that, but asked why he was doing it, since she was right there and loved him much more than that monster. So the girl starts to cry. The scene changes and Gon has already defeated several people. Only the one-eyed man is left. The one-eyed man then asks if Gon was also some kind of monster and how he managed to do that after such an outburst. If he hadn't messed with them in the first place, none of that would have happened. Gon then punches the one-eyed man very hard in the face and thinks of his zombie mother, waiting for him. Changing the scene at night, he told her that everything was fine, that he wasn't hurt. He ended up thinking of a name for his daughter on the way there, and the name would be Chuckbach, since his mother gave him that nickname so that he could live in blessings. The zombie mother then really liked that name. Suddenly, Gon says that he's been thinking about something for a long time anyway. At first, it was just curiosity, but now it's much more than that. He says he wants to be with her and Chuckbach together forever. And, even though he has nothing now, he promises that he would stay with her and the baby no matter what. Then he asks her if she would accept him as her husband. The zombie mother, very embarrassed, accepts, and he tells her that he will love her until the end of his life. Returning to the present, Jung was beginning to regret doing it, but she said no. She needed to stay calm. She'd been through hell and survived, and she wouldn't be afraid of something like that. The zombie mother wouldn't beat her that easily. The zombie mother was then staring hard, wondering where she had seen this girl, because she recognized her smell. I think back then said that her mother only smells people who are suspicious and asked if she was a suspicious person. The two start sniffing the girl as if it were the most normal thing in the world, and the girl wonders where those two went without her. They said they'd be back soon. The scene then switches to Gon talking to his master. They were talking about the past and laughing a lot, saying it was the good old days. The man had a lot of fun teaching Gon, and Gon asks him what he did. He replies that one day he'll know when he's his age. Gon then says that he won't know for millions of years. His master says that he misses the old days very much, as they could do anything when they were together. It really was incredible. He then tells Gon to do whatever it takes to protect his family. Gon asks why he was looking for a yellow-eyed monster. At this point, the man doesn't answer. Gon then says it's okay, changes the subject and asks if everyone is okay. He asks about his son, Shun-Sik, and his other daughter, Yujin, and if he loved them as much as Yujong. He also asked what had happened to the others in the family and begged the master to answer. The master told him that he was an idiot and that he already knew the answer because they were all dead. The yellow-eyed monster had killed them all. He says that he has seen many hells in this world, but nothing has ever come close to that. Then everyone in his family is shown being killed by those monsters. He says that he could hear the sound of his family's flesh and bones breaking, as well as blood splashing on the ground. But all he could do at that moment was save a daughter. He had never felt so powerless in his entire life. That day, the two of them decided that whatever the cost, they would kill that monster. Gon, then very frustrated, asked him if he was saying that the monster had killed all his people and that the bastard was persecuting his family, killing his friends. When he found the monster, he would kill it. The old man then begins to smile, telling him not to worry about it, since that monster is probably already in the village. This makes Gon very scared. He says that he told him that the thing was after his wife and daughter. Then the boss of the place also did the same, and Gon ends up agreeing to it. The man says that he's lost his family and his home, so he's not going to sit back and watch anymore. He asks who he thinks will go after first. He says he'll probably go after the weakest, which in this case is Jukbok. Gon then says that it's impossible, since they haven't found anything suspicious in the last 2 months. His master told him that he was still as dumb as ever, and that he was only hiding because he was after something. A brief moment of peace is just poison, and by the time you realize it, it's too late. So he should never let his guard down. He asks Gon to prepare for what's to come, since the village he thinks is so safe is the most dangerous of all. Suddenly, they hear a noise and the old man asks what it was. Gon says it came from that road. The old man then says that he has a bad feeling at the moment and that they need to hurry as quickly as possible. When they arrive, he wonders what happened there. They then ask Jinzu what he was doing. After his explanation, Gon asks if that woman has just disappeared, and he says that exactly what happened. It was so fast that he was carrying her to the infirmary. He was supposed to take her to the doctor to make sure she was okay or not, and he didn't need to worry about that. However, the master ends up saying that he was a little suspicious about it and also worried, since there was blood on the floor. The boy asked him to relax, as he was going to make sure she saw a doctor. However, Gon and the master were thinking that they knew he was lying. Gon, smiling, asked him to let him help, since one should help the other. Gon then touches the woman's body, but suddenly realizes that her body is very cold. He already knew she was dead, but it didn't make much sense, since it hadn't been long since she started screaming, so she couldn't have been that cold. However, that boy said that he would take her to the doctor and asked if he hadn't heard him talking. He asks if Gon wasn't respecting his opinion and that forcing him to help was no different from humiliating him. He then asks Gon to mind his own business. Gon, smiling, apologizes to Jinsu, saying that he was really intruding and that he got ahead of himself, since he was normally a very calm guy and was just worried about that girl. He hopes the boy understands. The boy then says it was all right. He apologizes for getting angry about it. Gon asks if he could see if she was all right. The boy then says that he really hates Gon's type and that he was already stressed out by the whole thing. He asks why he kept bothering him. The boy then said that he couldn't take it anymore. At this point, Gon wonders what's going on, and more people show up, saying they heard a noise. The people then asked if the woman was alive or conscious. The boy then thought that more people had appeared and now everything would get worse. Suddenly, however, that woman moved her hand, which left the master very confused. Gon then asked him if he was going to continue being stubborn, as this would only make him look even more suspicious. The boy wondered what he could do at that moment. Gon then said that he was leaving him no choice and that he would have to check the force. The boy thought that he couldn't let anyone know that she was dead. Suddenly, the old man tells Gon not to touch the girl. The girl then raises her hand, saying that he couldn't touch her, as that was too rude. Gon asks what was going on there, since he thought she really was dead. The boy then asks if they could go now and thinks that was enough. She needed to see a doctor as soon as possible. The master then ends up getting in front of Gon, apologizing for it, and they were just mistaken. Now they were heading home. When they left, Gon asked him if he also felt something strange about that guy and if they should investigate that secret. However, the master asks him if he hadn't seen that he was an idiot, but Gon asks what he should have seen. The old man then told him never to approach alone, because he was too big to see, but he who was behind saw it. He says that the woman wasn't actually human. Switching to that boy, he says that he did everything wrong and that he should have been much more careful, should have looked around. He considers himself careless and an idiot, and now everyone must be suspecting him. The boy then starts tearing his own skin off his face, saying that he has brought trouble on his father. Suddenly, however, that woman asks Jack to stay calm, since his regret can't cancel out the consequences, and he wasn't supposed to be hard on himself. Thanks to him, she had enough information and was proud of him as a son. Jack then asked if she was proud of him, and the woman, who was actually his father, said it was time to act. The father then told Jack that he was on watch today. Switching to Jukbok, Hira says she was sleeping, and when she went to touch Jukbok, the zombie mother slapped her hand, saying she wasn't supposed to touch her daughter. At this point, Hira says that it wasn't to annoy her, otherwise she might have slapped her back. However, the zombie mother says that she doesn't care, that she wasn't supposed to touch her while she was sleeping. Gon then asks why they were fighting, as this was a very critical moment. Oldenon asked if everyone really needed to listen, and Gon said yes, since Hira was like family, so there was no need to worry about her. However, those two weren't behaving like family. Hira then asks if what they said was true, and the old man says yes, that suspicious guy called Jinsu and the strange behavior of the woman who was dead made him suspicious. He thinks that boy was behind it all and asks when he came to that village. Gon replies that it's been over a month, and the old man says that he's had enough time to prepare things. He really had no idea what he could have done during the whole month, since he had only been there for one day. The zombie mother thinks that she will never let Shubak go through that hell again, and that they were definitely hiding in that village to get Jukbok. She and Shubak were, in fact, very easy targets for them, and she would have to kill that monster to end it all once and for all. Wellington says that the monster was probably there and asks everyone to think about it. They had been at peace for the last 2 months and asked if they knew why. Hira then says that they were probably being careful with them and that he decided that violent methods like before wouldn't work again. That's why they're being careful, since nothing has worked so far. This means that the boss could show up once and for all. Jung then says that Hira was right and that they should keep an eye on Jinnu, as he could be connected to his monster father. The old man then talks about that woman who was with him. Gon then said that they needed to be more cautious. They have a lead, but they can't let their guard down right now, so they would have to investigate that woman and Jinnu tomorrow. The old man then starts laughing, saying he loved it, and Hira says she'll kill him if he wakes up Chubak. However, Gon realized that the old man was shaking. His master then says that, if this works, he could be lucky and that he had a good feeling about the whole thing since they could at least catch a part of that monster. So everyone ends up getting excited about the mission. The scene then shifts to M, who asks the Gensu what they're doing there and if anything has happened. Suddenly, however, he becomes very frightened. At this point, the scene changes and we see that the village is on fire and everyone is desperate, asking for water. Gon then, in the middle of everyone, says that it was a real fire. Hira then realizes that it was the food warehouse, and Gon says that it was Jinsu who was on watch today. The doctor asks Jinsu what was wrong. The zombie mother then says it was him, but why would he be doing this everywhere? Why the food store? And why didn't he go after her and Chubak? Everyone began to get desperate as their precious food was being burned. Some people even fell to the ground crying because they had worked so hard for it. Seeing the desperation of the people, the zombie mother realizes the reason for this, as everyone has become desperate and out of control. And in the middle of the crowd, that woman was smiling at the zombie mother. Just then, the zombie mother hands Chubak to Gon and asks him to hold her for a minute. She then runs off and Gon asks her where she's going. The people then tell Gon that he needs to help too, and he says that he's already on his way. Chubak's finger was swelling up a little more. The zombie mother then sees that mysterious woman through the window and jumps until she reaches that place. When she arrived, she realized that the woman had already left and wondered where she had gone. Suddenly, however, her father starts talking about how impressive it was. He thought his senses were weak from a life of peace. However, she was very quick to recognize him and asks if he was happy at that moment of the life he gained by taking over his house, or was he relieved by it all? The zombie mother then didn't answer, and he asked why she was silent like that. She didn't need much to try and find him because, really, he just wanted to talk. If she didn't want to talk about it, they could change the subject to her family or even her beautiful daughter. He then says that Chubak was getting prettier and prettier and he's sure she'll grow up to be much prettier than her mother. And what I have to say is that she was looking much more delicious. My God in heaven, if this conversation is taken out of context, it gets even weirder. So, we see that the boss was on to her and goes after the zombie mother. However, she quickly grabs him by the tentacles, saying that she has finally managed to catch that monster. He then throws her very hard to the ground and she then dodges his attacks. The zombie mother asks if that was the best he could do at that moment and if he had lost his advantage. She then says that she's going to put an end to it once and for all. However, the father asks her how her stomach feels, but the zombie mother doesn't understand what he means. The father says that she seemed to be in a lot of pain. The zombie mother asks what he meant by pain in the stomach and says that he wasn't trying to talk to her. Suddenly, however, she becomes very frightened, asking how he could know such a thing, since he really thought Chubak had a strange pain in her stomach. The zombie mother says that there was no one in the room at the time, so how could he have known about it? The father then says that she wasn't the only one who had precious memories, since Chubak liked playing with balls and he also knows that she loves eating soup. He asks her if she also knew that her daughter received secret training 3 times a week. She was learning very well, so young and full of life, and was very happy when she scored 80 points in the test 3 days ago. He then says that, albeit a little, he finally understands her family bond. And if Jukbak is alive, even after he gets his body back, he would really like to try to raise her as if Jukbak were his daughter. At this point, the zombie mother becomes very angry and lashes out at her father with all her might. The father then asks her if she wants to kill him, and she throws herself out of the window. He asks her to catch him if she can. Everyone downstairs sees that someone has jumped from the building and wonders how this could have happened. They also realize that there was someone up there and notice that it was Jukbox's mother. At this point, the zombie mother becomes very worried, as she has been very careless and, in fact, this was his plan all along. There was no need to wait to look for it. Now everyone in the village was infected with this thought. Changing the scene, everyone in the village was very angry with Jukbox's mother, saying to bring Jukbox's mother out right now. Gon tells everyone to calm down a bit and says he understands how it seemed yesterday, but it wasn't. Gu-jan then says that he was right too and asks why she would try to do such a thing. The man then says that she attacked the fire so that she could eat while the others were distracted, and so she was caught in the act. This was already very clear to them, and he knew it would happen one day, a monster helping people. That was impossible, and she didn't say a word to her husband either. So why was he staying by her side? Ju then asks that guy to watch his mouth. However, he said that he was only telling the truth and that she was like a starving wretch. She couldn't stop eating people. Gon then got very close to him, asking him what he had just said about his wife. He had no proof of anything, so he was supposed to stop accusing his wife of a crime she didn't commit. Han asked Gon to get off him, before he hit him. Thus began a very internal conflict within the village, and everyone was calling for the zombie mother to leave right now. Ira was just observing everything that was happening, as the village overnight became a mess. The scene changes to the zombie mother playing with Jukbox. Jukbox says that her puppy was crying because it was hungry. As they play, the zombie mother wonders what she should do now, since her father has infected everyone in the village and must have done so for a long time, using water with fear or physical contact. Everyone there is now her eyes and ears, and she can do absolutely nothing about it. Even for everyone in that village, she couldn't tell them anything, and she has to clear up this misunderstanding with the villagers. But if she tells them all now, it will only create chaos. So she wonders what she should do at that moment, since she could also be infected. She wonders, what if she turns around and attacks Jukbox? And if Jukbox is infected, when might that reveal itself? She then says that she's very lost and just doesn't know what to do anymore. She ends up touching Jukbox's head, smiling at her. At that moment, Jukbox asks her mother to close her eyes and then asks her mother to open her eyes. This is how she presents the teddy bear to her mother. She then talks to the bear and says that her mother seemed very worried and asks if she can help. However, her mother replied that everything was fine. The teddy bear then said that he was sure she wasn't lying to Jukbox and said that if she couldn't say, she didn't have to. If she was feeling uncomfortable, she could help because they were a family. So Jukbox ends up reaching out to her mother. The zombie mother says that she was right, that she shouldn't have had any doubts about her daughter and that she really was a bad mother. But she needed to be a liar for a while. She apologizes in her mind to Jukbox and also thanks her for comforting her mother, since she was happy that the fairy was looking after her. Next time, she'll let her know when she's worried. Jukbox then smiles and says that this was a promise. However, the zombie mother wonders if there must be some way, and she should think about it as soon as possible. Judging by the reactions, people still have a mind of their own, and if she were this monster, she would control everyone as she pleased. However, he didn't end up doing that. She wonders why that was or why he wasn't taking the easy way out. After thinking about everything that happened, she comes to a conclusion. His power was probably limited and she still thinks his control wasn't perfect. So maybe she has a way of giving him information. Gon then goes in, saying that he had to know what happened and why she wouldn't tell him anything. He says that he knows something happened, but it was only for her to tell him what happened, because he really wanted to help. He knows she was terrified, but that wouldn't solve anything, and she has to say something as soon as possible. He then went over to Gon and kissed him, thinking he could tell him. It wasn't without risk, but only he could listen. While she was kissing him, she began to make signs with her hand and thought that it might work. She would have to use her imperfection to find him and kill him. Changing scenes, Jong asks his father if he's found anything, and he replies that it's nothing but burnt garbage. Jongito then says that the fire put everything out, and he replies that she was right. However, Yu Young says that it was very strange, even so, as she was seeing traces of blood. Young then asks his father to lend her the flash, and after analyzing the blood, he says that it might not be what they're looking for. But the girl asks him to wait. Suddenly, the blood begins to rise. He then says it's bingo, and his father says it smells like burnt rubber, and it's definitely the blood of a monster. He still reacts to the intense light, even after the fire. He is then very proud of his daughter and says that she has a great eye. She then says that that was just the basics and that she was no longer a child. child. He then says that his daughter will always be a child to him and says that she did a great job. He then stands up saying that now at least they're sure. And she says that now all they need is the doctor's result and asks if he's finished yet. The doctor then arrived just in time and told them that he had the results and they needed to go to the hospital. Moving to the office, Youngju was there waiting. She then asks if they found anything there, and the master says that they've found clear evidence of who was behind it all. Gyud then says that they've just been through hell, but why? They end up asking how the autopsy went, and the doctor tells everyone to pay close attention to what he says now, as he had found something quite unexpected. They then wonder if it was some kind of parasite or not, and the doctor says that he found it inside her brain. They then ask if there was anything else in her body, and he says that she was up all night, but there was nothing else. However, he knows that this is the cause of her death, so she didn't throw herself from up there. That insect ended up killing her. That was too bad. Then Youngtun says that Jinsu came to the village for a month, enough time to infect everyone. In other words, everyone was carrying that bug inside them. This meant that the monster had everyone in the palm of its hand. The doctor ended up asking him if he had a cure for it. The doctor then says that he has tried several things, but nothing has shown a reaction and it must have been inefficient. He says that he found another way, a much stronger cure, and developed an improved version. Separately, the Han says that he was very meticulous, and his daughter says that they'll use that then. However, the doctor says it would be too risky. It's a highly concentrated drug, extracted from Jukbox Finger, and the side effects are sometimes more severe, potentially turning him into a monster. If it worked, it could set them free, but he doesn't know what consequences the side effects will bring. The father, then, observing all this, says that he finally has the cure and that it is very stable, but perhaps they can try. The doctor then says that maybe he thinks this is the only option, and the master says that they need to do all this before they die. His daughter agrees with him, as they are on the verge of death. Then Young Jo says that, for now, she should warn everyone. Suddenly, the doctor reaches for a scalpel and almost takes his own life. However, the master, who is very sagacious, ends up holding his hand and asks him what the hell he's doing now. No doctor understands why he did it, and his body is no longer responding. The old man then tells him that his eye has turned yellow, which means that he is also possessed. At that moment, the doctor's body reacts again to try to bite its own tongue, so the master ends up apologizing and hits him a very hard blow in the face, shutting him up instantly. The man then says that it was much worse than he thought and asks his daughter to bring something to tie him up. They end up tying him up, putting a cloth over his mouth, and she asks if it's okay to leave him down there. He tells her not to worry about it, as he can sleep quite peacefully, even when he's on the ground. The man says that the monster could hear everything they were saying, and then Jungi says that using the eyes and ears of the infected was a trick. Yu then apologizes for not being able to help, but fortunately the two of them weren't infected and she has more freedom than they do at the moment. She goes on to clear up this misunderstanding for everyone, and they should look for a cure. However, the man ends up saying that the weapons come first and that the situation was actually very dire, and they should get them first. Now Lon thinks it was already very clear to him that monster was really there, and the moment he went to open the door he started shaking. He thinks he can't wait to kill that bastard. He then heard a strange noise and asked what was going on outside. When the scene changed to the people outside, they were all very excited, saying that it was all the fault of that wretched monster. And why were they defending that woman? However, someone else said that they had no proof of those accusations. However, they said that they had to choose that monster in order to live well, and the other replied that no, they needed Jukbox Mother to provide food. When the old man gets there, he sees that everything is a mess and they'd better catch that monster as soon as possible. Then Yung Guan thinks that the atmosphere is the same as it used to be. He remembers his father arguing with his brother. His father asks him if he wasn't at least listening, and if he was trying to kill everyone there. His brother says that he wasn't, that he was trying to save everyone and that he was the one who couldn't see it. She then says that they fought against the Hammer Gang, but the battle ended up leaving huge scars, and that's why they needed to expand his group to stay safe. Those were her brother's words. He then asked his father for permission to do so, but his father said no, and no matter what he says now, he won't allow it. He says that he knows Gon would never make a decision like that. Suddenly, his son tells him that it's over and that he's tired of trying to convince him. He then goes off with the members by his side. He may not be crazy, but he has his own way of doing things. He then says that he negotiated with the cannibal tribe to protect everyone. So the father ends up punching him in the face, saying that he was an imbecile and that he was going to get everyone killed by them. The son then asked him if he had a better idea. Suddenly, a general fight broke out between the two groups, and then Jungi says that there will be chaos like back then, and she has to stop them, but her body can't respond. Then Jong-gitten tells everyone to stop right now, since they're a family and not enemies. They have to stick together in difficult times. The man says how could they stay together if they don't listen to him. The other woman says he's ridiculous, and the man says he keeps saying they need to get rid of that monster, while the other woman says they have no proof of that. And so the pointless discussion begins again. However, the monster's father, who was in that man's body, said that they were all very pathetic and wondered if that was their idea of family. Insignificant creatures who believe in everything. What they really want is someone to protect them. He was supposed to take a good look at the horrible desires of these humans. Haitan tells Yongju that she promised to keep him safe, so she should have done her best to prevent all this. This is only happening because she can't handle the situation. The others then say that he was right. They had heard that the village was safe, but there was nothing safe about it. How could she take on that responsibility? She should have kept that monster under control. Then Anjo, thinking, said that she couldn't be weak at that moment. As their leader, she had to lead them. Han catches her out, saying that this is all her fault since she failed in her job. She wasn't just supposed to talk, she was supposed to do something. Agirin then runs up to his mother, asking her to leave him alone. The man then punches Younger in the face, saying that the adults were talking. Now, that man says that like mother, like daughter, both are useless, and none of this would have happened if she had listened to him. Everyone is horrified. How could he hurt a child? And why was he trying to solve it with violence? The other group then says that they weren't using violence, that he didn't want to hit that child. The Haman said that, in order for things like this not to happen again, they should kick that monster out right now, and also her monster daughter. At that point, Ongjo lost all reason and went to attack the man. Just then, however, Hira ended up grabbing his arm. Everyone wondered what that woman was doing there. Perhaps she was on their side. Hira then tells everyone to pay attention. She knows they're worried, but she asks everyone to go back to their seats and do their duties. They would talk about it later. Now, everyone was supposed to concentrate on reinforcing the village, and she told them they were all dismissed. However, that guy said that they weren't finished yet, and he had to make that very clear. He asks her if she knew what they were going through because of that monster. They said they already had the vaccine and didn't need it anymore. Why take risks like that? At this point, Ryra ended up punching the guy very hard, causing him to faint. She said that if he had any objections, he could feel free to talk, as she was open to it. Everyone then fell silent at the same time. After that, Yongju ends up thanking Hira, and her mother also thanks Hira, because if it hadn't been for her, none of this would have happened and everything would have gotten much worse. In fact, Yongju says she was very ashamed. She promised to protect that place, and she wasn't even managing to do that. She really failed as a leader. Hira then says that what she did wasn't right and that it will happen again soon. So she will have to act wisely as a leader and not in the way she did, but in her own way. Hira then says that she had a lot of faith in her. Suddenly, Hira spots a very suspicious man and heads off in his direction. But then Gon suddenly appears, calls her over, and tells her that he needs her help to fix something at the hospital. He asks if she could go with him. He tells her that there are other people there, but they need all the manpower they can get. Gon then winks at her, saying that he needed her help this time. However, he actually wanted Hira to pick up his signal, as he had some very important information to pass on to her. Hira then said that everything was fine. Gon then says he also needs Yongju's help, and Hira thinks she'd better take a look at that suspicious old man and ask him what he has to say. Then the scene changes to the zombie mother and Chuck Bok sleeping. Chuck Bok then gets up, saying she has a stomach ache and needs to go to the toilet. However, when she left the room, she said that her mother had told her to stay inside. What was she supposed to do at that moment? However, her stomach started to hurt a lot more, so she ran to the bathroom. When she got there, she said that she had just solved a big problem on her own, and now what was she supposed to do, since she was no longer sleepy from her nap and her mother was asleep? She says she's going to play with Yongri for a while. When she opened the bathroom door, that old man was waiting for her. Chuck Bok ends up saying hello to him, and he asks her if she's all right, as she seems as healthy as ever. He asked her if she was free at the moment and, if she was, if he could ask her a favor. Suddenly, then, the scene changes and Chuck Bok is running away from that old man, who is running after her, telling her to wait. Suddenly, Chuck Bok says, freeze, and says that now that she said, freeze, he can't catch her anymore. She then said that he had to do the best he could and that he wasn't taking it seriously. He then said that if he wanted to be king of the games, he had to watch and learn. Haitan starts to smile at her, but suddenly his countenance changes. He said she was very annoying, but it was the best way to deal with a child, and he should tire her out as much as possible. He's been waiting for this opportunity all along. He says he's going to make it, no matter what. Then we see that the old man was actually Jack. After a long time playing with Jukbok, he starts to get very tired, wondering how a child could be so energetic like that and what they're feeding that girl. But he thinks he should put up with it. After many hours, Shokbok says that she has forgotten her mother and ended up playing too much. He then tells her that she should go home, and Shokbok gets very sad, saying that her mother will be very angry and that she is in serious trouble now. Suddenly, then, he ends up giving Jukbok a present, and when she opens it, she sees that it's a lot of sweets. He tells her that it was a small thank you for playing with him today and asks her if she could keep the secret between them. Shokbok asks why, and he replies that it's because he only had it for her, not enough for everyone else. It's a gift of friendship for her. He then asks her if she could make that promise, and she ends up saying that she can, and it will be a secret between them. Returning home, Jukbok tells them everything that happened, and Gon asks her if she's finished playing with her grandfather. She says yes, and that she'll never leave without saying a word again, and ends up apologizing for being late. Gon then asks if she only played with him, so she ends up remembering the promise she made, replying that yes, they only played at bedtime. Jukbok says that the precious present her grandfather gave her was very nice, and that tomorrow she has to give him a present too. But she keeps thinking about what she should give him. Just then, one of the tentacles came out of the bag and entered Jukbok's mouth. Jukbok ended up getting up at the same time, only this time her body was completely different and her eyes were also golden. After a while, the zombie mother woke up to Gon's snoring and said that it was very loud and that he did it every morning. That could wake up Jukbok. She then goes to check on Jukbok, but suddenly realizes that Jukbok is no longer there. The two of them end up running out after their daughter, and Gon says that she might be in the bathroom. However, checking everywhere, she isn't there, and the zombie mother wonders where she could have gone. She should stay close to her. After searching for some time, they finally find Jukbok. They say that she's made them very worried and that she can't just wander off. Gon then asks if she was listening to them. She was in big trouble now. When he ends up going towards Jukbok, the zombie mother ends up holding him and asks what was wrong with that. The zombie mother then said that it was impossible, and when Jukbok turned around, they saw that she had golden eyes too. Eventually it changed, and Jukbok was waking up. He was wondering what had just happened. Gon asks her if she doesn't want to play with her mother and father. However, Jukbok says that her mother doesn't know how to play. Gon then tells her that his mother will bring her some sweets tomorrow, so she doesn't have to worry. The situation changes and they start playing. Jukbok asks how she was able to do that, and Gon says that she worked very hard for her daughter. Jukbok, very happy, says that they could play to the death now. They then start jumping for joy. Suddenly, some men arrived, saying they needed to talk to Jukbok's mother. One detail is that they all had horns, and the other normal people had rabbit ears. Jukbok thinks that they are adults who are mean to her mother, and that she won't let them intimidate her. However, those men say that they also wanted to play with her. They ask what they should do first, hide and seek or cops and robbers. Even Hira was asking Jukbok which game she had decided to play now. Jukbok then ended up being very surprised by everything that was happening to her, and said that it was very strange. However, she was very happy that everyone was being nice, but there was still something very strange about it. Sam-ma then calls her the king of games and asks what game they could play now. Jukbok then says that, as king of the games, she will choose the game Tag Freeze. Everyone then starts talking about how much they love that game and that they should all get ready to play now. After a long time of playing, Jukbok says that it was a lot of fun playing with everyone, and no one was angry anymore. Even the bad people were nice now, and also the best thing was that no one was fighting and everyone loved her mother. Jukbok says that, at that moment, she was the happiest girl in the world. Suddenly, a voice calls her name. She turns around and asks if anyone is calling her name. Her parents were calling her to play again out front. However, a gigantic eye appears in the sky and Jukbok thinks she may have heard something wrong. The scene then changes to some armed people, all of whom were very scared, telling Gon that he knew he couldn't do anything now. And at that moment, Gon was confronting them, saying that it was too early to be sure yet and that they also had the cure so it could work. The men then said that the cure only worked if she was still human and asked Gon to face the truth. His daughter was dead. Just look at her. She wasn't his daughter anymore. Everyone watching was very distressed. Even Hira was very angry about what was happening, and Jack, who was in that old man's body, said that the day had finally come and that he had been waiting for this for a long time. He then thinks that now his role is finally over. The scene eventually switches to the zombie mother, who was completely horrified. Jukbok says that that body was a much better match than she had imagined, so they should start now. Back in Shukbok's reality, she was still playing with everyone. However, at that moment, Shukbok was thinking that there was something very strange, as her finger was burning a little. She wondered if her finger had always been like that. However, there's no time for her to get sick now. She needs to play with everyone in that place, but even so, her finger still hurt. Returning to reality, the zombie mother, after hearing those words from Shukbok, began to remember very good memories with her daughter. However, those beautiful memories became darker and darker, until she saw her daughter transformed into a monster. Chukbok asked her to concentrate now, as she hated repeating all that. She was supposed to listen very carefully, as he had a proposition for the zombie mother, and it wasn't very difficult to make. He only wanted one thing from her, her sacrifice and nothing more. If she accepted, he would return her daughter, recover all the parts he had implanted in the villagers and leave the village without doing anything else. He asked her what she thought of this proposal. He then said that he thought he was being very generous and asked what her answer would be. Gon then says that he's never going to take his daughter or his wife, so he should stop talking such nonsense. If he touched his daughter or his wife, he would tear him to pieces and kill him. He calls that monster a fucking parasite. Jack, watching all this, says that he must have really wanted to die and that he was throwing everything away at that moment, and he's sure to regret it all. The father, who was in Shukbok's body, ends up summoning his villagers, and they all go after Gon at once. Everyone then wondered why this was happening, since everyone's body was moving on its own. They managed to immobilize the master as well as his daughter. Even Hira was surrounded by people, and Yongju was being held down by her own daughter. The father then says that this was the consequence of the zombie mother's actions, and that he no longer had any interest in people like her. She was just an insignificant insect to him. He asks if she really thought he didn't know how to heal. Her tricks didn't work on him. The zombie mother then ends up walking towards him. Gon asks what she was doing at that moment and that she wasn't supposed to go to him, since it was obviously a trap. The zombie mother then says that it was all her fault and that she should have paid more attention to her daughter. Her boldness led to this, so it was all her fault. The father then, without thinking twice, begins to attack the zombie mother, piercing her body. He says that this was a very wise decision and that he will honor his word. He says that every time he sees her family, he can't help thinking that the essence of her family was very flawed, because they are a family willing to give more and also willing to sacrifice themselves. That was a very noble attitude, and he respected that. But these emotions are nothing more than shackles, just obsession and curses. That's why parents must be the center of the family and must command so that no one strays from the path. So, to reward them in the name of love, this is the real genuine family, which gives everything to its children. That doesn't make them worthy parents, and she wouldn't be suitable to be a father or a mother. Just then, however, the zombie mother injected an injection into his arm. He wonders what it was. At that moment, he then asks the zombie mother what she left ready. Then it's explained to us what happened, since one day Gon said that it was the cure he brought back from the hospital, and everyone there has already had an injection and shows no signs of side effects. He was supposed to use it if anything happened to Chukbok, and he also goes to put some away, asking her if she had understood. He then told them that they needed to wash and sleep when Chukbok returned, and tomorrow they would play with their daughter. The zombie mother then tells her father that he said she wasn't fit to be a mother, and he really was right about that. She wasn't a good mother. She was sorry for her daughter, but unfortunately she wasn't a normal mother. She felt terrible that there were so few things she could do for her daughter. He then talks about his father being the center of a genuine, true family and that he didn't mind his parenting style. He says that a real mother and father, even in this horrible world and even if they were monsters, wanted their daughter to be happy with all their might. And for her, that was being a real mother. That's not a curse. That was actually a blessing. Then Jukbok ends up looking normal again and crying, calling for her mother. At this point, the father who was controlling Shukbok's body ends up pushing the zombie mother away. The zombie mother then thinks that, because he had distanced himself, it was certainly working, and asks her daughter to remain strong, that she will save her no matter what. Gon then says that it seems that shot wasn't enough, so he had to put on an act to make it work. However, he thinks he was wrong. This time he's going to get it right a lot more often. So we see that Gon was able to get rid of those people easily. He asks her if her zombie mother was okay, and she says yes, since she heals very quickly, so it wasn't a problem. She asks how he was, and he says he was fine too. They say that they have someone who is stronger than the monsters. At this point, they also end up saving Yongju, and Jack ends up thanking them for Jinsu's body. The father, then, observing, says that it was because of the cure and that the headache was taking his focus away. His body was starting to feel heavy too, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle, since he developed a tolerance to it a long time ago. He said that the only problem was that the child's consciousness was awakened inside his mind. Chuck Bok says that she now remembers something that went into her mouth while she was asleep, and then her body became very strange. After that, she doesn't remember anything else. When she opened her eyes, she was already in that place, and her finger was no longer purple either. He then wonders where her real parents are, and she wants to get out of there as soon as possible. But she doesn't know how. Everyone asks her if she wants to continue playing, but Shukbok desperately starts crying, saying that she wants to go home now. But she doesn't know how to do that and ends up asking how she can get out of there and back to her home. However, Gon asks her if she really wanted to go home, but she couldn't help it because if she left that place, she would be very unhappy, because outside many people hated her and she only had fake smiles for those people. So Chuck Bok told him that he was very wrong about that. Hira then says that if she comes back, her family will suffer a lot, since they'll have to look after her all the time, and she knows that very well. The zombie mother then asks if she was afraid, since it was a problem and she knew it was a burden for her mother. Chuck Bok said she didn't care, because she doesn't understand big words. However, she knows a very good phrase and says that her mother loves her very much. That wasn't a lie, so she has to get back to her mother as quickly as possible to save everyone she loves. The zombie mother then tells him that she's going to send her back home, but that she'll regret it very soon. He then ends up transforming and putting his hand on Jukbok's head. Suddenly, Jukbok finally opened her eyes in her body, but what she had just seen was not at all pleasant, as she had pierced her mother's belly with her mutant finger, which was completely bruised. Her father then said that he had warned her that she would bitterly regret returning to consciousness, and that was the sad reality she now found herself in. Chuck Bok thinks that because of her, her mother was very hurt, and it was she who ended up hurting her mother. She didn't want to see all this, and she didn't want to do any of it either. Chuck Bok then starts crying a lot in front of her mother. The father then said that he was finally quiet, and his head was finally clear. He should thank that little girl, as he was very hungry. The scene then switches to Hira fighting Jack, and Master Dugon was also trying to help her. However, Jack was extremely fast, and they couldn't keep up with his speed. The old man says that if he makes just one mistake, he will surely be killed. He then thinks about the cure, since he wasn't feeling that well. He asks Yujin to shoot, and she ends up firing several times in Jack's direction, but he dodges all the shots. Jack says that the whole thing was very annoying. He then points to a lady lying on the floor and says that her name was Granny Yellow, that she loves to talk, and that he was forced to listen to all this, and she never stopped complaining about everything. And that other guy over there is Meng Shin, a very caring guy who was always happy to help and also always lied about everything. He was the personification of a jerk. Many other people who were there complained that they were forced to put up with it for 2 months and even had cravings from the stress they experienced there. He says that people shouldn't bother their neighbors. No one has common courtesy. No one in that place. The doctor then asks what the hell that lunatic was saying. Jack says that at least there was one very funny thing, which was that girl, and he says that they had no idea what he went through to hand that girl over to her father. And it's a good thing he ended up using candy. Since children certainly love sweets, he also told her not to tell anyone, as it was a secret between the two of them. So she ended up thanking him for giving her those sweets and also promised that she would never tell anyone, since they were friends. He then asked if he looked like Jukbok, at which point the old man said he was going to kill him right now. Just then, Hira stopped him and said she was curious. She says she thought there were others besides the one he calls his father and asks how many of them there were there. But Jack, smiling, tells her to find out for herself. Hira then says that she'll figure it out herself, but Jack doesn't quite understand what she means. She asked him if he wasn't listening properly. She says that she's going to find them all and kill them one by one, and she won't need anyone's help to do it. Just then, a knife pierced Jack's neck and Hira was right in front of him. Everyone freaked out because she was so fast, but Jack said that was nonsense because he was much faster than her. Quickly, Hira ended up hitting him with many blows, even breaking his face. Jack then talks about how that was possible, as if her fists were made of stone, and his body was starting to go very numb. Hira then grabs his head and asks if he has anything else to say, since she was willing to listen. Jack thought that none of it mattered anymore, that it wouldn't change anything because their plan had already begun. Just then, one of the parasites comes out of the mouth of one of the people. When Hira looked back, several tentacles were coming out of people's mouths. Suddenly, all those tentacles start to leave and return to Jukebox's body, trapping even Gon. The father then says that it won't be long before the nutrients he needs return to his body, and that everything he needs was in that place. So the time has finally come, the time for his reward. He then ends up leaving Jukebox's body quickly. Hira arrives and manages to free the zombie mother, but the father says that the white-haired wretch was getting in his way and says that she really did have some exceptional abilities. Hira then begins to cut off all the tentacles that were heading towards her, but says that all those tentacles are too fast and that she couldn't handle it all by herself. But she would have to do it anyway. Her father ends up telling her that he has already arrived and strikes her right in the abdomen, piercing her. He says that she would have lived if she had stayed still. Gon and the zombie mother start shouting at Hira, but the father says that she's always been too reckless and, unlike them, she wasn't even family. So why was she trying to protect Jukebox? He knows she's passionate about that little girl, but her obsession was becoming absurd. Her father says that he sees that her only excuse for living is the safety of that little girl and asks if that wasn't true. Hira ends up not answering him, and he tells her that he already knew that. He understands her because in a world like that, hope is the only thing that can keep you going, even if it's throwing your family to their deaths. Hira then said that he was right. She really had nothing left in that life. She was like an animal consumed by destruction. She didn't care if she died or not, and she had no attachment to anyone. But then Jukebox came into her life and her life changed completely. That girl ended up giving her hope again, and even though they're not connected by blood, even though they're not family, that girl became her only hope. She has promised that she will protect that girl no matter what, and she, as a mother, can never lose Jukebox. So Hira ends up taking her father's tentacle, and he tells her that this wasn't the reaction he was expecting. At this point, however, he's going to use her as an experiment. Suddenly, the father starts spitting blood and wonders what's going on. No way should that happen. He then wonders if that was the effect of the cure, and when that woman ended up injecting the cure into him, which he didn't realize. He realizes that Jukebox's body had a needle in her chest and asks her if that's why she sacrificed herself. Hira then says that she may have been stupid, but she was well prepared, and he could take credit for that. It was because he was too busy talking. So she ends up thanking him for being such a jerk. The father then starts freaking out, saying how dare she do this, since his meal was so close. He starts spitting blood out of his mouth and says that the rejection of that body was getting stronger and stronger. But he had to put up with it since he needed a hostage. He said that his head felt like it was going to explode and that he was losing control. He said he needed to escape from that body as quickly as possible. But then what could he do? Quickly, then, the father ends up getting out of Jukebox's body and leaving. Hira then hugs Jukebox, saying that she can take things from anyone and, when she wakes up, she'd be in big trouble for making her worry about her. But even so, she is very happy that Jukebox is okay and knows that it was very difficult for her. She ends up welcoming Jukebox back. The zombie mother then picks up Jukebox and Gon goes to try to help Hira, asking her if everything was okay with her belly. Gon then asks Hira why she almost killed herself at that moment, and she asks if there was any other way to save Jukebox. She did all that because it was the only chance, so he was supposed to stop screaming in her head, because it was hurting. The zombie mother then said that Jukebox's finger had suddenly returned to normal and that now she had nothing to fear, as Jukebox was no longer the target of that monster. She should be happy, but something was still bothering her. She keeps remembering Hira saving everyone. The zombie mother says that she herself was very powerless and let that monster take her daughter, and she couldn't save her either. Even though she was her mother, she felt very pathetic. The father then says that he was very stupid at the time. The meal was within his reach and his own confidence made him fail. He says he's going to make them pay for standing in his way. He then turns into a gigantic monster, saying that he's going to get it all back. But the old man says no and starts shooting at him. The father wonders what it is now, and the old man says what he thinks it is. It was his karma coming to hunt him now, and he had been waiting for this day. He asks if the father remembers them, but the father says he wasn't interested in them. The old man then says that it was a good answer and starts shooting at his father again. However, the father says that he doesn't have time to play with children, so they should all die now. Suddenly, they end up throwing a grenade in their direction, and Zhang asks if that was still child's play for him. That bomb then ended up bursting his father's tentacles. Gon says he's going to take them to the doctor and asks if the zombie mother can hold him for now. However, he realized that the zombie mother was still on her knees. He starts to get her attention, and she comes back. He tells her that it's not time to hallucinate. Right now, he needs her to stop that monster as quickly as possible while he takes them both to the doctor. Suddenly, Hira calls out to the zombie mother, asking her to come to her, as she had to give her something. The zombie mother asks what she wants, since she has a lot on her mind and can take care of the rest herself. When the zombie mother ends up approaching her, Hira punches her very hard in the face. The zombie mother then angrily told her that she was dead now. Hira then pulls her hair, telling her to pull herself together and stop being such an idiot, so that she doesn't blame herself for not being the person who saved her daughter. It wasn't time to think about that. She didn't have to do everything herself, and she would only learn that when she couldn't protect herself. Chuck Bak then told her to stop this mediocre thinking and stay focused. Just then, however, Hira starts coughing up blood. Gon then asks her to stop talking so much, as her wound was very deep. The zombie mother then thinks that she knows she shouldn't think like that, and that woman risked her life to save Chuck Bak. She ended up getting jealous and blaming herself for it, but all she wants right now is to protect Chuck Bak like her mother. Hira then asks her not to try to do everything herself, but that she's doing a good job. Then she's supposed to concentrate only on what she has to do. Hira ends up pointing to a backpack and says that she needs her to do some work for her. The zombie mother goes off on her father and wonders what she should do at that moment. She doesn't have to be jealous or blame herself, and she knew it from the start. She just didn't want to acknowledge it. But she has to do it as a mother, and she has to do her duty. Then we see that the zombie mother has taken Hira's 2 axes. Changing the scene, Gon has already taken Hira to the doctor, and the doctor says that it was very bad, having no idea how she managed to move with that injury. Gon asks if she'll be all right after the surgery. The doctor then says that they need to take her to hospital immediately, otherwise it would be too late. Yongju tells them to leave that place with her, and Hira couldn't die at that moment. They then hear the voice of a monster, and Gon says that they need to hurry as fast as possible. So they grab Hira's body and take off running. Just then, the zombie mother, Zhang, and his father were fighting the father, and the old man managed to land a shot right in the father's face. However, at this point, his daughter asked him to run away as fast as possible, and he was hit full-on by his father's tentacles, opening up a gigantic gash in his chest. However, at the time he was hit, he saw his cock sticking out of his chest and had a flashback of his son handing it to him. The old man asked what that little thing was, and his son replied that today was his birthday, so he wanted to give his father a present. He tried to make a badge, but it didn't turn out very well. He says that, when he was a child, he used to say that badges are like achievements in the armed forces, so he wanted to make one for his father. He asks him what he thought. The old man then said that it was very tacky, and that he called that little thing a present. However, his son says that he made it himself, and his father says that he could at least have chosen a better time to give it to him. He asks why he was giving it to them when they were running away from monsters. He then says that it was very tacky, but he accepts it. However, he will never put it on. The son then angrily says that he has understood and that he is going to throw it away, asking his father to give it back to him right now. But the old man says that it's his now and that he won't give anything back. The scene changes to him in the bathroom, wearing that badge, all ashamed of the gift he had received. That was a symbol of a father, and not a bad one at that. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, telling him to leave, as he was taking too long in the bathroom. He wonders if it would be too embarrassing to wear it in front of his son. Then he thinks he won't wear it. He remembers the fight he had with his son and then the tragic end. It's shown that he picked up his son's body and told him that he had warned him to always protect his friends. Then Gon told him to stop saying that to his brother. Suddenly, however, she realizes that her father is crying a lot, saying that he's sorry. He was sorry for not being there when he needed to be, and he was also sorry for not being able to protect his son. The two of them start to cry a lot in the middle of the rain. Suddenly, he sees the present his son had given him. Returning to the present, the old man stands up, saying that he now understands everything that has happened in his life. He swears that he will take revenge on that monster and says that the cannibal tribe are a bunch of bastards, and he will kill them all until there are none left. He promises to avenge his entire family. He then started shouting that he was going to kill that monster, but suddenly, one of his father's tentacles was already heading for his chest. At that moment, Gon appears and kicks his father very hard in the leg, causing him to miss the old man's chest. Gon then gets into a fight with his father, punching him full in the face, breaking his jaw. Wellington wonders if all the people who died were watching that moment, as Gon was kicking the monster's ass. He's sure they're all watching, smiling. Then Jean says that it won't be long. They'll avenge everyone for sure, and his brother was told to wait a little longer. They all then set out to attack the monster, and Gon says that maybe he's getting too weak and thinks he'll be able to do it. He just had to keep going. He then begins to strike several blows at the monster. Behind him, the zombie mother appears, telling him that his form was crumbling and that now was the only chance they had of killing the thing once and for all, and she was going to do it without regret. Gon said that this was what he deserved for playing with his family. Suddenly, the zombie mother finds his core and lands a blow on him. The monster then says how dare they do this to him, but their whole attempt was pointless, since they are inferior creatures. Suddenly, however, his father breaks apart, and his tentacles head in Yu Zhong's direction. Suddenly, her father arrives and saves her. Suddenly, we see that those tentacles have caught Gon, and he says that he was starting to worry as he couldn't move. Soon afterwards, those tentacles also grab Yu Zhong and his father. The monster then tells them that it's over for them now, and if they don't do what it wants, it will kill them all. The zombie mother then says that he was acting arrogant just because he has hostages. However, she says that he wouldn't get out of there alive and that he just needs to kill his core. She has the speed advantage now, so she could fight as much as she wants. Suddenly, they hear a strange noise. It's the sound of monsters and it's coming from inside the building. The monster then says that the whole village was his hostage and the shadows inside had become part of him. He tells her to do as he says or he will kill her daughter. Then we see that all those contaminated people were heading towards Jukbok, and Yongju was saying that she had to be strong at that moment to protect the children. Just then, Jukbok wakes up, and Yongju tells Jukbok that it's very dangerous. Suddenly, however, we saw that Jukbok's eyes were golden, which surprised his father. Startled, he wondered what that was all about, since he had lost count of his hostages. He wonders what the hell was going on inside the building. We then see that everyone was feeling sick at the time and thanking Jukbok for saving them. However, the monster's father didn't quite understand what was going on. At this point, with Hira's axe, the zombie mother ended up hitting him in the chest and the tentacles started to come out of the people. The monster then says that it was never hers and that the body was part of him, and it would never have happened if it hadn't been for her. The zombie mother then asks if his last resort was to blame others. She says that because of him, her family and so many people have suffered so much, and that he shouldn't live in that world anymore. However, the father of the monsters becomes very angry and goes after the zombie mother again. This time, however, she ends up putting an axe through his head and tells him that she has everything he wanted. Then she tells him never to come near her family again. At this point, the scene changes to Jukbok finally appearing normally. Then we see what happened in the war. Guido talks about how bad it was. They really wanted to kill him, but they couldn't do it themselves. But it was still very good. She then asks her father if her brother and the others are at peace now. Her father replies that he's sure they are and that it was finally over. Gon and his zombie mother were hugging Jukbok after many of them had died in the process. Suddenly, a tentacle appears and hides. The scene then changes to a few days later, and everyone was trying to persuade Jukbok to play. Everyone was very happy and wanted to celebrate, but Jukbok was hiding in a cloth, saying she didn't want to play. Gon then said that it wasn't working. He said it was a bad idea and that it was very shameful. The zombie mother then said that she had been like that for days. Wellington tells her that they're all idiots and that she can leave it to him and he'll take care of it. He has more experience in raising children than all of them, and when he talks to her, she'll be back to normal. Gon then says no, they'll take care of it themselves. Then Onidio said he was right. Besides, her father was injured and needed to rest. Gon remembers being lectured by his master and thinks that he can never let Jukbok be lectured like that, since his daughter would lose her mind if that happened. Ida was thinking the same thing, since her father's words would only make everything worse. Suddenly, Yongju appeared, asking if Jukbok was still unwell. She asks if she could have a minute to talk to Jukbok, as she has something to say to her in private. Everyone then leaves the room, leaving only the two of them. Ono then ends up touching Jukbok's head and thanking him for saving her life. Thanks to Jukbok, her village suffered less damage, and for that she will be eternally grateful to her. She then says that she's not sure how Jukbok did it, but she ended up saving everyone who was infected. Yongju's legs needed some time to recover, but she was fine. She said that she would like Jukbok to play with Yongju again later. However, at this point, Jukbok says she can't do that. Jukbok says how could she play if she did something really bad and that everyone there ended up dying because of her. Others left because they were afraid of her, and she even ended up hurting her own mother. Everything that happened to Hira and her father was her fault. She then remembers what that monster said to her, asking if she was afraid, since she was the problem. She would be nothing but a burden to her mother for the rest of her life. He also said that she was just a monster. Jukbok then says that she's a monster who hurts everyone around her and that she hates herself a lot. Youngju says that, no matter what, she still loves Jukbok. He asks her if she knew that a real monster is a selfish person who only thinks about themselves. And she wasn't any kind of monster. In fact, she was the sweetest, most caring girl she'd ever met. She ends up thanking Jukbok for saving everyone, and also Yongri. She's very far from being a monster. Jukbok is a hero and saved the whole village. Youngju, crying, tells her that she doesn't have to hurt herself anymore. Jukbok then starts crying and ends up hugging her. Honor tells her that she can cry as much as she likes if it makes her feel better. After a while, she asks Jukbok if she's feeling better now. Both had swollen eyes from crying. Youngju says she can't remember the last time she cried this much in her life. Jukbok then said that she was thinking about something. She wanted to become a very strong adult, an adult who doesn't cry, and who is strong enough to protect her mother. He asks Youngju if she thinks she could become a strong adult. The woman replies that she will definitely become one, and that she has a lot of faith in Jukbok. Everyone was watching. Then Gijo, crying, said that she was too thoughtful for her age. His master said that if he wanted to, he could teach his daughter. Gon thanks him but says no, they could teach her themselves. Suddenly, the doctor appears and asks them to come with him if they have time, as they need to talk. Jukbok thanks Youngju for making her feel better, and the woman says that's what a family is for. Jukbok then asked if they really were a family. She replies that, of course, since they live together, they are a family. Jukbok then said that she wasn't his daughter, and the woman replied that families aren't just formed by blood. Even if they are not related by blood, they can form a family with anyone else. Changing scenes, everyone was talking to the doctor, and Gon asked him to repeat it again. The doctor then says that it's fine, that he'll say it again, and asks everyone to leave the village right now. He was begging for it to happen. Gon then asks him for an explanation. Why is he asking them to leave the village right now? He asks if they've done anything wrong to him and why such a sudden request. The doctor then says that they haven't done anything wrong. Gon asks what they did to upset him and if there was a problem. He says that it's probably because he ate the snack that was in the drawer, but it's still no reason to kick them out. However, the old man said that he wasn't in the mood for jokes right now and that he should just tell them why, giving a good explanation. The doctor then says that he knows this is very unexpected, but they need to leave the village in 3 days, as soon as possible. He asks everyone to think about it. The Symbol tribe ruled that village for a long time. They took its territory and built this village, and this work is still being carried out. That was exactly the problem. They were lucky enough to kill their leader, but there will be a big consequence to that. This is the information they got from the monster that Hira captured. If something happened to their father, the rest of the monsters would go there. He says that the dead boss was very scary and that there could be a second boss there, and his target would be all of them. And he says that they also want revenge for Jukbok's mother's tentacle. He also heard that they were after Shumai and his daughter. If that's really true, there's too much risk of them staying in that village. Gon says that it would still be too dangerous for them to leave, and that it would also be too dangerous for them to split up. Magicon says that having them in the village was the biggest risk of all. He's really grateful that they saved their village, but that brings up another issue. He couldn't let any more innocent people suffer because of it. Gon then asks what will happen to Jukbok and Hira, since they don't even know how they are. The doctor then says that they'll set up a place and meet there, so that he can examine them in a safe place. He says that he will continue to help them, and that they don't need to make it any more difficult than it already is. He asks them again to leave the village, and that it would be for everyone's own good. Then Young Gito told her that they were leaving the village. They had risked their lives to protect the village, but his safety came first, and she respected his determination to live. But that was too fast, since he had treated them like his family when he needed them and was now discarding them, throwing them away like garbage. She didn't expect to be used as a disposable item like that. She goes on to say that she feels bad that he's saying this to them and wonders if it shouldn't be Yongju, who was the leader of that place, who should be saying it. She was actually using him as a shield. The girl then says that she is more cunning than the cannibal tribe itself. The doctor then told her not to blame Yongju or the people of the village, that it was his decision alone. He then says that he was aware that he was being selfish at the time, but it doesn't matter if they blame him or ask for any other compensation. They could beat him up all they wanted, but he still wanted to protect Yongju and his family. That's why he was begging everyone to leave the village. He doesn't want anyone else to suffer at that moment and asks for the cooperation of everyone in the room. The zombie mother then, talking to Gon, tells him to hold his head up high, as they are responsible for the damage in that place and need to decide when and where they will meet later. However, they will make some demands. She then asks him to listen very carefully. She asks him to examine Jukbok and Hira, and finally he will be dead if he runs away from her. The doctor then asks if she thinks he would be that irresponsible, and he swears it will never happen. Young-ju then says that on the first demand they will take the remaining snacks. He said it was fine, but he could leave some candy for him. Magicon says that he has a present for Jukbox's mother and asks if she would like to see it. Inside a laboratory, we see a rat transformed into a monster and another normal rat. The doctor then says that, as they already know, Chuckbok is the only person immune to that virus. He ended up thinking of a possibility. He combined Chuckbok's immunity with his rationality, and the result is that little guy over there, who in this case was the rat. He says that first he injected Chuckbok's blood into him, and he underwent a major deformation. But when he injected the combined blood, his deformation diminished. Baiton says he didn't believe it was really possible. He says that he left the two of them together for 2 weeks and that they were able to be companions. In addition, he shows the immunity to light, which was the monster's weakness. He then says that this was the zombie mother's chance, since she might be able to turn back into a human, but it all depended on her. There was also no way of knowing how she would turn out in the end. He then asked her if she was willing to take that risk. The zombie mother then held out her arm, saying that she was willing, so the doctor ends up injecting her arm. 3 days later, at 7 a.m., the zombie mother was in the trunk of a car and said that she had been vaccinated for days, but there had been no change in her body. She asks if the vaccine has already failed in her body. Gon then asks Jukbok to say goodbye to everyone, and Jukbok ends up saying goodbye and thanking him for everything. Young-ju says that she also hopes she gets home safely. Young-ar, very frustrated, asks how she could be so happy like that, as it was still very difficult for her to accept everything. She says that Jukbok was her only friend, that they were like sisters, and it was her and the other adults who decided to do this, and she couldn't accept it. She asks Jukbok if she couldn't just stay with her, making sure she's safe. If she leaves, they might never meet again in their lives. Then, crying, Young asks Jukbok not to leave, promising to be a very nice person, and that she could play with Jukbok every day. Jukbok then says that she didn't want to leave either, but that she had to do it. She said she was very sad when she found out she had to leave, but she had to do it for everyone else in the village, because she didn't want anyone else to get hurt in that environment. Jukbok then says that her mother told her that everyone was like a family. At that moment, the two finally hug. Then Young Gito asks Jukbok what she wanted before she left. While they were talking, the zombie mother was already asleep in the car, and the doctor said they were too busy and didn't have any more time to waste. However, Young-ju said that they still had time. Suddenly, Young and her father end up near the doctor, and her father says that he thought the doctor would meet all their conditions before leaving. Just then, Hira tells Jukbok to do whatever she wants, and Jukbok decides that everyone should play catch. After playing a lot, Jukbok thinks she should be much stronger. They lost their house because of her, they lost their food, and other people lost their places too. So many bad things happened in that place, all because she was too weak. Then she says that she had to get super strong and that she would stay strong to protect her whole family. She says that Hira's whole body was like a weapon and that her father was also very strong. She says she'll get strong quickly. She'll be strong like her mother and protect them all. Finally, they get into the car and drive away. Then a warrior asks his mother if Jukbok is going to be all right. She replies that of course she will, and Yunga asks if the village will be all right too. At that moment, his mother replies that this time, yes, they're going to build a village just for them, so she doesn't have to worry about it. However, the doctor was watching everything with a very suspicious look on his face. Jung asked him what he was waiting for at that moment, and he smiled and said he was already on his way. He then thinks that a village for him would be very difficult, but they would have to be able to do it to finally be able to protect their family. The scene changes to several monsters gathered together, and everyone wonders if it was really serious. We see that the father is still alive, but all bruised up. The father then says that he couldn't stay in that form for long. He managed to escape at the last moment, but it seemed very pathetic. His time in that world was running out and he needed to find food as soon as possible. He tells her that the wretch will recover his body and then destroy her to pieces, along with all the others who helped her. When everything is sorted out, he'll kill that guy and become the real original. Just then, however, his father's body was chopped into several pieces. He wondered what had happened to his body, since there was no one there at the time and he didn't smell anything either. It happened so quickly that he couldn't understand it. So who had done this to him? Suddenly, a masked man spoke up and finally caught him. Switching scenes, we see that the man has picked up half of the father's body and taken it into a house. The father then notes that it was an ordinary living room and asks if it was his headquarters. He asks why he brought him there. However, another mysterious man ends up saying that he missed him very much and asks what the outside world was like. The father of the monsters was very scared and couldn't answer. Then the man says he's going to change the question and asks if he's found what he's looking for. The other man who took him there tells him to stop wasting time and answer as quickly as possible. However, the man who was sitting down said that it was all right, as he worked very hard and needed a break. The father of the monsters was completely freaked out, thinking that it could only be a curse. He tried not to panic, saying that he could get out of there. There are several exits in that room and he just needs to find the right opportunity to escape. He even has a weapon to attack, as he thinks he's close enough, but now wasn't the time. He then decides to give them the information he has so that they will lower their guard. However, the man says he doesn't think that would be a wise decision. The father then becomes very frightened and his body is no longer moving. The man asks if that was the best thing he could come up with, and it was really disappointing. 2 years ago, he created the father with his own body and sent him to find her, asking if he remembered it. During that whole time, he never reported anything to him, causing a lot of damage while pretending to be him. Now, he was actually a little stronger and was beginning to think he was the same as the original. The man said that it was really very cute. That guy then put him in a mug, and the father was lost, desperately, for one more chance. The man says that he's already given him many chances, and after he begged for his life, he ended up being devoured by the man, thus recovering his memories of his fake father. He then says that he's going to take a good look at his memories and realizes that he's finally found that monster. He's also collected more information than he expected, and that should be good enough. He then starts looking at Shookbok's memories and says that that little girl was really very interesting. The other man then asks if he should call the rest of the family, but the guy says no, because they don't need to rush. Then the real father gets dressed again and says that it could be a lot of fun, as Jukbok was a special child with immunity and he would love to meet her. The scene shifts to Jukbok, who was watching her mother sleep, and the bed was completely wet. She then goes to sleep with her father, saying that it could only be a dream. Switching scenes to the other day, Jukbok was training with Hira. Hira had taken a piece of candy from her and she was trying to get it back. Hira then hit Jukbok on the head, telling her to stay calm and watch very carefully. If she wanted something, she had to trick or understand her opponent, and that's what that training was for. Jukbok then asks her to take a breather, but Hira says they'll do it one more time. Suddenly, Jong tells Hira that it's almost dinner time and asks how long she'll be there. Hira then says she'll be back soon after a cigarette. The old man then said that he would play with Jukbok now, and they should start. Jukbok then thinks that she needs to stay calm and watch very carefully. The old man calls her fat and says she could come. Angrily, she says she's going to kill him. Vinton says that was really the spirit of the thing, but just then, Jukbok ends up punching him right in the nose, getting her candy back and saying she's finally won. She had knocked that old fool out. The two then start swearing at each other until they get a scolding from Yu Young. Moving to the stairs, Hira was sitting there with her cigarette in her hand. She then remembers what the doctor told her. He said that her rib was broken and the organs around it were damaged. He performed surgery, but the real problem was her liver. The damage was too extensive and he couldn't treat it completely. So there would be very serious side effects, and it was a miracle that she was still alive. Now Hira asks what the after effects would be. He says they would be severe fatigue, nausea, bloody stools, and possible jaundice, given her current state. She should never move violently again, and if she strained her body again, she could actually die. She is very frustrated by this and asks the doctor not to tell anyone. Hira says that she feels nauseous every time she moves and, before it gets worse, she needs to make Shubak as strong as possible. That was the only thing she could do for her. Suddenly, the zombie mother appears with a notebook and hands it to Hira. Hira then asks her what she was trying to say, since she didn't have much idea of what it could be. When she opens the notebook, it says that she didn't write it for her. The zombie mother then says that, to be honest, she never liked Hira suddenly appearing in her life, insisting on protecting her daughter, but she hated the fact that Hira was stupidly cautious with her and her husband. But one thing was very clear. She was always desperate to protect Jukbok and, although she didn't want to admit it, she was relieved to have Hira around. She then said that she wouldn't ask what she was doing at that moment, because she knew that she cared a lot about Jukbok. So she ended up thanking her for protecting her daughter and also for helping her out of that deplorable situation. She says that she would like them to work together from now on. Hira then said that the whole thing was absurd and said that if she had time to write this, she should take care of her daughter, since Jukbok still had a lot to learn. Hira then tells her that they have the same goal and, of course, that they are going to work together. The zombie mother, very embarrassed and angry, says that she was a very unpleasant woman and wonders what she was thinking writing such a tacky letter. However, the zombie mother realizes that Hira said they were going to work together. Hira then says that, as she already knows, she thought Chuck needed to learn to protect herself. They couldn't keep her safe forever, and Hira knows that very well. That's why she was so desperate to get strong. She also wants to protect, not just be protected. That's why she needs to learn how to fight before danger comes again. She doesn't just need to learn about herself, she needs to learn about both of them. Hira then holds out her hand to her zombie mother, and the two end up shaking hands. Hira said that now wasn't the time to be demanding, as they would have to help each other when times got tough, even though they weren't friends. The zombie mother ends up saying goodbye and leaving. Suddenly, we see that her mouth is bleeding. Changing scenes, the zombie mother puts her hand in the sun, but her fingers start to become petrified. She says that the vaccine didn't work on her, but there was a slight change. It was the same as nothing except for the pain in her gums. She then said that she hated it all. The hours passed and it was almost dark. Gon says he's finally found her and asks what she was doing there, since he'd heard from everyone that she was on the roof. Gon notices that she's very upset and asks what's wrong with her. He asks her to write down on her hand what was wrong and why she was crying at that moment. She ends up explaining everything that happened to him. He then realizes that she was crying because the vaccine hadn't worked on her yet. She then says that she was really looking forward to it, but after all this time, nothing had happened to her. She said she really wanted to be human again. He then tells her to throw out everything she was feeling, and she tearfully says that she wanted to be human again. Gon asks her if she remembers when Chuck was a baby, since they played a lot back then. She says yes, she remembers. At that time, they played all sorts of games and asked all sorts of questions. One of the questions was, what if their genders were switched if he was a woman and she was a man? She replied that, if he were a woman, she would trust him too much because of his size. The zombie mother then says that she did say that and that she would fall in love with him all over again, since he really is her type. Gon then says that they also talked about what they would do if Chuck was a giant baby, and that was really funny. The zombie mother then laughs and says that she spent 40 minutes thinking about where she could buy giant diapers and baby food. Gon then says that they also talked about what they would do if she were human again and asks her if she remembers that. She shyly replies that she does, as she remembers it vividly because it was very important to her. She says that if she could be human again, she would like to go for a walk with her family in daylight and spend time together in a playground. What she wanted most was to turn on the lights in her house. Gon says that joke is almost true now, and the vaccine may not have any effect yet, but they have to keep believing in a miracle. And if she really does become human again, they'll do everything she said. He then ends up thanking Gon for always being so kind to her. Just then, Chuck appears, saying that her father and mother promised to read her a fairy tale. Chuck then says that she has already made her bed. Gon then apologizes to his daughter and says he's going to read her a book he brought from outside. He asks her if she has any books in mind, and she says she wants the book that was buried in his bag, called Her Bathroom. The zombie mother then smiles and says that, as Gon said, she should wait, and that would be better than having no hope at all. They've been through a lot and are finally finding peace. Even if she can't be human again, she still has her family with her. She should be strong and patient. And she said that yes, she was happy deep down, but why was her body feeling so heavy like that? Besides, she was feeling very sleepy. Suddenly, the zombie mother's face was completely streaked with blood, and she fainted instantly. Gon and Chuck were desperate, asking what had happened to her. But everything was dark for her, and she didn't understand what was happening. She asked if there was something wrong with her. Suddenly, those voices stopped, and she said that it was very quiet at that moment, very quiet and very dark. She couldn't see anything in front of her. It was ridiculous. She wondered if she was asking too much, since all she wanted was to be normal again, and that would be a luxury for her. Why wasn't that possible? She just wanted to live a normal life, to have her house lit up and go for a walk in the daylight. She said she just wanted to be a normal mother to her family. Then she starts begging someone to help her. Suddenly, we see Chuck desperate, asking where her mother was. Where her mother was sleeping, there was nothing but blood. The only things left were some of her hair and her teeth. Everyone then became desperate to look for her and started searching the whole camp. Everyone desperately wonders where she has gone. Suddenly, Gon looked up and wondered if it was her. Climbing onto the roof, it was daylight and she was standing in the daylight. When she turned around, crying and looking at them, we saw that her face was much more humanized and she had finally become human again. At that point, without a second thought, both Gon and his daughter went to hug their mother, welcoming her back, as she had finally realized her greatest dream in that world. And so, my friends, the first season of this incredible work comes to an end. This video here was by far the most labor-intensive of the entire channel. channel, so if you like this video a lot, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to help us out. If this video gets more than 10,000 likes and more than 1,000 comments, you can be sure that I'll bring the second season of this work here for you. Remember that members have early access to the videos and can watch all the videos without ads. But that's it. Thank you very much for watching me this far. Until the next video, and thanks.